We are live at Coletco. When you are here, be sure to let me know. Thanks for tuning in. Alrighty. So Tanner, when I hit go live on TikTok, it prompted the title, but this is the one I don't understand because you're supposed to take this and copy it somewhere, but that's Instagram.
Yeah. Copy it.
I gotta start sharing.
Yeah.
If you can figure it.
I'll read it.
Everything else is already rolling. Yeah, when you hit start streaming, it automatically prompts you for the title. All right, welcome everybody. I think this is the first time Jake hadn't been here to help us set this up. So, we've got it figured out though. We got it under control. I'm going to start sharing and getting this show on the road. Welcome. I've missed everybody's comments up until right now. I hadn't been able to see anybody's comments. I have it open and ready to go. So welcome to Tuesday night at Coletco. We've already got the flip video pulled, except for the new vinyl. Ed is marking 6 crates of new vinyl. I have a new crate of Japanese. Laura's marking the remaining auctions. We're going to have auctions. We're going to have Laura crates. You know we're going to have John crates. And the only thing I was kind of missing tonight is 45s. I got plenty of hardcore singles. I was trying to last night find some more stuff like I found, but that stuff goes fast. We had like LL Cool J and Cinderella and hair metal singles, Poison. That stuff just disappears. It's like if I find a handful of it, everybody's like, you have more. We want more. More hair metal singles. I'm like, that stuff's just as hard to find as albums. Okay, we're rolling. Welcome. So first thing I'm going to do is I am here on Coletco. I hit the like button. I'm going to hit the share button. I'm going to hit the group button. I'm going to share it there. And I'm going to share it here. And then I'm going to hit copy link. And I'm going to hit the thumbs up button. Also on our hot post. I'm going to close out of some links. Now I'm going to move over here as Coletco. And we're going to hit the like button as Coletco as well. As soon as you're on the post, start interacting and copy the stream key and enter it to your streaming software. Select go live. Once you've... Tanner's working on something highly sophisticated over here. Well above my pay grade. All right, this is also streaming to YouTube, as usual. That's probably tied for our biggest audience between Facebook and YouTube. And I'm about to open it. Do you see any YouTube comments? We're connected. They're just everybody being too quiet over there. They're being way too quiet, Tanner. So right here at the store now, we got Jack, we got Ed, we got John and Laura and Tanner and myself. Wow, there's one YouTube comment. It hadn't sent out a notification. I hadn't got a notification yet. YouTube hadn't sent out a notification yet. That's probably why. If there's 23 people watching, it's because they have found the feed or they have went to go find it. YouTube hadn't sent out a notification. I hadn't got an email or anything yet, so that's weird. Usually they boom right off the bat. They send a notification. Yeah, I just need a monitor. Is this live? Yeah, that's good enough. I don't need it like a huge screen. I usually have it up where I can see the TikTok chat. That's usually what I have over here. I usually have a monitor, and then he's been putting so I can see what's going on over on TikTok. There you go. There's a few more people over there now. It still hadn't sent out a notification because I usually go to my email and I click on my email and it also, it's really hard for me to find our own viewers. Monitor live. That first tab. No. It was up just a second ago. All right. Here we go. What is love? If you click that says Open TikTok Live Center.
Hard to see that thing. Right here.
Yeah. That's it.
You need to see this ribbon right here. That's all you need to see, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I think we're good to go. Let's start with the vintage flip crate. Yes. Let's start with the vintage flip crate. YouTube just went live. Yeah, they were late sending out notifications on YouTube. Kind of off-centered here. I moved crates too much around. I also got to fix this deal. We are selling records. I'm waiting for, they're waiting for me to bring this crate over. They are watching me and they are waiting for me to bring this crate over so I can start selling them some vintage LPs. And we got, I think we're officially up and running on all platforms. And I didn't even get to show those yesterday, so you can, I'll show those. Yeah, that's whatever, that's fine with me. Yeah, here comes Ed and John with literally carts full of vinyl. They're like, sell this stuff and get it out of here. Sell this stuff and get it out of here. Sell this stuff and get it out of here. Yeah, turn and burn. That's the grocery business. Sell this stuff and get it out of here. Okay. Well, the first little part here might be pretty monotonous. Here's the stuff that got tagged already in the flip video. Y'all have done a great job already with that. Let's go ahead and put up, man, we sold so much of our, quote, warm-up auctions last night. We were auctioning stuff till 12:30. I'm like, where the heck's all of our other, quote, warm-up auctions? There's not much stuff to warm you up with. We're going to go straight into the heat with David Bowie, a 1975 U.S. OG Indianapolis press. This does have the original on our sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. And an OG David Bowie is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start for David Bowie. Our first 3 hardcore singles are going to be the following. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3. And those first 3 singles are Ginzenberg, Jimmy Scaffa, and Jesus Piece, Malice at the Palace. Jesus Piece was marked for $30. So those 3 singles are a $10 start. Now, first thing is this. So, here's everybody that already bought something from that flip video. And that was Mike McCullen on the Elton John for $6.99. That was Phil Freeman on The Who for $9.99. That was Carla Breccia on Chipmunk for $9.99. Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow on Molly Hatchet for $14.99. Rachel Crosta on the Sealed Cortex for $14.99. The Grassroots to Robin Glenn for $6.99. Jerry Ferguson on Neil Young for $6.99. Romantic Warrior to Kevin Johnson, a white label promo for $14.99. Kid Cudi Sealed for $19.99 to Chris Smith. Grover Washington Jr. to John Smetzer for $9.99. The London Chuck Berry Sessions to Mike Bartlett for $9.99. Elvis Costello to Nicholas Hollister for $14.99. James Rayner on the Rolling Stones for $19.99. Rush to Mike Bartlett for $19.99. We have the Mamas and Papas for Jamie Diaz for $14.99. This is Cortex, sold to Rebecca Howitt for $14.99. Tears for Fears, sold to Alvo Dabney for $19.99. We have BTO to Tony Hall for $14.99. The Doobie Brothers to Tony Hall for $9.99. I'm having some major problems with my, let me move this over here. Please don't fall. Okay, there we go. Carole King Tapestry for $14.99. By the way, David Bowie has one bid with Cynthia, an OG VG Plus for just $15. And she also has all 3 singles for $10, final call. The Association, Mike Bartlett, he got that for $6.99. Jack on Kid Cudi, he's right around the corner. Jack, that was our only copy. We got to get you in the group at 6 a.m., Jack, to watch the videos. Gary Wellman, Walking Man, $14.99. There was only one Kid Cudi. It's already been claimed. We have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Alvo Dabney, $9.99. Duke Ellington was sold to Sean Fairweather for $9.99. Alvo Dabney also got The Worst of Jefferson Airplane for $9.99. And then Jerry Jeff Walker was sold to Gary Wellman for $9.99. And then Bob Seger was sold to Gary Wellman for $9.99. And then Gary Wellman got Roger the Engineer for $6.99. And now, folks, here's what's left. All we got to do is sell these remaining records. Everybody's going to be nice and happy, excluding me. We just got to sell. Here is what was left in that flip video, okay? So we'll start right now with Simon & Garfunkel. This is Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme. So now these are available, and they're all on sale discounted. Simon & Garfunkel is in VG condition. It's a UK copy for just $6.99. Also, Herb Albert Rise. Herb Albert's in shrink with the hop sticker. It's also VG condition. It's only $6.99. And Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Fire Cat. That is EX edition. It's just $6.99. So that's the first $6.99 records. Those you see right there. And Mike Bartlett wants Simon and Garfunkel. That is $6.99. That's so to Mike Bartlett. Now David Bowie's at 20 with Cynthia Herdron. William Howe, just so you know, you've been outbid. It goes back to Cynthia. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's a sealed copy of the Impressions, the Vintage Years, which is a 2 LP compilation of Curtis Mayfield and the Impressions. It's never been opened. It's a sealed copy, and we're going to put it up for a $10 start. Danielle Pelham on Cat Stevens. Danielle, have you bought from us before? If not, just say no, first-time buyer. But Cat Stevens is sold to you for $6.99. Now Ivan's at 13 on the singles. And then we got Herb Albert Rise. That's our only $6.99 record left if anybody wants that. That's it. That's our only $6.99 record. Now there was 2 $9.99 records. Bob Welch, French Kiss in VG Plus condition. That has Sentimental Lady on it. And we have Transition, Kenny Rogers, and the first edition. That is also $9.99. So that's the 2 $9.99 records that's left. Kenny Rogers and Bob Welch. Retro Class is in on the bundle for $10. Also, we have William Howe out on the Bowie. I'm about to sell it to Cynthia for $20. And we have Danielle's first purchase, Danielle Pelham. Daniel, welcome. Make sure you do me a favor. Message our page over on Facebook. Looks like you're on Facebook. I need your email address and your mailing address. We will invoice you on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. Now, in the meantime, I'd greatly appreciate it if you could do me a favor and buy as much as you physically can. It's all going to ship $8 in limited. Here's what's left in the $14.99 batch. Elvis Costello Trust. It was $24. It's now $14. There is a sticker on the cover. However, it has the original on the sleeve and there's no condition notes. So Elvis Costello's $14.99. Joe Cocker is VG Plus. It's $14.99. Johnny Cash, The Holy Land. It's still available. It's the OG lenticular cover. EX vinyl. Columbia 2i. It's $14.99. And then the Walt Disney Mickey Mouse Club. It's also $14.99. $10 off that. This is what's left from the flip video that was posted in the group. I got Elvis Roustabout. Elvis is EX edition. It's $14.99. And ELO's Greatest Hits. It's also $14.99. EX condition. ELO's Greatest Hits. How did that not get sold? Same thing for Eric Clapton. It's also $14.99. Eric Clapton Backless and Nancy Griffin is also $14.99. So nobody else bid on the OG Bowie. It's now sold for $20. And that's sold to Cynthia Herdron. And that's sold to Cynthia for $20. And now the Impressions, Rydell has it for $10. That's going once, going twice to Rydell. Cynthia bid $15 on the singles. Everybody else is out. And then Susie Breedlove on MM. That was for Mickey Mouse. That's sold to Susie for $14.99. Tony McDaniel wants Electrolyte Orchestra's Greatest Hits for $14.99. And then the last couple $14.99 records was that Nancy Griffith, One Fair Summer Evening. And then Blowest Occult, Tyranny and Mutation. Cities on Flames with Rock and Roll. And we still got the last $14.99 record, We Love Disney, a double picture disc new for $14.99. Blaine on the Eric Clapton, Blaine C. Zosnick. He told me how to say his name the other night, and I have lost that information. But Blaine, you do get the Eric Clapton. And now Ivan has bid also 15 on singles, and Darren has bid 16. Cynthia wants the Disney picture disc for $14.99. Now, here's what's left in the crate. What's left in the crate is just the $19.99 records. Just the $19.99 records, including the North Mississippi All-Stars set sail. That is sealed, never been opened. It's $19.99. Cheech and Chong was $19.99, Los Conchinos. And we have Frank Zappa, Apostrophe. Frank Zappa was $19.99. No condition notes either. This is a flip crate that we assembled. And we got Mar E Soul, the first International Puerto Rico Pop Festival, with the Allman Brothers and Cactus and Dr. John and Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That's also $19.99. So that was the flip crate that was posted this morning at 9 a.m. over in our private group. Make sure you're in our private group. It's called Whole, H-W-O-L-E, Lotta Records. Whole lot of records. There's typically, unless I forget or I don't have time, there's 2 videos posted every morning. The first one is at 6 a.m., which should be new vinyl, either a recap of the new stuff that didn't sell from the night before, And sometimes I'll go ahead and put in some additional new inventory. It's usually a 5 to 9 minute video. And then at 9 o'clock, there is another 5 to 10 minute video, which has a whole crate of vintage pre-owned titles or even pre-owned sealed that is all discounted. Okay? And next was James Cauldron on BOC. James gets BOC for $14.99. And then George Burleson gets the North Mississippi All-Stars. That's sold to him for $19.99. Hiram wants the Mar E. Soul concert. That's sold to Hiram Aponte for $19.99. Ben Diger, you're second on North Mississippi. Now, Cynthia still has these 3 singles for $20. Rydell, Retro Class, he gets the sealed impressions for $10. And now we are ready for more auctions. And the next auction I'm going to put up is the history of Small Faces, which is a Small Faces compilations. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. If nobody else bids on the singles, we're about to sell those to Cynthia. And let's go ahead and put up early a Talking Heads here. This is a 1985 USOG Allied Press. It does have an old sticker on the front. It is a VG copy, original under sleeve, Talking Heads, just a $10 start. Just a $10 start. Let's go through one of these one more time. Final call on the singles for $20. Here's what's left in the flip video. Herb Albert, Rise, Shrinking Hype, VG $9.99. Bob Welch, French Kiss with Sentimental Lady, VG Plus $9.99. Kenny Rogers, Transition, early Kenny Rogers there, that's $9.99. Now $14.99. Elvis Costello Trust, No Condition Notes. Joe Cocker, VG Plus. Johnny Cash, The Holy Land, EX Edition $14.99. Elvis Roustabout is EX Edition $14.99. And that is an OG Stereo Indianapolis press. And then the last $14.99 record was Nancy Griffith, One Fair Summer Evening. And that just leaves 2 $19.99 records. Cheech and Chong, Los Conchinos for $19.99. And Frank Zappa's $19.99. Now, Blaine, make sure if you're bidding on Talking Heads, you put TH and your bid, just like Carol did. He put small for Small Faces, $10. And then Tracy Other wants Bob Welch, and that was $9.99. All right, and then Cynthia Herdren gets the first 3 singles of the night. She gets those for $20. Thank you, Cynthia. Now Talking Heads is at $15. Zappa should be OG discreet label, yes. And Ivan had said wait because he might actually want this. Yes, it's OG discreet label. What have I done with my drink? It's over here where I can barely get to it. Here comes Ed with more vinyl deliveries. Let me move this. Let me see if I can swing this around this way. John always tries to box me in. He'll push everything up here around me and try to, he don't want me to leave. Those 3 and those 3? Yeah. Okay. Ed just delivered 6 crates of new vinyl. One of them's a Japanese crate though, right? Yeah. That's what I could use right now. We need Japanese auctions for sure. All right. Awesome. Ed's already picked 2 out for me. Thank you, Ed. Ed, these have been chosen by Ed. They're on deck. Men at Work and The Pretenders. 2 great ones there. 80s classics, okay? All right. And final call on Small Faces. And anybody else? That's the most we've had left in a flip crate. But maybe we can sell them later. I might show them. I might flip them up here a little bit later. I might say, all right. But that's pretty good for filling up a whole crate. It takes me longer to make the crate than it does to actually video the crate. If they were already made, it would be, boom, it'd be much easier. But it probably takes me a half hour to pick out what I want to put in there to discount. All right, now there was one other video. And if I want to sell the remaining albums in the flip crate, we can do that. Of course, they're kind of already discounted, but I'll do a bundle deal as I always do. There was 2 $20 records. That was $40. And then there was a $7 record. That's $47. And then $57. And then at $57, that left 5 more $15 records. So that's $107 plus 25 is $132. So I don't know. maybe throw something out there, Paul, or if you want me to price them, I'll do. But the next level of discount, I think, or the remaining prices should be whatever I just said, 132. Okay, and now we've got to go through the new vinyl flip, which is I feel like we're on a much better routine tonight because last night we didn't have a vintage crate and we didn't have any new vinyl flips, and for like the first hour I was trying to figure out what we were going to do. So I've got it figured out now though. Okay. And I'm going to pull up that video right now. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Let me find my own video. It's weird how hard it is to find my own videos. You'd think it'd be like, boom, there it is. All right. A few things have been claimed. Ozzy, System of a Down, Bon Jovi, Some Girls, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Triumph, Damn Yankees, and Violent Femmes. And I think most of them are right in here. So let's get started. And the first thing we have is we sold Bob Welch, Talking Heads 15, Talking Heads 17. We're back to normal pace now, Talking Heads 20. Carol, you get Small Faces for $10. Let's lay down 3 more singles. Sorry for the delay. Getting set up here. We're about to get into full throttle. I'm going to be going so fast, you'll be like, please, Chad, slow down. All right, we have Index for Potential Suicide. We have in Tongues, and this is Irritators. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. All right, first thing, you see it almost every day, because it's a big one, and we've sold a lot of them since they've come out. Pink Floyd Animals 2018 Remix. Sealed, $34.99, 180 gram, Bernie Grundman, an amazing mix. Actually, one of the last things Saturday night, someone's like, Chad, go ahead and give me one of those. And I dug one out, and I didn't even know I had this stray one over here in a different bin. They're kind of sprinkled in bins everywhere, so anytime I go through a crate, Pink Floyd Animals pops up. Machine Head, the Burning Red, $38.99. Welcome, everybody. If you see something you want, just comment Machine Head if you want this. Comment MH, whatever it does to let me know you're buying it. Machine Head is $38.99. These 3 singles are a $10 start. Talking Heads is at $24. Blaine Zapnik, you've been outbid. Blaine, it goes back to you. And then Ed did hand me 2 Japanese pressings here to get the show started. Here is the first one, The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. Back on the Chain Gang. And The Pretenders is a $35 start. This is a Japanese pressing, and it is, in fact, near mint minus and pristine. It is near mint minus and pristine. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has an insert with it. It has a cover and obi. And The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl is a $35 start. There it is. Now, first thing we have is the Rolling Stones. Now, these got sold. If anybody wants on the waiting list, I'm about to put an order in with this distributor tonight. This is the Rolling Stone Some Girls. It's at a great price of $34.99. It's a 2 LP live in Texas, 1978 on that Some Girls tour. And you get the DVD of the concert. Kathy Collinsworth got one and Jeff Malsworth got one. So those are sold and sold if anybody else wants one. Pink Floyd is $34.99. Pink Floyd is $34.99. Thank you, Jack. Jack's leaving the house. And now we have Talking Heads, and Talking Heads is at $21 with Blaine Zapnik, and The Pretenders at $35. No bid on these singles. If the hardcore singles don't get bids pretty soon, we move them right along. I have Lordy, which is limited edition, DEAD. Lordy is $44.99, and that is definitely on colored vinyl. Fangoria colored vinyl. The Modern Lovers, that's a music on vinyl press, limited to 4,000 on blue. Always a highly regarded album, The Modern Lovers, $39.99. And then Testament. Testament is Practice What You Preach, $29.99. And Blaine, just so you know, you are outbid on Talking Heads. And Blaine does want Pink Floyd as well. You got it. Blaine Zapnik on Pink Floyd. So thank you, Blaine. That's sold. And by the way, you don't even have to put the price. If you're buying something out of the bins, you're good to go. So thank you on that, Blaine. $34.99. That's so to you. Chris Bryant gets those 3 singles for $10. I just got word that Rick Derringer passed away. Rest in peace to a legend. Boy, his music career goes way back. He was in, you think about him as like a guitarist and pop rock, but he was also goes back all the way to the McCoys with Hang On Sloopy, Hang On. Alrighty, singles are sold. Talking Heads, Blaine, make sure if you want to bid again on Talking Heads, you let me know. We have Testament, Souls of Black, $44.99 on Testament, and Accept, Balls to the Walls. Accept is $38.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. Accept, and we have System of a Down. Now, this sold. MJ Sanchez did get an SOD. Toxicity, by the way, does have Chop Suey and Aerials on it. I never had heard that Aerial song till not too long ago, and I like it. And that's sold to MG Sanchez. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Suicidal Tendencies, Join the Army. Suicidal Tendencies is $38.99. That's a music on vinyl press, new and sealed. A lot of metal and punk and stuff right in this bin. Virgin Steel, Guardians of the Flame. Virgin Steel, $34.99. And Trivium Ascendancy. And I'm pretty sure these are on orange vinyl. This is $39.99, Trivium Ascendancy. Blaine, the Talking Heads, the high bid right now on the Talking Heads is with Melanie Jennings at $24. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl, is a $35 start. No claim yet. I'm looking for a bid before I make that a buy now. Let's go ahead and grab the next three singles out of the crate over here. And the next three singles are going to be All Eyes West, and above them, Miss Medicine, The Alligators, and Jason Jimian and The High Life. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Alan Jackson is an OG, and it will be auctioned. Yes, it is OG, and it will be auctioned. That's right. And then we have Metallica, the Black Album, $34.99. Metallica, the Black Album. Testament, Practice What You Preach is the most recent pressing on orange and bone swirl colored vinyl. It is $29.99, Justin. $29.99. Now, if anybody decides you want something in here, just comment whatever you want to buy. So, like if you want to buy Testament, just put Testament Practice or Testament Preach. That means you're buying it. We'll invoice you on Monday. We just got to get your email address and mailing address. Right, Ed? Ed said yes. He told me he's been working on stuff all day today. Invoice corrections, messages. G's been shipping. Ed's been shipping. Steve's been shipping. Things are moving right along here at Collectco. We're right in the beef of a new week. Melanie, you've been outbid on Talking Heads. Motorhead, Bomber. Motorhead is $33.99. Dream Theater, Metropolis Part 2, Scenes from a Memory. That's on clear vinyl for $39.99. And Mustafa Ozkent, and this is $33.99. Very cool record here. $33.99 on that. Miles Davis, the 45 RPM Bitches Brew, $64.99. I've got two of those. And then Willie Nelson, $64.99. Blaine, just so you know, you have been outbid. You have been outbid on Talking Heads. So, or Melanie, you've been outbid by Blaine. So the new high bid on that's $25. And then Iron Maiden, No Pray for the Dying. Maiden is $36.99. Leonard Skinner, More Analog Productions. This is $64.99, and we have Violent Films. And Violent Films is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. That was my last copy on hand, $34.99. So these three singles are a no bid, a buy it now for $10. The Pretenders can also be bought for the buy it now price of $35. A beautiful Japanese pressing of Obi. I'm back on the chain gang. There they are, $35. It's a buy it now, a classic. One of my favorites here. For those that were here last night commenting on how the wife doesn't like Chad's voice, my boss just had some choice words, and I told him he could suck it up or fire me. He told me not to tempt him. He does not like to work, so I'm still employed. By the way, it is a retirement job. I only have to buy more records. Wow. The bundle is sold to Cynthia Herdren for $10. Mailing to the Talking Heads is at $25. There's going to be some people get fired over Collectco. There's going to be some people say, Chad, I literally quit my job today just so I could watch your sales. So I'm going to be like, oh, no. Oh, no. The Pretenders is a $35 buy it now. We have Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, an amazing 180-gram remaster, $36.99. And we have Red Hot Chili Peppers, Greatest Hits. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. $44.99 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's Miles Davis. I'm never sure how to pronounce that first word, so I just call it Kilimanjaro. Fililes de Kilimanjaro. This is a 1971 U.S. reissue. It is an OG Terre Haute, or it's a Terre Haute press from 71. It's a VG Plus or better copy, and it's going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start on that. $30 start on that. And now, Blaine, you've been on Talking Heads. Melanie and Blaine are throwing punches on Talking Heads. Melanie now has it for $27. All right, and then Jeremy Merck on Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Thank you, Jeremy Merck, on that. And Miles Davis is at $30. Hold on one second, John. I'm going to mute my mic. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Me and John discussing in-depth knowledge on records. We ran across some stuff. I told him some variants. So I never get to see John much, and I'm always updating him on stuff to look out for. Sorry about that. Okay, Miles Davis is at 30. Blaine's out on the Talking Heads. And Blaine also wants the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Okay, that's sold to him. And next thing we have is Talking Heads, then sold to Melanie Jennings. That is sold to Melanie Jennings, and that was sold to Melanie Jennings for $27. And now Scott Jokumstaller has the Miles Davis for 30. We have Kiss Ace Frehley. That is 180 gram. Kiss is $33.99. Ace Frehley, 180 gram, $33.99. Nirvana Unplugged. Nirvana is $39.99. That's unplugged. And we have Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic. That's on hand-poured vinyl, $44.99. Rush, Hold Your Fire is $33.99. And we still got one Bon Jovi left. And now it's been sold to Darren Wortman. That's Bon Jovi live in Cleveland, 1984. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. Do you still have Cash to Holy Land? I do have that for $14.99, yes. Now, this is Fees. Thank you, Laura. It's French for girls. Fees de Kilimanjaro. This is Miles Davis, and Scott Jokumstaller has it for $30. It's a 71 US, $30 on that. I still do have that. And how much is Rush Fly By Night? Rush Fly By Night is a new sealed 180 gram pressing for $36.99. $36.99. $36.99. All right, we do $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping. That's all week. That started yesterday. I'll be here again Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. $8 in limited shipping. That's one record, or if that's like some people that buy 58 records, we'll all ship them for $8. All right, here's our next auction. This is a lot of Kiss magazines. We have Forbes, Top 40 Entertainers, Kiss, Guitar World Magazine, Kiss, Bass Player Magazine, Gene Simmons, Guitar World Magazine, Kiss, and The Return of Kiss. And that's Hit Parader. So that's a lot of 5 Kiss magazines for a $10 start. 5 Kiss magazines, $10 start on those. And then Jorge Enriquez on Nirvana Unplugged. All right, thanks everybody for tuning in early. We've almost already filled up a whole crate. Scott Jokumstaller, the only bidder on Miles Davis, that's sold to him for $30. That was surprising. And then Jerry wants the Depeche Mode 101 and Cramps Mob Look No Head. I bet I can track that down for you, Jerry. But first, here is Men at Work, Business as Usual. Who Can It Be Now in the Land Down Under? And this is going to go up for a $35 start with insert, cover and Obi, Men at Work, Business as Usual, a $35 start. Let's go ahead and grab a few more singles out of here. And the next singles in this hardcore crate are what? 1, 2, 3. What do we have here? Wound Up. We got Wound Up. We have YDT or YDI and Yeah Big and Kid Static, the heavy 7-inch. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Okay, so over here, there's nothing else from that crate, right? Nope, nothing else there from that crate. So we still got Rush, Ace Frehley, Nirvana, Ace Frehley, Pink Floyd. We have Lynyrd Skynyrd, Iron Maiden, Willie Nelson, Miles Davis, Mustafa Ozkent, Dream Theater, Motorhead, Metallica, Trivium, Virgin Steel, Suicidal Tendencies, Accept, Testament, Modern Lovers, Lordy, Machine Head, and we got 2 copies of that Machine Head. Now, I don't really have to go through all the records that was in these bins because there's only a couple things. Jerry Stone also needs a pack of outer sleeves. Pam has the Kiss magazines for $11. That's a final call. There wasn't a lot claimed out of every crate, but there was a little bit here and there. And Robert DeMarco's a first-time buyer. He does want Rush, Fly By Night. Thank you. That's so do you. Robert, people's been asking about that all the time. They've been asking about that all the time, and you finally pulled the trigger on it. Thank you. Now, first-time buyer, welcome to CollectCo. Make sure you message our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. Do that if you're on YouTube. You will have to fill out the first-time buyer form, which the link to that is in the description of this video. The link to that is in the description of this video. Dream Theater was Metropolis. Shane Devers wants Johnny Cash from the previous bin. Now, somebody asked about that, but they never did take it. Melanie Jennings also wants a pack of outer sleeves. I'm actually working on a shelf over here to put behind me. I'm working on a shelving system back here behind me so I can keep supplies where we know exactly how many we have and how much we have, and I can show more on a regular basis. But That was what my project was Sunday. I hadn't finished. Shane Devers gets the Johnny Cash for $14.99. The reason I'm moving everything around is I'm about to get to that back left crate. Pam has these Kiss magazines. And let's see. Let me see what else was in here. We might browse through these right quick as well. Maybe. I think there was a few things in here. Yeah, let's browse through these very quickly one more time. And Michael Salazar does have the Men at Work. John Durden also has a pack of outer sleeves. So that's 3 pack of outer sleeves. Jerry has started a chain reaction. Pack of 100 outer sleeves that we use just like we put on our own record. Sorry, I'm having trouble saying that. That is $29.99. These 5 Kiss magazines are a final call for $11. Sorry, the table's not going to look too pretty for a second as I breeze through some of these. Men at Work is a final call to Michael Salazar for $35. And then these 3 singles were a $10 start final call. This is going to be a quick run. Korn, Follow the Leader, 2LP, $33.99. Under Oath, this is $33.99 on ruby red vinyl. Pussifer is on gold vinyl for $29.99. And yeah, that Dream Theater was Metropolis, Scenes from a Memory. Venom Storm the Gates, a 2LP, $33. Venom Black Metal is $46. The Damn Yankees did get sold to Chris Smith. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That was $44.99, a Friday music pressing. Also, we have Susie and the Banshees, All Souls for $36. Corey Taylor's $39. And Dio Donington, $87, is $46.99. That is Dio, and it's a 2LP lenticular cover. We also have Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever for $36.99. Jim Croce, You Don't Mess Around with Jim. And Rammstein is $46.99. U2 Octung Babies, $46.99. Korn is $24. That's Requiem Mass on blue vinyl. Motorhead, The Ace of Spades is $33. And then Triumph. I was hunting down Triumph for Cynthia Herdren. Thank you, Cynthia. That's so do you. Now, we have these 3 singles as a no bid, a buy it now for $10. Michael Salazar gets Men at Work for $35. Who can it be now? And Laura's over here absolutely filling up the auction crate. Looks like it's a bunch. Awesome. Michael Salazar gets these. And now, Pam, you have been outbid on the Kiss magazines. Laura just deposited the rest of the auctions. It's like a safety deposit box over here. When she deposits all these auctions, it's like the most valuable items in the store at the moment because they're prepped and ready to be sold at auction. We need to start having an armed guard walk around with her when she brings these things up here to me. Now, Rick, you just missed the bundle. And then we have Depeche Mode for $33, Violator. Tracy Chapman's $33, still got those in stock. The B-52's Cosmic Thing, that's Mo-Fi, new and sealed for $34. The Sisters of Mercy was $34. And we have Harem Scarum for $38.99. Carole King Tapestry, $44. Sisters of Mercy, $34. Dunkirk is $49.99. And then Hall & Oates is $44.99. And the last couple things in here was Lamb of God Wrath for $38. And Nirvana, Nevermind, live in Madrid, $29. So now the Kiss magazines are 11 and now 12. Cody, we have not seen that record ever since it's been in that video. That means it's still in a tub back there somewhere. Also, I want y'all to see some of the great CDs that was left over from last night. I'm not going to go through them all. I picked out the best CDs last night that didn't sell. These are all $6.99. April Wine, The Nature of the Beast. Shadows Fall, The War Within. Priestess, Hello Master. This is High Tone SOB. Also Baroness, the Blue Album. We have Alcest, and that's Kodama. Machine Head by Deep Purple. And Bob Dylan, Love and Theft. All those CDs are $6.99 each. Pam's back in on Kiss at 13. Now, the next thing we have is we just need 2 more records, which are back there in that bin. But first, I still got Nirvana, Lamb of God, Hall & Oates, Dunkirk, Sisters of Mercy, Carole King Tapestry, Harem Scarum, Floodland, also by Sisters of Mercy, B-52s, Tracy Chapman, Depeche Mode, Motorhead, Korn, U2, Rammstein, Jim Croce, Tom Petty, Dio, Corey Taylor, Susie and the Banshees, Venom's Rob Zombie, Pussifer, Under Oath, and Korn. Those are all available. And now, actually, I'm going to have to do some really good switcherooing. I'm going to have to get to this back left crate. I restacked these in a weird way earlier when I was starting to sell. I was like, let me not do this. So let me go ahead and just knock out this last crate, which has some stuff in it that I know has sold, and hopefully some more stuff sells. First, here's the Gladiator soundtrack, music from the motion picture. That's $39.99. Hans Zimmer, Bill Evans, Jim Hall. That's $24.99. And we're down to 3 copies of this Ozzy bootleg. It's on red vinyl. This is sold to Mark Morris. It's $36.99. Montreal 1981, featuring Randy Rhoads. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Now, we have the April Wine CD. That is sold to Todd Fisher for $6.99. That is sold to Todd Fisher. Thank you. And now, these magazines, we've had bids for $10, $11, $12, $13. And Pam's had these for $13 for almost 3 minutes. Those 5 Kiss magazines. Pam's about to get them. We also have the Beatles, Hard Day's Night in mono, $36.99. Bobby Hutcherson, Stick Up, Blue Note Tone Poet for $34. Stevie Ray Vaughan, that was the last thing from the flip video. That is sold to Paul Conway. Thank you, Paul Conway. That's sold to you for $38.99. I also have Blondie. That's her self-titled album for $29.99. Neil Young, Dorothy Chandler, Pavilions, $24. The Dune soundtrack is $33. And Snoop Dogg is $39. Also, John Prine, that's a Vinyl Me Please exclusive for $34.99. Willie Nelson's a Vinyl Me Please exclusive for $34. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $64.99. Rat was $33.99. Lay It Down, Invasion of Your Privacy. Slayer, South of Heavens, $34.99. Wasp is $38, and that's the 40th anniversary half-speed master on red marble vinyl. Dokken, Breaking the Chains is $33.99. Red vinyl Dokken. Star Wars is $29.99. Screaming Jay Hawkins is $33. Bullet Boys was $38. And DMX, The Legacy. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. There's that. Okay, so here's the CDs that are $6.99. Bob Dylan, Deep Purple, Assessed, Baroness, High Tone, SOB, Priestess, and Shadows Fall. Those are all available. Pam, you bid 10, then 2 other people bid 11 and 12, and I never did hear back from them. So, Pam, you get the Kiss magazines for $13. Thank you, Pam. That's so do you. If anybody else wants anything in here, everybody that commented on the video this morning got what they wanted. Thank you for doing that. That was posted about 12 hours ago. No, it was posted longer ago than that. Wall of Voodoo. That must be an auction. We have not sold any auction records. If you saw something in the hot post advertised for tonight, everything is still available. We have not sold anything. Now, let me put all my crates back up here. All nice and clean and pretty and straight and organized. And we're going to put all that back front and center. So I got my auction platform built where we can do some stuff like sell records. That's the stuff I like doing. Let's sell some records, folks. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Let me get everything all OCD'd and organized. The only unsold auction tonight is the Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. It's $35. I'm going to keep that right over here. For next thing was Susie wants an Aussie and a rat. An Aussie and a rat. That's a great combo. An Aussie and a rat. Let's go ahead and pull those for Susie. Let's make a note. I need to order more rats. I'm out of the cellar. Now I'm out of Invasion of Your Privacy. I'm also sold out of detonators. I'm also sold out of Dancing Undercover. I'm sold out of all rats now. That was the last one. That was the last rat standing. And those are sold to Susie. And then the next thing was, which Bullet Boys was that? It's the only thing in print at the moment from Bullet Boys. It's called Behind the Orange Curtain on red marble vinyl, $38.99. And then the next thing was Cody Gray on the Baroness CD. That's sold to Cody Gray for $6.99. Now Ivan R was next, and it's the Star Wars, the original soundtrack. No, it's a compilation of Star Wars themes, like Yoda's theme, Layla's theme, stuff like that. Next thing is Marco said, hi Chad, quick question. First time buyer, form filled out, didn't see anywhere to fill out payment. You don't do that until we send you the invoice. So really you just got to register right now. You don't pay us. You don't put down any payment information until you get your invoice on Monday. So $8 in limited shipping. That's as much as you can buy, as much as you want to buy tonight, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, $8 in limited shipping. All right, let me put those right there. And now, we've gone through the flip video. We've gone through the new vinyl, and we've done exactly what I like to do. We've already filled up an entire crate. And let me stack the singles, and we're ready for all new auctions. Now, somebody asked about an Asia CD, Asia Aurora. I think I got that over here in my stack of stuff to show again. And then Ever Come Across the Rat EP, quite often, yes. If we get that, it will be sold here at auction, most likely on a Thursday night. That comes through. we will have it. That has never been reissued either. It's never been reissued. So the demand is quite high for that release. Never has been reissued. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is get into a discount bin, what we call a vintage or pre-owned discount bin. We're about to go ahead and do that right now. And I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates. Whoever's tagging, I'm going to leave the KISS magazines on top of the crate for right now. I might take them into the room in just a second, but to save some footsteps, one less set of footsteps at my door in the morning. All right, and we got a whole crate of Japanese. Hope David Johnson's watching. Hopefully he's not out bowling. Sometimes he goes bowling and he misses out on Japanese. Hopefully he's not bowling. And then here's our next auctions. We got 1, we got 2, and we got 3. Boy, these might be good. These were marked $25, $25. And this one is Warrior Tribes. And then we have Washington Disease, No Need to Care, and Washington Disease, Waste Away. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing we have is a new auction. All right, and I'm going to flash. So last night between about midnight and 1:30, we went through CDs. I think we sold another, I don't want to say without being certain, but I bet we sold a couple hundred more CDs last night in quick, rapid fire succession. That was pretty intense, and that was very fun. Once again, when Facebook was expiring after 8 hours, we can only stream on Facebook at 8 hours at a time without having to reset. We were still tagging CDs right up until when Facebook expired. So I have a feeling I could have went till probably 2:30 or 3:30 a.m. selling CDs, no problem. But at some point I'm like, okay, that's it. We got to stop. Let's pause right there. We do have 6 crates of new vinyl tonight. I know there's some people looking forward to that. And there's already 4 crates of John stuff, 5 crates of John stuff up here. 3 from last night we never did get through. And yes, you know her. Her name's Laura. She's in the back working on stuff now. So we got a lot of stuff to get to. Let's find our first couple discount crates we can get to, shall we? Let me pick a good one out over here. We need to go through, possibly buy it now, best offer, something. Let me see if I can find one. What is in here? That one looks pretty cool. Let's go through this one. This is going to be a crate, and we call this Buy It Now or Best Offer. So you can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. It's totally up to you, okay? There's that. So welcome all. We've already had, what, 3 first-time buyers in the first hour here tonight? Wow. Welcome. Maybe we can keep that pace up. There's a lot of people out there in the world, and businesses try to get customers. And we try to do that by offering great records, an entertainment platform here. Hopefully when you're watching and buying records, you're also, you're doing it from the convenience of your house. So that's one of our big things here. I always try to say, well, we try to make it fun, interactive, a great community, but also the convenience of and entertainment of being able to buy from your house. And my big thing is what I always tell Paul, who helps me buy stuff, or he pretty much does all the buying now. We got to constantly be getting great records in. We can never get stagnant. Even if this place is full, we got to be trying to find the best records we can buy. And we have recently bought nearly 4 or 5 total collections, now totaling, 30,000 plus with some great titles. So here is Billy Joel, Piano Man, Japanese pressing, a $35 start. Billy Joel is a $35 start. First thing is these 3 singles. We have Washington Disease and Washington Disease, No Need to Care, and Waste Away, and this is Warrior Tribes. Those 3 singles are at $15 with Paul Beal. Those 3 singles are at Paul Beal for $15. And he has it for going once, going twice. I'm going to go show one more quick handful of CDs. These are $6.99 each. Testament, Signs of Chaos, the best of Testament. We have Shadows Fall, Retribution. We have Helmet, Born Annoying. The Natural Haystack, and Bareness, the Yellow and Green album. $6.99. We have Testament, Shadows Fall, Helmet, Haystack, and Bareness. Okay, there's 5 more CDs. Those are $6.99 each. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer, including Linda Ronstadt, Lush Life. Linda is $9.99. Stephen Stills Live. One side's acoustic, one side's electric. $19.99. These can be bought now or best offer. The Rolling Stones. Great compilation here. This is the Rolling Stones Made in the Shade. $34.99. The Rolling Stones Made in the Shade. Paul Bill, looks like you're going to get those 3 singles for $15. Going twice, going 3 times to you, as long as I can get the Stones back in his sleeve. Also, the Baroness CD is sold to Ivan R. for $6.99. And Paul Bill wants the Helmet CD for $6.99. These are some of the ones that didn't sell last night. So you can imagine what kind of CDs we did sell for $6.99. Those didn't sell for $6.99. So I did a little sorting last night. I was like, I know we can sell more of these tomorrow if I bring them out. $3 Night Cyan with Shambhala, $19.99, and the Dirt Band, Make a Little Magic, $14.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. $19.99. This is billed as goth rock, and what is this title called? It is called Theater of Hate Live LP. The Who Dares Wins. $19.99. Blaine's in on Billy Joel at $35. And we have these 3 singles sold to Paul Bill for $15. And now let's add another auction right quick. What do I have over here in my unadvertised section? I have a James Brown, Prisoner of Love. James Brown is a vintage U.S. reissue, most likely a late 60s, early 70s press. It's VG++, which is pretty dang good for a James Brown record, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Next is Poco Crazy Eyes. Poco is $9.99. Ray Parker Jr., The Other Woman. Ray Parker is $12.99. Lacey J. Dalton is $14.99. Dream Baby and Prince, $19.99. An original RCA Music Club edition, $49.99 for Prince. And these are all buy it now or best offer. Let's go ahead and grab 3 more singles here. These 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Voorhees, Book Burner. We also have Voorhees, What You See Is What You Get. And this is Whatever Brains, 4 songs EP. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Blaine has Billy Joel for $35. James Gang Rides Again. That's $19.99. And Linda Ronstadt, Canciones de Mi Padre. That is a 1987 SRC pressing, $69.99. Theater of Hate, and then Mike Massey put Theater of Hate 15. That was this record here, right? I think Brian Goddard just claimed it right before you. And if that is accurate, Brian, and you're a first-time buyer, say, yes, first-time buyer. Otherwise, Mike, that probably would have been going to you. And then James Brown's a $25 start. Blaine has Billy Joel, and now it's at $39. And those 3 singles are a $10 start. Let me check on one thing over here. Welcome all first-time buyers. We've got a lot. So I'm going to try to have my laptop open over here and just making sure everybody has well-established accounts and everybody registers. I need to go ahead and pull up Square and make sure everybody's a first-time buyer and you get registered with us. So welcome, Brian. The first-time buyer form is over on the link to this video. Make sure you fill it out, please. Let me see. All right, and then we have welcome first-time buyer, Brian Goddard. That's sold to you, and we just need you to fill out that form. After it's filled out, please come back and let me know. And then Blaine, you have been outbid on Billy Joel. We have Boz Scaggs Slow Dancer. Boz Scaggs is in shrink wrap, $19.99. Last night, I was talking about those Warner Brothers samplers, those lost leaders. Here's a really good one, $24.99. Jimi Hendrix, Electric Prunes, The Fugs, Mothers of Invention, Neil Young. That's a 2 LP compilation for $24.99. And War, Deliver the Word. War is $29.99. And Kenny Rogers, Short Stories, $9.99 for Kenny. And let's pause right here with Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage, $34.99. When do the records from the Facebook auction preview start? Right now. I'm about to start putting them up right now. Nobody bid on Voorhees or Whatever Brains. Blaine, so those three can be bought for $10. I'm waiting for him on that. Nobody bid on James Brown. I'm going to give it one more chance on James Brown. Final call on that. Let's go ahead and put up this Ramones VHS. I sold one of these pretty late last night. This is Lifestyle of the Ramones. It's a VHS, and we're going to put it up for a $10 start. Lifestyle of the Ramones. That is going to go up for a $10 start. Also, we have Primitive Love, Miami Sound Machine. $14.99, $14.99, and Go For Your Guns, the Isley Brothers. That is $14.99. This is everything in here is buy it now, best offer. What a great crate. So many great titles that still hadn't sold or hadn't got offers yet. Autumn gets those three singles for $10. Let's go ahead and grab another handful of CDs. First is Asia Aurora, which somebody claimed just a second ago. He said if it was still available, that was John Durden, right, John? And then here's some other $6.99 CDs. Seether, Holding On to Strings, Better Left to Fray. Green Day, 21st Century Breakdown. The Suicide Machines, Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, and Green Day Nimrod. Those are all $6.99. Was it John or Mike Bartlett? Was it John or Mike Bartlett? It might have been Mike Bartlett because he just claimed it right then. Also, we have Boz Scaggs, Down to Then Left for $19.99. And I have Rod Stewart, A Shot of Rhythm and Blues. That is $14.99. Now, I never did hear back from Blaine. So, Catherine, this is sold to you for $39. Billy Joel. Make sure if you're bidding, I know some of y'all may be driving or trying to get home or feeding your dogs or walking your cats or, changing diapers. But also, if I don't hear back from you, if you don't say out, two things. I'm going to have to go ahead and sell it, and it also kind of extends the auction. So if you can go ahead and say out, that means I know you're done. But also if you say out, you can't bid again. But it really helps me pick up the pace. If you say I'm done, I'm out, that means we can go ahead and say, boom, it's sold to Catherine if nobody else is bidding. So yeah, this is Mike Bartlett. It's not John Dearden. I knew it was somebody. Y'all kind of have similar looking icons. One of them's like a... I can barely see y'all's icons, but sometimes I use that almost like as a little memory tool. And Mike Bartley got the Asia CD. Thank you. And now over here, we got Linkin Park. First, we got Cynthia Herdron on the Seether. That's sold to Cynthia for $6.99. And then we have Michael Pivolar on Linkin Park. And this will be the only time I show CDs tonight up until like 11:30 or midnight. Then we'll get back to brand new stuff. These are just like, I can't believe these didn't kind of sell type deals. Now we have no bid on James Brown, Prisoner of Love, which is a vintage US red Polydor reissue, VG++, maybe even EX. That's just a $25 buy it now. James Brown, a $25 buy it now. Kathy said she would do $30 for Stones, Made in the Shade. Sell that to Kathy for $30. That's so to you. Appreciate that. My icon's a dog smoking a pipe. There you go. Mike Bartlett, what's yours? Yours looks like a cartoon that I recognize. Also, we have Winwood Holding On. Steve Winwood is $9.99. And we have John Mayall Through the Years, $34.99. Blaine, your bid on Billy Joel just came in very late. So I've already sold that to Catherine for $39. Next auction that we've been asked, when will the auctions go up that was featured in the hot picture? And I said, they're going to start right now with Memphis Slim, The Real Folk Blues. Memphis Slim is a 1987 U.S. compilation, sealed. Memphis Slim is a $15 start. The Useless Eaters has the Ramones VHS for $10. That's going once, going twice. And then one's Concrete Blonde going up a little bit closer to $7.30. A little bit closer to $7.30 on that one. Next thing we have is Paul Simon, Still Crazy after all these years. $19.99 on Paul Simon and the Bellamy Brothers' greatest hits. Let Your Love Flow, $9.99. There's the Bellamy Brothers. Memphis Slim is a $15 start. And now we're going to go ahead and grab three more singles over here from the hardcore bin, as we call it. And we have, what do I have? Let's grab three right out of here. And this is Contra with a Nike check mark. We have Mitness in Bloods, Lead, Something Southwest, and Justice. We had that one the other night. Those three are a $10 start, okay? Now we have Stacy Metternich on BB for Bellamy Brothers. Jerry Ferguson on PS for $16. Now, PS was Paul Simon. That's sold to Jerry Ferguson for $16. And Catherine's in on the Memphis Slim for $15. Don't forget, I have a whole crate over here of Japanese pressings to run, like this. Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still, with his big hit song, Dirty Laundry. The vinyl's Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Beautiful Jacket with Obi. And Don Henley's a $35 start. Next thing we have is Memphis Slim 15. Steve Davis also bid $15. And we have Rick Waitman, White Rock. This is $14.99. Rick Waitman, White Rock, and Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Hey, hey, my, $34.99. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, also electronic music. And this is from 1965, $34.99. Mid-South, you were third on the Bellamy Brothers. Now Memphis Slim is at $22. Useless Eaters gets the Ramones VHS for $10. Lifestyle of the Ramones, thank you. And we have this right here. Okay, and this and this. Okay, that's what I was going to say. Blaine, yeah, I was making sure Blaine, I thought Blaine's a new buyer, but Blaine, I think you just bought one record from us last week, and I just want to make sure you got your invoice. It's not much, but you've bought several things already this week. If you can hear me, we always try to make sure first-time buyers at least pay the first invoice. I think you only bought maybe a record or two. It's not for much. I was having Ed and Tanner check on that for me. So if you don't mind to go ahead and pay that first invoice, that way we know we're at least good to go. It should be in your email, and that way we can be good to go. Because I think there's some people buying again this week that was first-time buyers like on Friday and Saturday night. And they may have only bought maybe 5 or less records, but still you've been invoiced, and we need to get you paid on that. So after you pay, let me know. Not much, but we just try to make sure before we start selling a first-time buyer, you know, $300, $500, $1,000 worth of stuff, especially if it's early in the week, we try to make sure we got money on the barrelhead and we're good to go. The Hank Williams Story, this is a 4LP, Hank Williams Senior Compilation, $39.99. And the Cats, 45 lives. The Cats is $24.99. Let's go over here and see where we got to on Memphis Slim. Steve Davis bid $22. Catherine bid $25. These 3 singles are a buy now for $10. Don Henley's a final call for $35 if anybody wants that. And let's go ahead and show a few more CDs over here that didn't sell last night for $6.99. I got 2 more handfuls, and then that's it for CDs until probably about midnight or 11:30 tonight. Hall & Oates Greatest Hits is $6.99. Small Faces is $6.99. We have Voivod for $6.99. Frank Sinatra is $6.99. The Police, Every Breath You Take is $6.99. And Anthrax, Black Lodge. Those are all $6.99. Felix Cavallari is $19.99. We also have Prospectus 69, The Corporate Body. That's a 1969 pressing for $34.99. And Tom Dickey and the Desires, Competition. That is $9.99. Steve Davis is back in on Memphis Slim at $34. Thank you, Steve Davis. I'm going to need my laptop. Yeah, when we start getting a lot of first-time buyers, I start really getting a brain exercise. And that brain exercise is keeping up with these new names, making sure they're not the real accounts and they're real people. Otherwise, I'll have a heck of a brain exercise trying to remember and making sure everybody's good to go. So let me go ahead and pull up on my back end over here. Some nights it gets really busy. I'll start seeing new names left and right, which is great. And then some nights I'll see some names, or I won't see a new name for maybe 4 or 5 hours. And let me go ahead and pull some of this. I always double check YouTube accounts and make sure everybody's verified or well established, etc., etc. Plus some of these really generic names, I'm like, okay, making sure they're good to go. All right, there's that. We're good to go over there. Now, first thing we have over here is the Gil Evans. This is produced by Jimi Hendrix, $24.99 on that. And we have the Doobie Brothers. This is Minute by Minute, $14.99. The Doobie Brothers. Also, Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere. That's $9.99. So over here, we have Steve Davis on Memphis Slim at $34. Thomas Hujar got the Faces CD for $6.99. Catherine on DH, and DH, that was for Daryl Hall. Was that for the CD, Catherine? If you're bidding on Don Henley, make sure you put 35. I got you down for the Hall & Oates CD. If that's not right, let me know. And then Darren Chrisman on the Voivod CD. Thank you on that. Black Lodge, yes, this is a single. This is Black Lodge and Love Her All I Can and Cowboy Song. But if you do want that for $5, I'll sell it to you. All right, moving right along. And she was bidding on Don Henley. Okay, so no claim on the Hall & Oates CD. I'm going to put that back over here if anybody wants it. Next thing is Donald Fagen, Walter Becker, and Denny Diaz. That's $29.99. And Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter. Joni's $29.99. and Zappa in New York. Frank Zappa's a 2 LP, $39.99. So John Durden does want that Anthrax CD single for $5. Thank you, John. That's sold to you. And now we can go ahead and sell the Memphis Slim. Thank you, Steve Davis. That's sold to you for $34. And then Don Henley is going once, going twice to Catherine for $35. Let's introduce another new auction. When is Nelson going up? Nelson. I also need to flip through here. Let me flip through here and like read all these out loud so I can remind myself of what exactly we have to sell tonight. Like right now, I'm going to go ahead and put up Kraftwerk. And Kraftwerk is a 1987. This is the telephone call. Specially priced maxi single. Gold stamp promo. An 87 US Allied OG gold stamp promo. There is no white label promo if this exists. That's a $15 start. Doobie Brothers for $10. I'm assuming you're talking about minute by minute. Sell that to George Burleson for $10. And then Jim Davis wants the Walter Becker, Denny Diaz. That's so do you. Thank you on that. Next is Mariah Carey, a 12-inch single of Dream Lover. That is $19.99. And Bachman Turnover Drive 2. BTO is $14.99. And we also have John Denver Windsong for $9.99. Catherine gets the Don Henley for $35. Let's introduce some more stuff here. It looks like I got a Ramones bootleg, maybe a bootleg VHS, some sort of Ramones concert. And let me check on that right quick. Kraftwerk is a $15 start to John Durden. This is some kind of Ramones homemade bootleg. San Diego, October 17th, 1992. And the Dead Boys in Los Angeles, January 29th, 1988. So we'll put that up for a $10 start, some sort of vintage bootleg there, Ramones and Dead Boys, $10 start. Next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and it is a beautiful copy of the Eagles, the long run, In the City. Aha. The Eagles is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine with insert and gatefold cover with Obi. Very, very nice copy. I love these Japanese pressings. They're just unbelievably well made. $35 start on that. All right, and Kraftwerk's at $15. Next thing we have in here, finishing up this Buy It Now Best Offer bin. Can't believe no one got Frigid Pink first time around. Here's Frigid Pink Earth Omen, $44.99 on Frigid Pink. Also, we have Weather Report. Weather Report is $19.99. Also, Johnny Taylor Eargasm. Johnny Taylor was $19.99. And Baby Ray, Where Soul Lives, $9.99. Final call on the VHS for $10. Kraftwerk, the telephone call. There's been a few questions about it since I've introduced it. A 1987 U.S. Allied original. This is a 1987 U.S. Allied original. Near mint minus gold stamp promo. This is the one you want. It has one bid for $15. Now the Eagles has a bid for $35. Now the Eagles has a bid for $35. And Weather Report is sold to Charles Owens for $14. That's sold to Charles Owens. There's Baby Ray again. ISIS is $29.99. Also, we have Grateful Dead, Blues for Allah. Blues for Allah is a 1975 Research Craft pressing, $39.99. Grateful Dead, Blues for Allah, very nice copy. Buskers, that's a 1970 press and shrink, $19.99. And Big Jim Sullivan plays Gilbert O'Sullivan. That is $19.99. Now, there's one more hand of CDs over here I was going to read through that I selected from the I Can't Believe These Did Not Sell Last Night. The first one I have here is Baroness, the Red Album for $6.99. Yngwie Malmsteen is $6.99. Voivod, Target Earth is $6.99. And then we have Dire Straits, Money for Nothing. Dire Straits on the Night. Dire Straits on Every Street. This was the Afghan Wigs, Gentlemen. And then Obsession, Methods of Madness. All those CDs are $6.99. Kraftwerk 25, Kraftwerk 17. What is the VHS? The Ramones live in San Diego and the Dead Boys live in Los Angeles, 92 and 88. It's a bootleg $10 start. George Burleson on GD. And that was for the Grateful Dead. Mike Bartlett offered $9.99 for the Rick Wakeman. And that's probably for the White Rock soundtrack. So let's go ahead and pull that. Rick Wakeman, White Rock. That's so to Mike Bartlett. Kraftwerk 33. Kraftwerk 18. Michael Ruttman on Dire Straits. And Michael, you got pick on several. You have Money for Nothing on the Night on Every Street. And then John Bensmoyer on the Voivod. That's so to John Bensmoyer for $6.99. The last few records in here was Moody Blues 7 Sojourn for $14.99. And the Bee Gees is $19.99. Now, unbelievably, the Eagles is still tied at just $35. Now, Tom Kelly tied Todd Fisher. Tom, I haven't heard back from you. The first $35 bid was Todd Fisher. So just so you know, you're out. Craftworks at $36 with Michael Snared. Craftwork is already at $36 with Michael Snared. Just saying. All right, let me open up this over here. I got to open up some invoices. We've sent a couple reminders to a few new people and just making sure they're getting that. Okay. And let me jump over here and take a drink of purple juice while I'm at it. All right, here we are. So we have Michael Ruttman wants all the Dire Straits. So he gets those three there. Those are all sold to Michael Ruttman for $6.99 each. The Eagles 36, Eagles 37, Kraftwerk 40. And then this is also sold to Michael Ruttman for 10. Now the Eagles is at 36 and now another 36. So Todd Fisher, you're out. And now the Kraftwerk is at 37. All right, and then the BGs is To Whom It May Concern. That is $19.99. So what I'm going to do, we have now cut the I Can't Believe It Didn't Sell CD stack in half. I'm going to read through all those one more time, and I'm going to put them over here on my shelf as I do it. Let's read through these one more time. I've got Hall & Oates, Greatest Hits for $6.99. The Police, Every Breath You Take. Frank Sinatra, My Way. Yngwie Malmsteen, Rising Force. Baroness, The Red Album. Obsession, Methods of Madness, and Afghan Wigs. Those are all $6.99. I've got now one more handful left of I Can't Believe These Didn't Sell. I Can't Believe These Didn't Sell. Here's the next three singles very quickly. We have Intensive Care. We have Intensive Care and Impact. Those three are going to go up for a $10 star. The Eagles is at $40. Mike Bartlett wants the Frank Sinatra CD. That is $6.99. And let's see here. Mike Bartlett on Frank Sinatra. Let's go ahead and pull that for him. Frank Sinatra, My Way. That is sold to Mike Bartlett for $6.99. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate, and we're about to browse through it one more time. Thomas Hujar wants Baroness, The Red Album. That's sold to Thomas Hujar, and Jorge, you were second on the Frank Sinatra. So Kraftwerk is moving to a final call. Michael Snared has it for $40, and the Eagles is also at $40. This was an unbelievably great Buy It Now Best Offer bin. There's stuff still in here like Prince, $19.99. This is a No Condition Notes OG Club copy for $49.99. Everything in here is Buy It Now or Best Offer. Please don't hesitate to make an offer. Now the 45s are at $11. Linda Ronstadt was $9.99. Lush Life. Stephen Stills Live, $19. Three Dog Night Cyan was also $19.99. And the Dirt Band Make a Little Magic, $14.99. Tyler Ubry gets Frigid Pink for $38. I'm just waiting for offers to come in. I'm going to start pulling these things out and selling them. Like Frigid Pink, sold for $38 to Tyler Ubry. That's done. Also, Poco Crazy Eyes for $9.99. Ray Parker Jr. was $12.99. Lacey J. Dalton was $14. And the James Gang Rides Again. Funk 49, a nice gatefold. That is $19.99. Here's a few more CDs as I clear them off the table here. Green Day Nimrod, The Suicide Machines, Green Day 21st Century Breakdown, Haystack, Shadows Fall, Retribution, Testament, Signs of Chaos, The Best of Testament, and Bob Dylan, Love and Theft. Those are all $6.99 if you decide you want any of those. Over here, Linda Ronstadt, Caziono's Me Di Me Padre, $69.99. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? That's all I need y'all to do. I need y'all to hit the Facebook button that says like, and over on YouTube. Boz Scaggs Slow Dancer, that's $19.99. Thomas Hujar gets the Bob Dylan CD. Hopefully everybody can stay up really late when we do those again tonight. The Warner Brothers Songbook, that is $24.99. And we have War, Deliver the Word. That's $29.99. And Kenny Rogers is $9.99. Looks like we're almost done. And here is another VHS. Ramones, August 6, 1996. We're out of here. Film crew production. Another Ramones VHS. That's going to go up for a $10 star. These singles, Chris Bryant's out. Final Call to Darren for $11. Now, nobody else bid on Kraftwerk. So Michael Snare, that is now officially sold to you. Kraftwerk is done. And that's sold to Michael Snared for $40. And then Susie's offered $19.99 for the Warner Brothers comp. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. The Eagles looks like it's a final call. Todd Fisher has it for $44. We also have Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage Act 1. That's $34.99. Miami Sound Machine Primitive Love. That's $14.99. The Isley Brothers Go For Your Guns. $14.99. And then Boz Skaggs is $19.99. These 3 singles are sold to Darren Johnson for $11. And then here are the last handful of CDs. Deep Purple Machine Head, Alcest, and this was Kodama. And then High Tone SOB, Priestess Hello Master, and Shadows Fall, The War Within. Those are all $6.99. Now, Ivan R's in on Zappa for $25. That's sold to Ivan R. Edwin Blom on the Isley Brothers for $10. That is sold to Edwin Blom. And then, actually, you know what, Edwin? Travis Woods asked about this a long time ago. It was back when I was near the end of the bin. And Tyler Woods actually about 6 minutes ago said, what's the price on the Isley Brothers? And so he actually has dibs on this. I read his comment, and I was just going to wait till I got back around to it. So this is actually sold to Travis Woods for $10. Now, let's go ahead and sell the Eagles, and this is sold to Todd Fisher for $44. Todd Fisher, that is sold to you for $44. Thank you on that. Now, we are ready for all new auctions. Let's put up some more stuff. Lots of stuff to be sold tonight. We are in a best offer bin. Right now, going up is the Boston Picture Disc. This is a 1976 U.S. original limited edition picture disc. It does have heat damage, causing it to skip. It's still a great display item, but it does have heat damage that causes it to skip. A $5 start on Boston. Nobody bid on the Ramones VHS. It's a $10 buy it now. Nobody bid on that. $10 buy it now. There was no condition notes on the Isley. It was actually EX Plus or better. So Boston's a $5 start. Our next Japanese pressing is this beautiful copy. A Japanese pressing, a Styx Cornerstone. This is Japanese, $35 start. Has the really nice foil insert that has almost no signs of wear. Usually there's something wrong with these, like a just odd. It's odd how like damaged these full inserts always are. This is finally a beautiful copy. Styx is a $35 start. Moving right along, Rod Stewart, Shot of Rhythm and Blues, $14.99. Steve Winwood, Holding On, 12-inch single, $9.99. John Mayall, Through the Years, a 2LP, $34.99. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, Hey Hey, My, $34.99. And then Electronic Music was $34.99. Our next 3 singles are going to go up right now. And that was Justified Defiance, The Jerry, I Hate the Future, and whichever one that is. It is almost unlegible. That is a $10 start. There it is. I did bid on the Ramones, and the Ramones is sold to Useless Eaters for $10. That is sold for $10. And we have the Hank Williams Story, a 4LP box. That is $39.99. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. The Cats 45 Lives was $24.99. Felix Cavallari, you may know him from The Rascals, $19.99. Prospectus 69, the corporate body, that's $34.99. Tom Dickey's $9.99. One bid on the Boston Picture Disc for $5. Final call to Susie. The Gil Evans Orchestra plays Jimi Hendrix, $24.99. Rita Coolidge was $9.99. Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter was $29.99. Zappa is $39.99. And Blaine says first invoice paid. You are absolutely correct. I just refreshed everything over here. Okay, thank you and welcome. Welcome to Coleco. We just like to verify a few people, make sure we're good to go. We got information, etc., etc. Rod Bryan gets the Hank box for $25. Boston does have heat damage that causes it to skip, just FYI. Mariah Carey's $19.99, white label promo. Bachman Turner Overdrive $14.99. John Denver $9.99. Johnny Taylor Eargasm was $19.99. And then Baby Ray, Where Soul Lives, that was $9.99. Isis was $29. Buskers was $19.99. Big Jim Sullivan plays Gilbert O'Sullivan. The Moody Blues, and there's the Bee Gees. All right, nobody bid on these 3 singles. It's a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants them. Boston now has a bid for $12. The Ramones VHS is already sold, and final call over there for the what? For the Styx. No bid. Looking for a $35 start. We're about to drop the hammer on it. Here is our next singles. We're going to put 3 more up, and these are going to go up for a $10 start. We got Lollipop, we got Living Things, and we have Living Eyes, Star for Agony. And those are going to be 3 for a $10 start. Rich Krulak on the BTO. That is sold to Rich. And now Boston's at 13. And if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. Now's the time. Now, Chris just bid $10 on the singles. Was that for these or the buy it now on the last ones? Lonnie Jolly offered $12 on Mariah Carey. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly for $12. All right. There's that. And then Boston's at 15, and Teresa has these for 10. And now Styx is at 35. Now Chris is either bidding on these or he's doing the last batch as a buy now. Why would you sell a record that skips? The picture discs are typically for, a lot of people use those for display purposes. A lot of the picture discs are used for display purposes. I have seen a lot of people that have these like just hanging all over their walls. They're really cool pieces of art. Chris gets the last 3 for 10. Let's take a look at that. So it has heat damage, and sometimes these things play differently on different people's systems. I'm assuming this will probably skip on most systems. So yeah, let me look at it. It's beautiful. It's a really cool item. But sometimes these picture discs, these original picture discs from back in the day, so I mean that would look pretty cool on one of those record frames. Sometimes we have those available here. We've got it in an anti-static sleeve too, but it's in this original sleeve, and if you put it like this, I mean, it's just really cool. I mean, that's an iconic album. Look how cool that is. It's pretty cool. That's an original. And the high bid on that's $17. Now Sticks is at $35, and these 3 singles are with Teresa for $10. All right, now we're ready. We have done the vintage flip crate. We have done the 3 crates of new vinyl flip crate. We have done a buy it now best offer crate. And now we're officially ready for the 5 or 6 crates over here of new vinyl for tonight. I think it's really 5 really packed crates. So let's go ahead and get started with those. I don't like what I'm seeing here. Ed has little sticky notes all over these that say seam split, seam split, seam split, seam split, seam split, seam split, seam split. That's not good. Man, I've got to sit down. I'm going to have to call. I'm going to be like, listen, we can't have this. Especially when people are like waiting for something to come in, and then it arrives here and it's like broken in half. The cover looks like it's been sent through a wood chipper. So we don't want that happening. Boston 13, Boston 18, Boston 20, Boston 20. Okay, so first we have Sticks. Sticks had 1 bid with Michael Salazar, and that sold for $35. $35 on that. That is good to go. Michael Salazar, thank you. Okay, that's done. Let's put this in a new sleeve. And now Teresa has these 3 singles for $10. And those are sold to Teresa for $10. Let me make sure nobody else bid, right? Nobody else bid. These are sold to Teresa for $10. Okay, now here's our first stack of sold miscellaneous stuff. We've already filled up a couple bins, but man, this is quite the haul of VHS and CDs and singles. I'm an excellent stacker. I'm very good at stacking. Next thing we have is Billy Idol Rebel Yell. Billy Idol's a 1983 U.S. original club copy with the original on the sleeve, nice jacket and vinyl. We're going to run Billy Idol up for just a $15 start. There's the disc. It's OG with the original on the sleeve, Rebel Yell, Eyes Without a Face. This is going to go up for a $15 star. Very popular, of course. Now, the Boston picture disc does have heat damage, which is going to cause it to skip. It has got a high bid with Tony McDaniel for $36. $36. Let's go ahead and get started. I've got new vinyl here. Should be great stuff. Let's go ahead and lay down some more singles. I've got some people knocking down the doors ready to buy another Concrete Blonde. Oh my goodness. What time did I promise? 7, 7:30, 8, 8:30, 9? What time did I promise? 10 o'clock? I think I told everybody I'd sell that at 11. Didn't I say midnight? We have Jason Faulkner, Miracle Medicine. We have something here, and we have this here. And those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Now, Billy Idol's at 15, 16, and then 20. The bids are going down. 20, 15, 16, 15. There's already a bid for 20, and that $20 bid's with Jimmy LaCroix. Boston's at 36 with Tony McDaniel. First record in here is Skinny Puppy. I have not had this one lately. Last Rights. Skinny Puppy's $29.99. Last Rights. $29.99 for Skinny Puppy. And I have the Cult Electric. The Cult, that's their 3rd album. It's a gatefold, new and sealed. $36.99 for the Cult Electric. 3 of those are available. And I have 2 copies here of Sleep Token Sundowning. Sleep Token is $36.99. $36.99 on that. Now, we have Billy Idol at 22. Tony McDaniel is going to get the Boston Picture Disc for $36. Thank you, Tony. That's so to you. Billy Idol's at 22 and Billy Idol's at 25. That is available. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. Thank you, Tony, on that. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and it is another Styx album. Another one that's near mint minus and pristine, and it's another classic Styx album. I guess they're all, quote, all classic ones. They all have usually big hits on them. And then if you have one of the earlier ones, those are more difficult to find. Styx is a $35 start. Gatefold cover. No signs of wear. Anything on this one. $35. Billy Idol, 22, 25, 23, 25, 26. These three singles, which is Jin Riska, In Present, Jinyana, and Jason Faulkner. Those three singles are a $10 start. Final call. Lucas Patterson on a sleep token. That's so to Lucas Patterson. I got Black Label Society Schoolage. Black Label Society is $38.99. Limited edition translucent emerald green vinyl, a record store day exclusive. That is $38.99 on Black Label Society. And I got 3 copies. Rhino Hi-Fi series. I forgot about this one. I was trying to remember all the Rhino Hi-Fi I could get, because at this point I think everybody's really impressed with the quality, and I remembered a couple that I still could get. Here's one of them, the Cars Candy O, and this is, of course, a cut from the original Analog Master, all analog, Kevin Gray, gatefold, a classic, $44.99. Teresa has those 3 singles at 10, Billy Idol's at 28 with Mason, and Styx is a $35 start. Just saying. I've got one cassette over here to auction. It's the Ramones Mania. And we're going to put it up, just one cassette. This is the only one I have tonight. Otherwise, I would let you know. But the Ramones Mania cassette is going to go up for a $7 start. That's up for bid. I got another Rhino Hi-Fi series here, American Beauty, and that is the Grateful Dead. Another all-analog Kevin Gray. That's $44.99. And we have another sleep token, Take Me Back to Eden. Sleep token is $38.99. Are we done on Billy Idol? Mason has it for $28. I have not heard back from Joe DeGatto, James Higgs, Jimmy LaCroix, Dr. Zebo, or Todd Fisher, or John Darden. Mason has it for $28. So all those other people I just mentioned had bid. They have not bid again or set out. Mason has it for $28. I'm about to sell it. One bid on Styx for $35. The Ramones is at $8. These 3 singles are sold to Teresa for $10. Now the Ramones is at $8 with Kristen Barnett. This sleep token is sold to Jackie Reynolds. I'm about to sell Billy Idol for $28. I have Typo Negative. Life is Killing Me. This is a 20th anniversary. This is a triple LP. Yeah, this is a triple LP on green vinyl for $69.99. Billy Idol out, Billy Idol out, Billy Idol out, Billy Idol out. They were done bidding. It's looking very good for you, Mason. Look at all that. Billy Idol out, Billy Idol out, Billy Idol out, Billy Idol out, Billy Idol out. I'm out. I'm done. Looks like you're about to get it then. Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal. They all met and made a group decision. We're done. It's Mason's. Black Label Society, that's on purple vinyl, $38.99. Jeff Coleman said, not so fast, my friend. Jeff Coleman has bid $29. Cody Gray gets Typo Negative, 20th Anniversary Edition, triple LP, green vinyl. Styx just got one bid, and that's now sold to Heath Norman for $35. That is sold to Heath Norman for $35. Jeff Coleman said, not so fast, my friend. He pulled a Lee Corso on you, and he says, I'm in at $29. Now, Mason, it's back to you. Chris Barnett, it looks like you're about to get that. Let's go ahead and put up Concrete Blonde. Oh, boy. Here we go. Concrete Blonde. What do we have here? A 2017 U.S. reissue with the poster. EX edition. Concrete Blonde's going to go up for just a $15 start. Concrete Blonde, a 2017 U.S. reissue with poster. $15 start. Kristen, you get this here. That is sold to you for $8. That is sold. That is done. And now, over here, we have the following. We have 3 more singles to run, and these 3 singles are going to be the following. This is Lion of Judah, Numerology. This one is The House That Lords Built, and Los Laxantes. No, 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 no. Those 3 are a $10 start. Concrete Blonde, 15, was on a wait list for sleep token. There were no wait lists for any sleep tokens, no. We have Bauhaus, The Sky's Gone Out, The only one's the wait list for the new album, which is out of stock. Bauhaus is $33.99. The Sky's Gone Out. I've got to check my laptop for that one. And then here's another Black Label Society, Stronger Than Death, 2LP clear vinyl, $38.99 for that. Luckily, I have my laptop already open and handy, and I do have to check Bauhaus right quick. We got a lot of waiting list. Beck, Bauhaus, Billy Idol, Boys in the Hood, Ministry, Dio, Chipmunks, Batman, Now Outlaw, Nocturnus, Fu Manchu, Sebastian Bach, Now Hip Hop, Gary Moore, Public Enemy, Oasis, Slipknot, Repulsion, Monster Magnet, Exodus, Candlebox, David Bowie, Collective Soul, Static X, Seether, Dire Straits, Weezer, Smith, Collective Soul, Soundgarden, Chris Cornell, Jazz Sabbath, Tool, Randy Rhoads, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Iron Maiden, GNR, Bauhaus, Skies, there it is, Sean Fairweather. This is a waiting list for Sean Fairweather. That was that last Bauhaus I just showed. And that Bauhaus was called The Sky's Gone Out. This is sold to Sean Fairweather. Next is Cynthia Herdron on Bauhaus. There's one Bauhaus remaining. Teresa has these for $10. Concrete Blonde has one bid with Craig Sweden for $15. I'm about to sell it. Billy Idol is at $30 with Mason. Mason has Billy Idol for $30. I'm about to sell it. And we have the Cult, Sonic Temple. This is on green vinyl, $39.99. Also, David Howard wants the copy of the Cult back here, electric. David Howard, I hadn't forgot about you. David Howard got a copy of the Cult Electric, and now here's Sonic Temple, and Sonic Temples are on green vinyl, and we have one with a seam split. We'll get our money back on that. We have Cult Love with a seam split. All those have seam splits. So if anybody wants a copy of Love, it's $33.99. They all have seam splits. This is how they arrive to us, like that. They all have really bad seam splits. But if anybody wants one of those, there you are. The last time I had a big batch of seam splits come in, everybody wanted to go ahead and get one. Cynthia got a Bauhaus. Do you have any more typo negative? I have one typo negative left. Life is Killing Me, triple LP, $69.99. John, I've got one left. Next, Any Sleep Token is placed to become your tune. Lucas, I'll put you on a waiting list. Jeff Coleman's out on Billy Idol, and then Ivan R. on typo negative. Now, who just asked for it? John Durden. John, this is yours if you want it. If not, it's going to go to Ivan R. Somebody's going to go on a waiting list over here. Now, over here, we have these three singles. These are officially sold to Cynthia for $10. Those are sold. John Durden on typo negative. Ivan R., I'll put you on a waiting list. These will be back in before Friday. He's out on Billy Idol. And then over here is Billy Idol. This is sold to Mason for $30. That's sold to Mason for $30. Chad, can I put back typo negative? Unfortunately, you can, but fortunately for Ivan R., you can go ahead and get it. You never want to put anything back. That means you're going to have one less record. But I will go ahead and put this back for Cody Gray. And now let's go ahead and give this to John Durden. Let's give John Durden just got one. Let's give this to Ivan R. That is sold to Ivan R. And now, unbelievably, there was only one bid on Concrete Blonde, and this is a question with Tommy Call. Where's Concrete Blonde? This is at $15 with Craig Sweden. You almost just missed out. It's on a timer. I was about to send it to Craig and give it to Craig. This is a final call. There was like 9 questions. I guess everybody's disappointed. It's a reissue. It's a 2017 reissue. 2017 reissue. Craig has it. I'm about to sell it and send it to Craig for free as a gift of a thank you. He's been trying to bid on about 9 auctions this week. He's lost every one of them, but that's a final call on that. I guess nobody wants it because it's a reissue. That had about 27 questions and claims. Tommy has bid $16. You got that in at the buzzer. Now Craig is probably ready to crush his keyboard in half. Now Ivan's bid $20. Now there's a bid for $18. Very weird that got a bunch of questions and then there was no bids. I was like, what the heck's going on? Am I live? Is this anybody out there? Here's our next auction. This is George Jones. This is a 1959 U.S. original. Wow, we don't get this one very often. George Jones sings White Lightning and other favorites. This is a 1959 U.S. original with company inner sleeve in VG condition, and it's a $15 start. George Jones sings White Lightning. That is a $15 start, and that's up for bid. Now, over here, we got Concrete Blonde 16, 18, 20, 21, 22, 25, and anybody else on this bin. So there's no wait list for typo negative. Both people got one. And now we're going to go over here and read through these titles one more time. George Jones has lots of bids. Now Concrete Blonde has a lot of bid. Thomas Sudjarvers want me to put it up. He must have had to leave or had to go walk his dog or something, because I've lost Thomas Sudjar. I haven't heard back from him. Next thing I have over here is I have a... What do I have? I need to go through these and see what I have. I have a whole box of Bruce Springsteen singles from that guy's collection from a while back. Let's go ahead and put up these 3 more singles here, and these are going to go up for a $10 start. We have the Love Triangle, we have the Love Triangle, and we have Lower. Someone's got it in for me. Those 3 are a $10 start. Let's go through these one more time. George Jones already has jumped up to 20. And we have Concrete Blonde. Craig has it for 25, going once, going twice. Now George Jones is at 20. We have Skinny Puppy, Last Rites. I've only got 3 available. They are $29.99. Skinny Puppy, Last Rites, $29.99. Skinny Puppy, Last Rites. Also, we sold one. There's one left. The Cult Electric. The Cult is $36.99. This is pressed on classic black vinyl. This is $36.99. Their 1987 third album. $36.99 on that. On one of those 45. Cynthia Herdron didn't. Teresa Brookshire. These last 3 singles here went to Teresa Brookshire for $10. I'm not for sure what I said. About the only people that's bid on just the lots have been you and Cynthia, it seems like, that have actually won them. So those 3 are so to Teresa on those, okay? Sorry, Chad Williams. Chad, but you must know, Styx is live. Signed CD, 13 new tracks on live. Sorry about JS. Now, I wish I knew what you were talking about, but I actually have no idea. Paul Conway on Skinny Puppy. That's so to Paul Conway. George Jones, 27. George Jones, 30. Stephen Reeves gets a copy of the Colt. There's 2 Skinny Puppies left. There's 1 Colt left. And now these 3 singles are a $10 start. Those are a $10 start. And now Craig... I think everybody opted out. We're done. And now, Craig, been trying to get you something all week. I have to make sure everybody's bidding and everybody's done bidding. It looks like they're done. And now, Craig, I can finally get you a record and say this is sold to you. $25. And let's ship this to Craig. What we're going to do, I'm going to put it over here on the crate. Whoever's tagging, Tanner, Jake, G, Jack, Jill, Caden, whoever's tagging, just put a note, set this over on Craig's desk. Shout out to Craig. He's just a volunteer out in California. He found our page. He helps me out hours every night sending track listings. Thank you, Craig. Some people hate to bid against them. Some people don't like bidding against them. Some people love bidding against them. And this is sold to Craig for $25, but we're going to send them to him for free. Thomas, you just missed it. It was a 2017 reissue. Craig almost got it for $15. Nobody was bidding, and then everybody woke up all of a sudden. They fell out of their recliner. Holy moly, Chad is selling Concrete Blonde. Here's our next auction, Wall of Voodoo, a 1981 U.S. Terre Haute. And this is a gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus. I'm assuming nobody bid on that because it was a 2017 reissue. I'm assuming it would have brought like $190 if it was OG. I never did hear back from many other people, but thank you, Craig. Wall of Voodoo. Dark Continent, a 1981 OG gold stamp promo. There is no white label promo with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus, a $15 start. Wall of Voodoo, Dark Continent. Hope everybody is back and you've buckled into your couch and you're not going to go anywhere for the next 5 hours. If so, you're going to miss something pretty quick. There's going to be stuff flash before your eyes and you're like, holy moly, what did Chad just show? Goodness gracious. And there's Wall of Voodoo, a $15 start. These 3 singles had 1 bid, 0 bids. These 3 singles here had 0 bids. And these are a buy now for $10 if anybody wants them. Now, George Jones is still getting bids. Wall of Voodoo is still getting bids. And David's jumping to conclusions. He thinks we're done with Japanese. He's jumping to conclusions way too fast. Next thing we have is another 3 singles. Let's go ahead and put those up. We have 1 single. We have 2 singles. We have 3 singles. And let's go ahead and put these up right now. First thing I have here is John Q. Public, Getting Nowhere Fast. We also have this one here with some nudity on it, a very unpleasant cover. It's called Johnny Smoke, and then we have Lion of Judah. Those 3 are a $10 start. Teresa said she bid on the last 3 singles, and these are sold to Teresa for $10 then. Those are sold to Teresa for $10. Okay, There we have it. Now, let's jump over here and update all these auctions. Let me try to find wherever Teresa's bid was, because wherever Teresa's bid was, it didn't come through. It might have been that right there, 45 bundle 10. There's another one for another $10 start. And then George Jones, 35. Then George Jones, 40. And then we had George Jones at $40, and that was with Carol Puckett. And then there was about 100 congratulations Craig comments. And then Wall of Voodoo's at 16. Wall of Voodoo, 15. Wall of Voodoo, 15. Grog, I was trying to get back over here to the Neil Young. This is sold to Grog for $25. That was Neil Young. Hey, my. He said he wanted that from that last bot now best offer bin for $25. And you got it. Let me go ahead and pull it out for you. This is sold to Grog for $25. Thank you, Grog. And then the next comment. And then Voodoo 17. And then Seeds of Love. Another person says, can you run Seeds of Love? Chad, I'm looking for Seeds of Love. Wall of Voodoo 20. Wall of Voodoo 20. I'm assuming that's the Tears for Fears album. And I'm assuming that's what's advertised for auction tonight. And then we have George Jones 38. Teresa's bid 10 on these. And now George Jones 41. Now George Jones 45. Now George Jones 45. And then Skinny Puppy sold to Pat Frat. Last Ride, Skinny Puppy, $29.99. George Jones 46 and George Jones 48. Okay, so I think we're caught up, and here's what's going on. We're right in the middle of a bin of new vinyl. We got a scarce George Jones up for auction. We got 3 singles up for auction, and we got Wall of Voodoo up for auction. The 3 singles are John Q. Public, Johnny Smoke, and Line of Judah. And those 3 currently have 1 bid with Teresa for $10. Going twice, going 3 times. Wall of Voodoo 28, Wall of Voodoo 28. John Durden. And now George Jones 55. I feel like I've started over this crate. Every time I start it over, we sell more Skinny Puppies. There's 1 Skinny Puppy left. Last Rights. I've had about 5 other Skinny Puppies lately. I tried to space them out so there wouldn't be like 9 different Skinny Puppies show up on the same day. This is $29.99. Skinny Puppy, Last Rights. 1 left, $29.99. The Cult, Electric, $36.99. This has Wildflower, Little Devil, Love Removal Machine. That's $36.99. Very tough. Not really a rare OG, but if we get them in, they're highly desirable. There's 1 sleep token left, and this sleep token is Sundowning. Sleep token is $36.99, Sundowning. Over here, we have Black Label Society. I've restocked, once again, their entire discography. I don't know how many times I've went completely through the Black Label Society discography and sold everything. Here is Scollage, and Scollage is on green vinyl. Those are $38.99. $38.99. Next is the Cars Candy O. The Cars is $44.99. That is all analog, cut from the original master tapes by Kevin Gray. That's one of the few Rhino High Fidelity series I can still get. $44.99. I have 3 of those, and the other one is Grateful Dead American Beauty. Grateful Dead is $44.99. American Beauty, cut by Kevin Gray, $44.99. $44.99. Also, Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden, $38.99. So since then, here's what's happened. We had Wall of Voodoo at 28. George Jones, 55. George Jones, 60. George Jones, 50. Wall of Voodoo, 30. The singles is at 11. Wall of Voodoo, 32. The Useless Eaters commented a 9. Wall of Voodoo, 35. The singles, 12. Wall of Voodoo, 40. George Jones, 70. What is the John Smoke, 45? Johnny Smoke, 45 is Get Drunk and 714. Final call on those for $12. George Jones, 65. George Jones, 70. Jackie Wilson on Sleep Token. That is sold to Jackie Wilson. Next thing is Wall of Voodoo, 45. George Jones, 75. What time is Ziggy going up? How about 8 o'clock? Wall of Voodoo, 55. The singles are at 13. Wall of Voodoo, 60. George Jones, 80. The singles at 15. Tate Prime wants a Grateful Dead. And Wall of Voodoo's at 70, and George Jones is at 90. Here's another Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal. 2 LP purple vinyl, that's $38.99. We have Bauhaus, The Sky's Gone Out, that's $33.99. We've sold 2, there's 1 left. Black Label Society, Stronger Than Death, that's on clear vinyl for $38.99. And we still got the Cult Sonic Temple. These are all nice. It's green vinyl, $39.99. The Cult is $39.99. What time is Nelson going up? Whatever it is, I'll run it next. So we got Towns Van Zandt, Tears for Fears, Misfits, Bush, Marvin Gaye, Sonic Youth, Funkadelic, Thank God for Mental Illness. That's Brian Jonestown Massacre. Rolling Stones, Alan Jackson, XTC, Death Wish 2, Depeche Mode, David Bowie, Pelectra 3, Third Eye Girl, the Beatles. We have James Brown. Also, we have what? We have Cheap Trick. We have Dire Straits. We have Led Zeppelin. We got Iggy. We have Nick Drake, The Flaming Lips, Neil Young, Alice Cooper, Fleetwood Mac, The Cure, Rush, Kiss, Weezer, Nelson. Here's Nelson. I have my hand on it. I didn't even know what this was until right now. It's a 1990 sealed club copy. Wow, we got a Led Zeppelin early days comp. Mo-Fi, Chili Peppers, Everything But the Girl, Bob Marley. Wow, there's a lot of choices in there tonight. Goodness gracious. Holy moly, everything that is named will sell sometime between right now and 10 o'clock. If you can, I would not leave the chat. What else do you have to do? Y'all don't have anything else to do you? There's nothing else for y'all to do except just stay right here and buy records. I don't want you jumping on and off because you're going to miss something. And then George Jones is at 125. And now Wall of Voodoo's at 100. And Pat Frat wants Bauhaus, Sky's Gone Out. That's so to Pat Frat, Sky's Gone Out. And then the last one was The Cult Love. The Cult Love has seam splits. Those are $33.99. This has She Sells Sanctuary, Rain, and Revolution. And don't forget Sonic Temple. Sonic Temple has Fire Woman and Sun King and Sweet Soul Sister. Those are $39.99. All right, these three singles, the last bid was Teresa, and Teresa got these for $15, okay? Now, wow. Whew, hope I have more purple juice over here. I'm going to need it. Holy moly. Everybody focused? Everybody's fed their dog and ate supper, right? Gerbils are put to bed. I need everybody locked in with me. Buckle up to your couch. Stream it to your TV. Hold the phone right in front of your face. Don't go anywhere. Cult, Sonic Temple. That's on green vinyl. That is sold. Cubs game. You can have that on your TV and have the show on your lap, right? Y'all trying to watch sports? Put it on your TV and have Coletco in front of you. Tyler Hubie has Wall of Voodoo for $105. Shane has George Jones for $125. John Darden, you're out on both. Just FYI. Anybody else? The Cult, Black Label, Sleep Token, Grateful Dead, The Cars, Black Label, The Cult, and Skinny Puppy. Wow, nobody wants an all-analog cut of The Cars Candy O. My gosh, you're going to regret that decision. That's a terrible decision, not buying one of those. Probably the worst decision you're going to make all week. Can't believe it. All right, let's see what John's got over here in our first check condition bin. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm seeing Doors and Pretenders and Grateful Dead and David Bowie and Heart and Bob Seger's and Janis Joplin's and Michael Jackson's and Foreigners and Walt Disney's. Holy moly, we might have to auction that one. Nah, yeah, we'll put it up for a quick auction. I'm pulling one record out. It's a Disney record to auction. Beach Boys and Magic and Mike Oldfields and 10 Years Afters and Blue Cheers and The Doors. Wow, what a check condition bin. Let's go ahead and go through this right now. Is everybody paying close attention? Everybody turned off your baseball games? Now, you can watch that Cub games after. You can get on ESPN tonight and just see what the final score was. This is live, and you can see what the final score of this was after, but you're going to miss a lot of stuff. I think we're done on these auctions. Shane has George Jones for $125. Tyler has Wall of Voodoo for $105. We're about to sell both of those. John Darden, you were the next high bidder. It goes back to you. Final call on those. Here's the next three singles. We got Waste Management. We have whatever this is, and the Wick Cans, Teenage Cults. Those three are going to go up for a $10 start. There we have it. Everything in here is new arrival sticker price. We still got 5 more crates of new vinyl to go through. We have The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, VG Condition, $24.99. We have Blue Cheer, Vincebra Seruptum. Blue Cheer is just $19.99. It is in VG Condition. Blue Cheer, VG Condition, $19.99. Redbone, Potlatch. Redbone is VG Plus, $19.99. And Procol Harum's Greatest Hits, a wider shade of pale. EX Condition, $17.99. And then Over here, we have George Jones. This is officially sold to Shane Devers for $125. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Tears for Fears, The Seeds of Love. A 1989 U.S. OG Club copy, sealed. This has never been opened. A 1989 U.S. Club copy, sealed. $45 start. That's now for bid. Teresa has these singles for $10. Darren, you've tied them. Now Wall of Voodoo is officially sold to Tyler Ubry for $105. Richard Yeager just bid $106. Richard Yeager, you just missed out on it. And the next auction I have going up right now is a Japanese pressing, and it's a Japanese pressing of the Moody Blues 7th Sojourn. And the 7th Sojourn is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing with Obi. Very nice. And there it is. Gatefold copy with the lyric book, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. I thought the Wall of Voodoo was down to 2 people. It was quite the bidding war between Tyler, and we got down to him, and then he set out, and now it's sold, and now the singles are 11. Now Tears for Fears is at 45. We have Elva Speedway VG Plus condition, $14.99. Elva Speedway VG Plus, $14.99, and Alan Parsons Project Eye of the Sky EX, $17.99. Alan Parsons and Shh by 10 Years After, VG Plus, $14.99. Now Tears for Fears is at 75. Now the singles at 12. David Johnson, there's a Moody Blues. We have Carole King Tapestry. This is EX edition, $22.99. Carole King Tapestry. We have Mike Oldfield, The Consequences of Indecisions, EX edition, $12.99. And Led Zeppelin 2. This is a 1977 SRC pressing, VG Plus, $29.99. Wow, what dark, nice covers. VG Plus, $29.99. And BB King, Living, what is this one called? EX edition, $17.99. Sorry, it's in cursive, which might as well be a foreign language. King of the Blues, 1989, $17.99. Over here, we have 45s at 11. Tears for Fears 45. The 45s are at 12. Tears for Fears 75. Nicholas Hollister. I Am the Eye in the Sky. That's sold to Nicholas Hollister. Next thing is Tape Prime on Led Zeppelin. Sold. Darren's out on the singles. Those are sold to Teresa for $12. Blaine, you were next on Alan Parsons. Final call on Moody Blues. Thomas, you've been outbid on Tears for Fears. The high bid is $75 now. Also, we have Magic on Rare Earth label. It's 1971. EX, $27.99 for Magic. Yep. And we have Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman. VG Plus, $9.99. Ooh, baby, it's a wild world. Extreme Studios, you were next on Extreme. Mid-South, Extreme Mid-South. You were next on Led Zeppelin. That's already sold. Tears for Fears is now at 78. We have ILLYA. We have the Lazy Cowgirls. And this is Young Governor. Those 3 for a $10 start. Paul Conway on Magic. That's sold to Paul Conway. Thank you on that. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. Another Cat Stevens, Catch Bullet 4. EX, $12.99. Tape Prime on Cat Stevens. That's sold to Tape Prime. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid. VG Plus, $12.99. This is a new arrivals bin. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Has everybody hit the like button on Instagram, TikTok, Restream, wherever you're watching from? Also, we have the Beach Boys Surfs Up. This appears to be a UK copy. EMI Stateside, VG Plus, $14.99 on that. And Wagon Train, the original TV music from Wagon Train, VG Plus, $14.99. Nobody bid on Moody Blues. That's a buy it now for $35. If you do want the Moody Blues, it can be bought for the minimum bid of $35, and that is $35. And that's a buy it now. If anybody wants that, it's going right over here next to me. Now we can put up another auction. Tears for Fears is 85. Those singles are a $10 start. No bid yet. The next auction that's going to go up right now is Bob Marley and the Wailers, Uprising. Bob Marley is a 1980 USOG from Los Angeles, a Los Angeles pressing. It's a VG copy, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start, a 1988 US Los Angeles, and that is going to go up for a $15 start. That is now up for bid. If anybody wants it, be my guest. I will greatly sell it to you. I will fantastically sell it to you. I will amazingly sell it to you. I will unbelievably sell it to you. It's now just a $15 start. Now, Tears for Fears 85. Extreme Mid-South wants Wagon Train. Now we got Bob Marley at 15. William has the singles for 10. Final call on those. Now Tears for Fears 85. Now Tears for Fears 88. Ride in the Storm Out. REO Speedwagon. EX, $17.99. Loverboy, loving every minute of it. That's EX edition, $17.99. And Bob Seger, Against the Wind. Her Strut, VG condition, $12.99. And Santana is EX condition, $22.99. That's a classic. Bob Marley has another $15 bid. Now, the Tears for Fears. Christopher Dean, it goes back to you. It is a 1989 US OG Club copy. It is a 1989 US OG Club copy. Van Morrison, nice. His Band of the Street Choir, Whoa, Domino, VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. And we have Walt Disney Presents It's a Small World, EX $17.99. William Drugovich, you get those 3 singles for $10. Bob Marley is on Island. It's a 1980 US Los Angeles OG and VG condition. Philip Holt, you're out. Nick Golithi bid first. I haven't heard back from Christopher Dean. Final call on the Tears for Fears, the Thomas Hujar. And Bruce Springsteen, The River. That's VG plus $24.99. Mike Brangle on Van Morrison. Robert Vladicek on the Disney. Extreme Mid-South on REO Speedwagon. Ride in the Storm Out. Michael McCullough next on Van Morrison. Patrick Johnson next on Van Morrison. Jimmy Buffett's VG condition $9.99. And Foreigner 4 EX $14.99. Foreigner 4 is EX $14.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is an original Johnny Cash Sun single. It's pretty low grade, but it's a nice early one. Guess Things Happen That Way and Come In Stranger. Sun 295. It's probably VG minus, but it is an original 50 Sun Johnny Cash single. A $5 start. I'll get it in a new sleeve for you. $5 start on that. New bid on Tears for Fears at 90. Thomas Hujar, you're out. We have Reba McEntire. That's VG plus $9.99. Bob Marley has a new bid for $22. Philip Holt's out. Now Tears for Fears is at 90. We have Jay Giles, Freeze Frame. That's VG $9.99. And Moving with Nancy Sinatra, VG $12.99. Johnny Cash has a bid for $6. An original Sun single there. And over here, I have 3 more singles. If you're going to bid on these, just put 45s. This is Back-to-Back Narcissist, The Avon Ladies. I have another one of those we'll run later. And Asa Cross, CRUUD, Cruducis, Human Error. Those are going to go up for a $10 stop. Bob Marley, 23. Tears for Fears, 95. Tears for Fears, 95. And now, Patrick Van Morrison's already sold. It was a buy it now, first come, first serve. So you're trying to pay even more than what it was stickered for. Unfortunately, I can't do that. We have 38 new people trying to join the group right now. That's from the ad we're running, and that's also mostly from people sharing the link here in the feed tonight. Thanks, everybody, for doing that. Wow. Bob Marley, $23. New bid. Michael Pivlo and Reba McEntire. These are first come, first serve. First come, first serve. Next is Mid-South on Reba. You were second on that. And then next is Heart. These are new arrival sticker price. Heart is VG condition, $9.99. Also, we have Bob Seger, VG $12.99. Johnny Cash is a final call to John Durden for $6. The Steve Martin Brothers, that's EX edition, $12.99. And we have Genesis. This is EX edition, $17.99. EX edition, $17.99. Now Shane's at 7 on Johnny Cash. And Joni Mitchell, Core and Spark. Joni Mitchell, that's EX edition, $17.99. Core and Spark. Does have a red X on the cover, but man, what a great album. $17.99 on that. And Michael Jackson Thriller. No co-produced by Michael Jackson. This is a true OG pressing with the original inner sleeve. Thriller. VG plus $24.99. All right, so the Tears for Fears is about to be sold to Thomas Hujar. I'm waiting for Christopher Dean to see if he's back in or out. Thomas has it for 95. Bob Marley was at 23. The Johnny Cash single had bids for 5, 6, and 7. We have Reba sold to Michael Pivler. Extreme Mid-South was second. And then we have Bob Marley out. Bob Marley out. Johnny Cash 7. Johnny Cash 8. Jeff Halsworth on Heart. Heart is sold to Jeff Halsworth. That is sold. Joe Delgado on Foreigner 4. That was a few back. These are new arrivals. Sticker price. Extreme Mid-South. You were second on Heart. Extreme Mid-South. Let me give you a few tips. First, you're wasting a lot of keystrokes putting I'll take Heart. By the time you're typing I'll take Heart, somebody else has probably already commented just Heart, like Jeff, and hit send, and they beat you to it. You don't have to put I'll take Heart, and there's a couple other people trying to put the price. No reason to put prices on these. These are already priced. We know the price. You won't have to tell us the price. We already know the price. These are all stickered, no more, no less. The only time you ever have to put a price is if you're bidding on something or if you're making an offer, but that will save you a lot of keystrokes. Robert Vladerchik on Michael Jackson. Jeff Hallsworth was second. Now cash is at 10. Brett Thies on Genesis. Bob Marley 25. The Singles has a bid for 10. Tears for Fears 99. And we have cash as 11. Actually, you give MJ to Jeff. I was going to get it for my kiddo, but I got one earlier this week. So Jeff Hallsworth, you actually get Michael Jackson Thriller. This is sold Michael Jackson Thriller to Jeff Hallsworth. Now, there's also give me 1 second. There's a new bid on Tears for Fears. Okay, there is a new bid on Tears for Fears, and that last bid was Christopher Dean at 99. Now Thomas Hujar at 100. Now this is at 11. Teresa has these for 10. And final call on Bob Marley, the Chadwick Smith, for $25. There's one more thing I was going to address. Oh, yeah, the putback. Hey, Chad, I do already have the Rolling Stone Soaking the 70s from the morning flip craze, so can you put that back, please? Oh, no. Let me see if I can find that. And I also think there was somebody else on it, so we'll have to go back and redo that one. Janis Joplin Pearl, VG Plus, $24.99. Janis Joplin Pearl. I think that's already been tagged and put away, but I'll try to find it. Lord just delivered a new crate. We'll probably do that one after we show another crate of new vinyl. Bob Seger, that's on the original first label. VG Condition, $19.99. And REO Speedwagon is EX, $17.99. This is Asa Christ, Crew Deuces, Avon Ladies, and this was Back to Back Narcissist. And Teresa has those three for $10. Also, Bob Marley's at $26. And we also have Grand Funk. This is VG $9.99. The Johnny Cash single is sold to John Darden for $11. Let's put that in a new sleeve for him. Heart is VG Plus $17.99 for Little Queen. And Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon, that's VG Condition $12.99. David Bowie, Scary Monsters, VG Plus $24.99. And Loverboy self-titled, VG Plus $14.99. So now Christopher Dean, you're back out on Tears for Fears. It's at 100 with Thomas. Now Bob Marley's at 26. Chadwick Smith, you've been outbid. And we have Grateful Dead Shakedown Street. That's a 1978 PRC press, VG $24.99. And The Pretenders, Back on the Chain Gang, EX edition, a 12-inch single, $17.99. Back on the Chain Gang, The Pretenders, EX $17.99. So Teresa, these three are sold to you for $10. Next is Bob Marley. That is sold to Robert Barnett for $26. And the timer's on. He's out. Thomas Hujar gets Tears for Fears for $100. Thomas, that's sold to you for $100. And Jimmy LaCroix on Loverboy. Wow, what a first great crate. There's like 50 records in here, which is the entire crate. I can't believe not everything's sold. Next thing we have is Kiss. And Kiss Crazy Nights is a 1987 U.S. Hub Serval OG pressing with the original inner sleeve. And Kiss has no condition notes. It's a beautiful copy. Kiss is a $65 start. It has the original inner sleeve. Good luck bidding. It is now up for bid. Kiss, Crazy Nights. There it is. Next auction is going to go up right now. And the next auction is the Death Wish 2 soundtrack. Music by Jimmy Page. A 1982 specialty original inner sleeve. The Death Wish 2 soundtrack. Music by Jimmy Page. A $20 start on that. The next singles are going to go up right now for a $10 start. We have Lethal Means, Constant Fear. We also have Napoleon Solo and Leo and the Lineup, Christmas Without You, and Merry Christmas Everybody. I don't know if that's supposed to be in there. And Last Chaos, War of Linen. Those three are going to go up for a $10 start. There you have it. Kiss 65, Kiss 60, Kiss 60. We're going backwards again. Jimmy LaCroix already has it at 65. DK Kong has Heart. That's sold to DK Kong 52. Thank you on that. I'm going to read through these one more time very quickly. I feel like a lot of people missed a lot of incredible stuff in there. Jimmy Page is a $20 start. Kiss has one bid for 65, going once, going twice. The three singles are a $10 start, and Heart's already sold. First is The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. VG Condition, Hello, I Love You, $24.99 for The Doors. Blue Cheer was just $19.99. That's the first two. I can't believe these didn't sell. And then Redbone Potlatch, VG Plus, $19.99. We have Procol Harum's Greatest Hits with Wider Shade of Pale. That's EX for $17.99. Elvis Speedway is VG Plus, $14.99. That's still available. 10 Years After, shh. That's VG Plus $14.99. Carole King Tapestry still available, EX $22.99. Mike Oldfield was EX $12.99. BB King was still available, EX $17.99. And Cat Stevens was EX $12.99. A lot of EX. EX is not bad whatsoever. That means that was a couple people that was still on the verge of, thank you, Laura, still on the verge of, what was I saying? I have no idea. I completely lost my train of thought. I'm still trying to get notes over here from Tanner. There's still a few people we don't have their information. JH, DP, and maybe even another abbreviation. JH and DP. We never did hear back from DP. I think that was a fake account somebody set up to bogus us. Now, JH, I know he was still buying as of last night. If you filled out the first-time buyer form, your handle is too, it's too vague to match your real name with your handle. So we're going to have either one or two things. You change your YouTube handle or fill back out the form and specifically say, I am JH, period, on YouTube. So JH, if you're watching. Also, we have no way to get a hold of these people because if they did fill out the form, it's lost in the hundreds of other forms, and their YouTube handle was too vague. Make sure if you have a YouTube handle, if you want to stay anonymous, your initials will work, but not when it's maybe initials we already have. So you might want to come up with like a username, like if you want to call yourself Drug Lord 101, that's okay with me if you want to be called Drug Lord 101, but make sure it's something that we can distinguish from everybody else, because we have a lot of people that I think set up accounts and they want to go undercover on YouTube. They don't want anybody to know who they are. So when that happens, they'll do stuff like AK, JH, JK, JA, AP, BM, AA, BB, CP. And that is turning into a problem because now as we get hundreds of new buyers over the course of several weeks and months, there's too many abbreviations, okay? So whatever it's best is to go put in a handle like Plymouth Hemi 426. There's nobody else called Plymouth Hemi 426. We know exactly who that is when they're buying a record. Let's go back up the top and figure out where we left off. Chris got a bid in on these for $10, going once, going twice. Robert Vladicek on David Bowie, and that was Scary Monsters. These are new arrivals, sticker price. Now Kiss has a new bid for $70. Kiss has a new bid for $70. Jimmy LaCroix, you're out. And then EX is better than VG. Yeah, EX is just below near mint minus. And then Plymouth Hemi on Elvis. Plymouth on Elvis Speedway. That's so to Plymouth Hemi. And now we have the Use of Cedars on BC, and that was for Blue Cheer. Thank you, Use of Cedars. That is so to you. That's another handle. That's not I can keep up with that. Use of Cedars. We have the Alan Parsons Project, VG Plus $12.99. We've already sold the Elvis, Chuck Haley. Beach Boys is VG Plus $14.99. And Loverboy, that's EX $17.99. The Death Wish 2 soundtrack is nice. Near mint minus. There's no condition notes on that. And Death Wish 2. There is 0 bids. We're looking for a $20 start on that. Now Kiss is at $70. Jimmy LaCroix, it goes back to you. Let me make sure he hadn't bid or set out again. I don't think he has. Bob Seger, Against the Wind, was VG $12.99. Santana Self-Titled was EX $12.99. And Bruce Springsteen was VG Plus $24.99. These 3 singles are sold for $10. He's out on Kiss. Final call for $70. Jimmy Buffett is VG $9.99. And we have Jay Giles Band, VG $9.99. Now, moving with Nancy, VG $12.99. And Bob Seger's VG $12.99. Now, I have had some YouTube handles come up. That is stuff that I'm not going to say. And I've told that person, hey, you got to go change your handle. Because if you start buying a lot from us, I'm not going to say over and over and over something pretty ridiculous or nasty or inappropriate. That's another borderline, okay? That's where I draw the line. Steve Martin Brothers. Now, if you do want to be called Drug Lord 101 and have the FBI observing your account, that's okay with me. Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark, EX Edition $17.99. We have Janis Joplin Pearl, VG Plus $24.99. Bob Seger System, that was OG Label, $19.99. REO Speedwagon was EX $17.99. Grand Funk, VG $9.99. Joni Mitchell, VG $12.99. And Grateful Dead was VG $24.99. And The Pretenders is EX $17.99. All right. So, Mid-South Studios, or I keep wanting to call them studios, Extreme Mid-South gets the Kiss for $70. That is sold. He also has Death Wish for $20, and that's going once, going twice. Death Wish for $20. Now, we filled up another crate. Laura has a crate over here. Anybody else want anything in that bin, just let me know. I got to swap out crates right quick. Welcome, everybody, okay? Death Wish is at $20. It just got a bid, and we're ready for more. So, JH, if you're watching on YouTube, we don't have your information. DP, if you're watching over on YouTube, we don't have your information, and I'm pretty sure me and Tanner was trying to collaborate. We think there's maybe one more new abbreviation. Okay? So also, if you're watching for the first time and you're about to make a purchase and your handle's possibly an abbreviation, I'd go ahead and maybe change it right quick if you want to buy from us, or put maybe something, a number after it. You know, you can put JH 523 or 1954 or something like that. It doesn't matter to me. Next thing we have is Eustace Eaters. If you don't bid on Death Wish, I'm about to sell it. And now we have SM price. SM. What was SM? Steve Martin. Steve Martin is EX edition, $12.99. Let's go through some more new stuff. That was a great crate of new arrivals, check condition. Lower crates over here on deck. Ed's got me several other full crates of vinyl, including new releases and pre-orders and all kinds of stuff over here. There's all kinds of stuff over here. Let's see what's in this crate here. I see a box set. I see a new release. I see a restock. I see waiting list. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's do this because it's a pre-order. A new album that comes out Friday from a pretty popular female artist. She goes way back to the Disney days. All right, Corey Ross on LB and Tate Prime said sold. So LB for Corey Ross, and then Steve Martin sold. So LB, 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 Loverboy. These initials are really working my brain tonight. Corey Ross on Loverboy, that's sold. Tate Prime got Steve Martin. Nobody else bid on Death Wish, and it's sold for $20 to Extreme Mid-South 80. $20. Now, Extreme Mid-South, you've made a lot of purchases. Just FYI, they kind of keep a tally. Once you get to a certain threshold and you're a first-time buyer and we hadn't invoiced you yet, they may go ahead and bill you early. So also, if you're a first-time buyer and you start spending $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, $800, $900, $1,000, $1,100, $1,200, be sure to go ahead and be prepared to pay early, like on a Thursday, and we will get you set up, okay? Now, the next thing we have is Nelson. A lot of people had requested this, and here it comes. Nelson, After the Rain, a 1990 US OG BMG Direct Club sealed for a $55 start. Nelson is now up for bid, a $55 start. Our next auction is Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is Blood Sugar Sex Magic. It's a 2019 Euro reissue. Wow. I thought by the labels and everything, this was like an older, if not OG copy when I first glanced at it. But Laura has it as a 2019 Euro reissue. That's the Red Hot Chili Peppers. And that is EX, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. There it is. So Nelson and Red Hot Chili Peppers are now up for bid. 55 and 15. Nelson already has about 5 bids. First thing in here, I always try to keep one of these in stock, especially after people realize how much OG sell for. Smashing Pumpkins is $114.99. This is Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. A beautiful box set. 4 LP box with 2 books, $114.99. That's Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy, and the Infinite Sadness. Those are $114.99. That's one of our best sellers here. I'm going to go up front and get some more ice right quick. My drink has evaporated. Also, let's go ahead and put up a couple more singles. We're almost done with this hardcore basket. We're flying through them tonight. That way we can go ahead and put up some more, okay? First thing we have is Wives. We got Wives. We have The Wild Stairs. And we have Wives again. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. There's 3 more there. Now, Red Hot Chili Pepper and Nelson, already lots of bids. And then we got 2 copies of Blink-182. And this is Enema of the State. That's back in stock. Sometimes these sell out and I can't get them for like a couple weeks or a month. And then sometimes they're in stock forever. Blink-182, Enema of the State, $36.99. Blink-182 is $36.99. I'm going to put the Smashing Pumpkins box over there. Surely somebody's going to buy that doesn't have it because it won't stand up by itself. Here's NWA straight out of Compton. NWA is $36.99 straight out of Compton. And Steve Miller Band's greatest hits, $36.99. Steve Miller Band. Swingtown, Jungle Love, The Joker, Fly or Fry? How about Fly Like an Eagle? Take the Money and Run. Wild Mountain Honey, $36.99. That's a great one there. Great sounding record, too. Blink-182 is sold to Samuel Kopich. Nelson, 80, 81. Red Hot, 25, 25. Nelson, 85. We got 2 copies of Gorillaz, Demon Days. Gorillaz is $44.99 for Demon Days. And the Smiths, The Queen is Dead. The Smiths is $33.99. There is a lot that never goes out. The Smiths is $33.99 gatefold. And then this is a new release for Friday. It's a new album from Miley Cyrus. This is a new album from Miley Cyrus, and it is $36.99. Let's pull up the pre-order for Miley Cyrus. I should have a couple extras, maybe 3 at the most. But the pre-order for Miley Cyrus, which is a new album, it's called Something Beautiful. That comes out this Friday. And the pre-order is Troy Robinson, Autumn Betts, Marsha French, Regina Tabor, Sandy Villa, and Natasha Pickett. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 copies of Miley Cyrus sold, $36.99. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 copies of Miley Cyrus sold for $36.99. Now, I've got 3 copies left. That's a new album that comes out Friday. Up at the top, we had Nelson at 85. We have Nelson at 100. We have Red Hot Chili Peppers out. What's the most recent high bid? I'm showing Ryan Eaton at $25 and Chadwick Smith, you tied them. And then James Cauldron got an NWA. James is straight out of Compton. That is sold to James Cauldron. Thank you. Red Hot out, Nelson 105. Teresa does want the Smashing Pumpkins box. I'm going to reorder another one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Now Red Hot Chili Peppers 27. And now the 45s are at 10. And then I've got 2 copies of No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom. No Doubt is $33.99. Gwen Stefani, Like a Girl. And these 3 singles have a bid with Teresa for $10. Final call. So let's go over Nelson again. It's an original 1990 USOG. And this album rarely shows up, and I know it's not in print. Jeremy Rourke has it for $115. That's quite the battle right now. Red Hot Chili Peppers. It's got labels. I thought it was going to be an older pressing. We have it tagged as a 2019 Euro reissue, and this is Blood, Sugar, Sex, Magic. And based on the labels, I thought it was an older copy, but we have it tagged as a 2019 Euro reissue, and it is black vinyl EX condition. Black vinyl EX condition, and that's at $28. And Nelson's at $125. Did I get that DMX also? Are you talking about X going to give it to you? You did. Yes. Nelson $130. Also have Easy E. Easy Does It. Easy E is $33.99. Good luck finding an original of those. And then we have Guns N' Roses. We got 2 versions of this. We have an Appetite as a 2 LP and a single LP. Jason Murphy was on a waiting list for the 2 LP. So Jason Murphy, here's your 2 LP, Appetite for Destruction. We got 1 copy left. Now Nelson's at $125, now at $30. Ivan has Red Hot Chili Peppers at $30. And then Radiohead, OK Computer. Radiohead is $44.99. This is OK Computer, Gatefold 2 LP. Teresa gets these singles for $10. Red Hot still getting bids. Nelson's still getting bids. And now we have 3 more singles here. 1, 2, and 3 more singles, and these are going to go up for a $10 start. And these 3 singles are Wolves, maybe Wolves, The World is a Beautiful Place, I'm No Longer Afraid to Die, Josh is Dead, and we have Young Governor. And those 3 singles for a $10 start. Next in the bin, I got 2 copies, and this is of the original cover here. I think I remember when I had these, the Smashing Pumpkins Siamese Dream on the Record Store Day Essential Red Smoke colored vinyl. Those are $49.99. And that's the first time they finally reissued this with the original artwork, and it's on really nice colored vinyl. That was a huge pre-order. Also, I got great news. The Mad Seasons have shipped. They have shipped me 48 copies. Now, they may be holding back those other 2. I was promised 50. Months ago, they promised me I would get 50. They shipped me 48, but sometimes they hold back a couple. I don't know really why they do that, but they have shipped me 48 copies. So that big Mad Season pre-order will be here. I was going to wait till they've actually went out the door They're in my cart, but I should be getting 48 copies of those, just FYI. Ryan Eaton on Radiohead. I've got 2 copies of Gorillas. That is $39.99. And then the Smiths, Hatful of Hollow. And the Smiths is $33.99. The Smiths is $33.99. Hey, here's my price sheet. I'm going to need this later when I reorder all this stuff. Smiths is $33.99. That's Hatful of Hollow. All right, Paul Conway gets the last Radiohead OK Computer. These singles have bids for 10 and 10. Joe Delgado, Utah Teresa. Nelson's out with Jeff Brindley. Jeremy Rourke has that for 135. Final call. And now Red Hot Chili Peppers is tied, but Ivan R. has it for $35. That was another great crate of new vinyl. Excuse me. I can't get to the mute button as quick as I used to. I got to take like 2 steps. I used to mute. Y'all never did ever hear me sneeze. Not anymore. Y'all going to hear me sneeze anytime that it happens. Okay, here we go. We have Smith's Hatful, Edmund Estrada. Great decision there. Out on Red Hot. Are y'all ready? Let's read through those one more time. A lot of stuff there like big sellers. Some stuff I haven't had in a long time, etc., etc. Teresa, you get these 3 for $10. Another 3 singles. We got about 3 more lots of hardcore singles before I get into a new basket. Blink-182, Enema of the State, $36.99. Lower crate coming up right now. We're about to do that right now. NWA, Straight Outta Compton, $36.99. Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits, amazing, $36.99. Gorillaz Demon Days is $44.99. Smith's The Queen is Dead is $33.99. And then the new Miley Cyrus album, 3 Left, $36.99. No Doubt's $33.99. And Eazy-E, that's $33.99. Easy Does It. There's the 2 LP version, Welcome to the Jungle. Appetite for Destruction, $46.99. Smashing Pumpkins is $49. Gorillaz is $39. And the Smiths is $33.99. Nelson is sold, and Nelson is sold to Jeremy for $135. The Red Hot Chili Peppers are trying to slide off the table, so let's go ahead and sell that for $35 to Ivan R. How many more baskets are left? I can see 5 right here next to me, and I'm pretty sure there's more in the back. And then let's go ahead and put up Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Here we go. This is a MoFi pressing, a 1981 US MoFi with insert the vinyls EX with the original under sleeve. It does have some cover wear. It does have some cover wear, but this is a MoFi, and it's a $55 start. $55 start. Here it is. Now, Laura's graded to EX-. It just has a few just like light marks on it. That's why we have graded it EX-. It does have the MoFi insert. The cover does have some wear, as you can see, and up here as well. It's got some cover issues, but it's a MoFi Dark Side of the Moon for a $55 start. How much was Eazy-E? Eazy-E is $33.99. $33.99 on Eazy-E. All right, let's go through that new arrivals crate. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. Let's go ahead and throw up 3 more singles, and I'm going to grab another LP over here from the Japanese bin. And the first thing we have is something that has no writing on it. It's on green vinyl. We have Walls, and we have whatever this is, Another Young Governor. Those 3 going up for a $10 start. Sometimes when I get to the very end, I'll go ahead and put up a bunch at once. I might do a big lot here in just a second. Here's what's left in the basket. Sometimes I browse through them and I see what they originally, somebody before us either bought them or owned them, and they had a lot of them stickered. And sometimes I look at what they were priced originally, because some of these we'll see that's marked $35, and y'all are much more willing to throw some bidding activity out there on them. So we might do this last lot, and yeah, everything left I'm going to probably sell. That way we can get a new fresh lot going. Because sometimes I'll flip through them and I'll pull them out random, but sometimes I'll see one marked for $35, which typically is sometimes what they should be selling for. Now Pink Floyd 55, now 65, and Rob Gates on an Eazy-E. All right, great stuff there. More new vinyl coming. We still got 3 or 4 more crates to do, but let's go ahead and do this next crate over here that Laura has prepared. By the way, we'll probably do that, then a new vinyl bin, then a John crate. Laura's working on marking more, and we still had, how many crates last night that John didn't get to? Like 2, 3, yeah, we're building this huge backlog of like John crates. And it's good stuff, too. It's really good titles. So here we go. Let me walk around here and get this. I'm able to change out crates a lot faster nowadays because I can walk around in here a lot easier. Wow, Laura's even put out some check condition stuff. Here we go. No Doubt, Smash, and David V wants one of the new Smashing Pumpkins, right? The red marbled vinyl. Those are really cool. And then Dennis, I think No Doubt was 29 or 33. No Doubt was 33. Yep. All right. Now Pink Floyd. Ryan has it for 65. And that means James Goggin, you're out. And now we sold Easy E. We sold Smashing. And then Teresa has those 3 for 10. Last lots before we do a huge bundle. Last lot before we do a huge bundle. And let me jump over here. And let's put up another auction. So Alan Jackson, Don't Rock the Jukebox. And this is a 1991 U.S. Carrollton. No retail copies existed at the time of release. The only way to get this LP was through the Columbia Club. So yeah, here's one of these rare country albums that was never sold in stores. It was pressed to vinyl officially. It just never was sold in stores. And this is Alan Jackson, Don't Rock the Jukebox, EX edition, in shrink wrap. It's nice. A $95 start on Alan Jackson. $95 start on Alan Jackson. Teresa gets these 3 singles for $10. Thank you, Teresa. Those are sold to you. And now we have the Laura Crate. Oh, I almost messed up. Oh, my gosh. Can't forget about the Laura Crate sticker. Here it is. Snoopy with a Brat t-shirt on. Is that a Charlie XCX Laura? Is that a Charlie XCX t-shirt? Or who is it? Is that her album? Somebody's got an album called Brat. No, it's not Charlie. It's hold on. The comment's going to come in before I can remember. Cody's in on Alan Jackson at 95. We always sell that album for over $100. Alan always sells for over $100. Cody has it for 95. Wow, so essentially just 2 bids on Pink Floyd. Ryan has it for 65. We're about to sell it. And yes, I'll work in some more Japanese. It is Charlie. Okay, Charlie's, yeah, I thought so. All right, so I'm going to show 5 records. It looks like they're all check condition, and the first person gets the Laura Crate Hop sticker. We have the Bangles all over the place. VG Plus $12.99. Night Ranger is VG Plus $14.99. Dawn Patrol, Night Ranger. Also the Eurythmics Touch, EX Edition $14.99. Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity, Betty Davis Eyes, EX $12.99. Paula Abdul, Forever Your Girl, EX $12.99. And the Black Sorrows, Hold On To Me. The Black Sorrows is EX $12.99. Thank you for that. And we are, folks, good to go. Now, let's go ahead and say final call on Alan Jackson for 95. Let's go ahead and sell the Pink Floyd then. Nice price on that. Thank you, Ryan Mustaine. That sold to you for $65. The MoFi Dark Side of the Moon. Nice. Ticking away. That sold for $65. Now, Jerry Ferguson, first on the Bangles, first record, first claim, and the Laura Crate Hop sticker. Nice. Thank you, Jerry Ferguson. That is sold to you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jerry Ferguson. And then Samuel, and then Edmund, and then Gregory Roberts on N. And N was for Night Ranger, and then Susie Breedlove. And then next is Paula, a full album. It is a full album. Yeah, that's a full album. EX $12.99. And then Extreme Mid-South on the Eurythmics. And then we have Gregory says disregard and disregard, okay? So we had a false. We had 2 putbacks on Night Ranger. And we have St. Vincent, Daddy's Home. St. Vincent is sealed, $19.99, with a note from Laura on the back. The first 3-heart rating of the night goes out to St. Vincent. Daddy's Home, sealed, $19.99. Cody, the one and only bidder on Alan Jackson, unbelievable, $95. Sold to Cody for $95. Next auction is going up right now. And that next auction, without further ado, here it is. I'm putting it up for auction right now. This is now going up for bid. Nick Drake, 5 Leaves Left. Holy moly. A 1976 U.S. reissue. It's a Terre Haute VG. And some copies in VG condition were the disc only. And they've sold just the disc with no jacket for $30 on Discogs. A VG disc. This is a VG graded 1976 Terre Haute. Some of these have sold for as much as $200. Nick Drake is a $55 start. That's now up for bid. A $55 start on Nick Drake. And the next thing we have is, I have this, which is $44.99. This is Billie Eilish, right? Yes, Hit Me Hard and Soft. Billie Eilish is the indie retail exclusive on Sea Blue vinyl. $44.99. Out of all those, I haven't seen that one as much. Nick Drake has a bid for $55 with Tyler Ewbury. Tyler has that at $55. And now our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing. And it's actually going to be John Coltrane ballads. John Coltrane Quartet with McCoy Tyner, Jimmy Garrison, and Elvin Jones. John Coltrane, the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. John Coltrane is going to go up for a $45 star. Nick Drake. Now, let's bundle the rest of those singles I was talking about. There was 3 over here that already didn't sell, and I'm going to do a big lot of the rest of the hardcore singles in this basket. There are 1, 2, 3. Hope you're looking at the screen. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Feels like there's 2 in there. 13, the Jayhawks. 14, 15, 17, 2 liquid leg bones. 18, 19, left with nothing. 20, 21, 22, loose behavior. 23, approximately 24. Approximately 24, so we'll say a $50 start. $50 start on those. $50 start on those remaining singles. They're now up for bid. $50 start. Next thing over here. So the first records in the bin was Billie Eilish, St. Vincent, Night Ranger, which had a putback, and then Paula Abdul, The Black Sorrows, and Kim Carnes. So far, all those are still available. Nick Drake has 1 bid for $55. We have Nick Drake at $60. John Coltrane at $45. And we have Queen, a half-speed master of their self-titled debut album, $29.99. The bundle's now at $50, and now another bid for $50. Van Halen self-titled, $22.99. This is the Chris Bellman, Bernie Grumman remaster, an amazing sounding record, $22.99. And we have Heartless Bastards, Restless Ones, $14.99. Is Paula EX. Yes, Paula was EX edition, $12.99. Sorry, I just smacked the Matridom record there. Madonna is sealed, a 2016 reissue for $19.99. And Brutus, Unison Life. Brutus is on cloudy red vinyl. It's a hardcore punk album, sealed for $34.99. Over here, Nick Drake 65. The singles are at 52. Brandon Lack on Paula Abdul. That's sort of Brandon Lack. Jeff Halsworth is on Van Halen. Jeff Halsworth on Van Halen. And then next was Liquid Mice next on Van Halen. And then we have Chris Knapp on HB, and HB was Heartless Bastards. David V first on Queen. That is sold. And now the bundle's at 60. Now the bundle's at 55. Now Nick Drake's at 70. And now we have the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet, a 1986. An 86 sealed copy, $34.99. John Coltrane is John Coltrane Ballads. The catalog number on this is VIM-4606. John Coltrane is VIM-4606. Near mint minus and pristine. The last bid that came in on John Coltrane is the high bid, and that high bid on John Coltrane is the only bid. Chris Knapp, $45. Chris Knapp, $45. He still has it for $45, and now it's moving to a final call for $45. Now there's a bid with Romelu for $50. Now Nick Drake's at $75. Still a fair price. Nick Drake albums, rare and highly desirable. Very rare, highly desirable. I mean, even reissues we never see here. I don't think I've had, and I'll tell you another reason, the last several that's come through, I think Paul has probably bought. I mean, it's like tough stuff to get. Very tough stuff to get. Ivan R. on Madonna. I don't even recall having a reissue coming through here anytime soon. The bundle is now with Teresa at $70. We have The Killers Hot Fuss, Mr. Brightside, Smile Like You Mean It, Somebody Told Me. That's $24.99. And we have Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory. That's a sealed copy for $39.99. Oasis, $39.99. Now John Coltrane's at $50. That means Chris Knapp, you've been outbid. Romelu has it for $50. Now Nick Drake's at $75. We also have Slot Thrust. Thoughts, I was struggling with that one. I don't know if it's Slot Rust or Sloth Rust or Slow Thrust. It's called Parallel Timeline, though. It's sealed on yellow vinyl, $19.99. And Culture Club, that is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. And then Duran Duran MoFi sold. From last night, I still got one from last night. I still have that. I still have one from last night. It's $125. Till Tuesday, Voices Carry. No condition notes on that. $19.99. And ZZ Top Eliminator. And this is on Go Vinyl. ZZ Top is $24.99. Wow, that's some wild looking vinyl. 40th anniversary. Give Me All Your Lovin'. Now Nick Drake's at $80. I'm about to sell Coltrane. It's with Romulus C at $50. The original bidder was $45 with Chris Knapp. Chris Knapp, it's up to you. And now this bundle is going twice. Going 3 times, and it is a final call with Teresa. All these singles here for $70. Angela Lewis on Till Tuesday. That's sold to Angela Lewis. Next is The Who, a half-speed master of my generation. That is sealed for $34.99. Now Coltrane's at $53. Now Nick Drake's at $85. Led Zeppelin 3 remaster. With a note on the back from Laura, which is a very true statement. Chad loves Led Zeppelin. $29.99. Don't tell Sean. Coltrane 53. We have Billy Idol, the Roadside EP. Billy Idol was sealed. It's never been opened. $19.99. Gregory getting the ZZ Top. That is a really cool pressing there on Go Vinyl. And we have White Light, White Heat, the Velvet Underground, and Abbey Road half-speed master sealed for $34.99. Coltrane still getting bids. Nick Drake out, Nick Drake out. Tyler Ewry has Nick Drake, a 1976 U.S. Terre Haute reissue in VG condition. It's now at $85. Let's sell all these singles. That is everything from Justice to the Maitre Dame. Those are sold to Teresa for $70. Wow, what a stack there. Awesome. And now Tate Prime on Led Zeppelin. That is sold to Tate Prime. Dennis Daly was next on that one. And we have Elliott Smith, Figure 8. Elliott Smith is sealed for $34.99. Coltrane's now at $55, now $57. Nick Drake's a final call. I'm going to grab the next handful of singles over here to sell. Let's do that right now. Let's see what we got over here. Tanner says, we have moved some singles easier for you to access so you don't have to walk all the way in the back every time you get done selling a basket. And some of these have some pretty cool stuff on the top. Here's Bob Dylan. I think this needs to be sold by itself. Bob Dylan, some sort of new single here or a new pressing. Wigwam, a demo, and Thirsty Boots, previously unreleased. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. There's Bob Dylan, $5 start on that. Coltrane 57. And then John Bobing next on Zeppelin. Romelu on Coltrane for $60. Chris Knapp out. Let's go ahead and sell the Nick Drake for $85. Nick Drake, $85. Thank you, that's sold. Bob Dylan's a $5 start. I'm going to step up front right quick. I got to get some ice in this drink. It's my purple. It's my energy. And it's... as usual, very hot in this building. I turn down the air conditioning. Everybody turns back up, or whichever way. All right. Sorry. Ice. Gotta have ice. Okay, Bob Dylan 557. What's my favorite? Beatles or Led Zeppelin? Oh my gosh. That's an impossible question. That's an impossible question. Coltrane is sold to Romulus C for $60. Thank you on that. All right, Bob Dylan's at 7. Let's see what the next ones we have in here are. Details on Billy Idol. I'm flying through this lore crate, going through stuff really fast. Hope everybody's keeping up here, moving stuff quickly here. I don't know what all these singles are on top. Looks like a lot of random mumbo jumbo. So let me put all the mumbo jumbo over here for a second. And let's go ahead and figure out what the mumbo jumbo is. But we can do first this right here. I was talking about this the other night. Off. Hope everybody's paying attention. Off is the first 4 EPs. It's a box set, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Off, $10 start. Next, Coltrane 60, Coltrane out, Bob Dylan 557, and then Billy Idol. Billy Idol is a fairly recent release. It's called the Roadside EP. It's sealed and it's $19.99. And then The Who, that's a brand new Abbey Road half-speed master, remaster, My Generation, sealed for $34.99. Next is Queens of the Stone Age, Era Vulgaris. Queens of the Stone Age is $24.99. Don't forget about the note left from Laura. I know it's upside down, but Laura loves Queens of the Stone Age, just so you know. That's $24.99. And this is Bully Losing, and that is sealed for $14.99. Let's pause there, and let's go ahead and put up another new auction. And that next new auction is the Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge. This is a 1994 U.S. original, technically pressed in the U.K., but distributed in the U.S. through Caroline Records. It has the original under sleeves. It's in VG condition. So this is OG Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge, and this is going to go up for a $55 start. Wow, that's not one that I see too often. So it's technically pressed in the UK, but it was distributed through the US through Caroline Records UK. It does have the original under sleeves, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. Now, the next question is where are we at on Off and where are we at on Bob Dylan? And the other thing we have over here is the following. So we got Bob Dylan 5, 5, 7, Bob Dylan 8, 10, 5, off 15, off 15, off 10. Bob Dylan 12, off 10, off 10. Gregory on cue for Queens of the Stone Age. Next is off 16, off 17, off 11, off 20, off 20. Info on Elliott. Elliott Smith, figure 8. Elliott Smith is sealed $34.99. I don't have a date for you exactly, but it does say 2017. Off 25, Ron Delfield second on Queens. Off 25, off 25. Stones is at 55. And Toto 4, a Record Store Day Essential. That is on Bloodshot Vinyl, $24.99 on Toto 4. And Heartless Bastards, The Mountain. That is $19.99 for Heartless Bastards. Also, we have Jellyfish, Spilt Milk, 30th anniversary cut from the original Analog Masters. That is sealed. The note from Laura says a power pop classic. Off is at 28. The first 4 EPs box set. Wow. That is at 28. Now, Jerry Ferguson on Toto, Africa, sold. Off is at 30. And then the Bob Dylan single, the last bid on Mr. Dylan, James Goggin went out. Jerry had it for $12. That's a final call. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold singles in the Operations Center because we're about to start, it looks like a new fresh stack of auctions. Sorry, I've got a light case of the sniffles tonight. Not as bad as it was the other night, but I do have the light case of sniffles. Where's my Claritin? Aha. I have a war desk over here with backup caffeine, air horns, earplugs, and more importantly, Claritin. All right. Next is off 32, off 35, off 35. JD, John Darden's on X. This is John Darden. I got limited on Facebook. It comment too much. Is that a normal occurrence? Yes. John Darden, you have bid on almost every auction, and you've bought a lot of stuff. And when you comment more than 100 times in an hour, you get throttled or basically blocked on YouTube. It happens to Teresa. It happens to Rebecca quite often. A lot of people who bid on like almost every auction, and you usually have been bidding on almost every auction. And so when that happens, if you comment more than like 100 times or maybe even 1,000 times in like an hour, I think it's 100 times in 30 minutes maybe. It's some kind of threshold. They basically block you. And I'm not blocking you, I promise. So you either have to go to YouTube or X. But yeah, there's a couple people who bid on like every auction. Wow, isn't that weird how anyway. Okay, jellyfish, and then what's the jellyfish, and then info on jellyfish. Off 36, useless eaters on ES for Elliott Smith. Okay, off 37. Now, start on Rolling Stones. It already has a bid for 55. This is a 1994. This is a 1994 OG in VG, and it is actually John had this priced, and John had it priced And I told Laura, I said, let's retag it for an auction because I think it's worthy. I could have left it in the bin because we had it marked for a lot more, but I thought, well, we'll put it up and just see what happens at auction. And Carol has it, I think, at a great price right now at $55. But he has it, and it's a final call. Now, Jerry Ferguson got Dylan for 12. Now, let me see who asked first on Jellyfish. The first person was Mike Straws. Jellyfish was $29.99. Mike asked first. Yeah, Mike asked first. And then Rod Bryan. And then Robert Ramirez. $29.99. Now, final call on the Stones to Carol. I've already said that once. Now I'm saying it twice. And now off is at 39 with Darren Johnson. That's the first 4 EPs box set. So whoever asked about Jellyfish, just say sold or pass. Yeah, I've only got one, and then we're done. All right, next thing we have is Aha Hunting High and Low. Aha, of course, has Take On Me on orange vinyl. I just got here. What's the Stones LP? We have Jellyfish. This is sold to Mike Straws. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you. And Smashing Pumpkins Gish is sealed $29.99. The Rolling Stones is Voodoo Lounge, a 1994 U.S. original. So the Stones starts getting into that era of CDs back in the 90s, and they start getting into some tougher get albums. And the first 3 that I think of is Steel's Wheels, Voodoo Lounge, and Bridges to Babylon. Those 3 are always tougher to get because they were in that era of CDs and they wasn't selling as many LP vinyl. There wasn't as many vinyl LPs being made. And so this is one of the first ones I think of, Voodoo Lounge. I think of Steel Wheels, Voodoo Lounge, and Bridges to Babylon. This is an OG VG, one bid for $55. We're about to sell it. Off is at 40, off is at 40. Jerry Ferguson on Smashing Pumpkins. We're also right smack dab in the middle of a new arrivals bin from Laura, and it's a final call. It's a final call on the Stones, and off is still getting bids. I've said that 2 or 3 times, and Carol's probably like, any day now, Chad. Any day now. Here's our next auction. Iggy Pop. Iggy and the Stooges, Raw Power. A 2012 Record Store Day contains the 1973 David Bowie mix of the album and the 1997 album Iggy Pop. Excuse me, I misread that. This contains the 1973 David Bowie mix and the 1997 Iggy Pop mix. So it's been mixed by Bowie and Iggy Pop. A $35 start on that. How much is Aha? Aha is $24.99. The Van Halen You Got was near mint minus. How much was Aha? $24.99. And then we have Billie Eilish on yellow vinyl, $17.99. When We All Fall Asleep, Where Do We Go? That is $17.99. And Queen 2, a half-speed master, sealed, $29.99. Okay, so off is a final call, and that is with, well, I think we're tied. Carol, that's sold to you for $55. Thank you. You might think Carol Puckett's a Stones fan. He's literally pictured in his profile with Ron Wood. So he's kind of a Stones fan. Now, let me update what's going on. First thing, I'm going to touch my toes. Oh, man. I'm touching my toes. Hamstrings are being stretched to the max. Oh. Off has had about 300 bids. At least 300 bids. And the last bid on Off was a tie. Ivan R. bid 40 and William Drugovich bid 40. But William said he's out. So Ivan R. has that Off box set at $40. The first 4 EPs. And now that's a final call. Now, we got Iggy and the Stooges. Iggy and the Stooges is sealed. It's got 2 different mixes and 2 different remasters. The original David Bowie mix and then a 1997 Iggy Pop mix. It's a 2 LP sealed. The high bid is with Jerry Ferguson at $40. Jerry Ferguson at $40. There was bids for $35, $35, $35, $35, and now $40. Kelly Vlodarchek first on Queen. Then Michael McCullen. Then David V. Trina Long says take Aha. John Durden asked first. I'm assuming he's passing, so sell that to Trina Long. Iggy's at 42 and now 50. Next thing I have is Van Halen 2, another Chris Bellman, Bernie Grumman Master, sealed for $24.99. Those are great sounding records. Madonna, Like a Prayer. We sold an OG last night. Here's a 2016 reissue, sealed. Madonna for $19.99. And Bjork, and this is sealed, $29.99. A 2-heart rating from Laura, $29.99. Iggy's at $52. Jorge wants the Billie Eilish. Off is sold for $40 to Ivan R. Thank you. Iggy's at $75. It's taken big jumps. Jeff Halsworth on Van Halen. Then Dennis Daly. I think Jeff got the last Van Halen reissue. And Kristen Barnett on Madonna. When we go back through this lower crate, it's going to be a typical lower crate recap. Like everything's going to, there's so much incredible stuff in here that hadn't been claimed yet. All right, let's get back to the auctions. I got a section that says $50 and up start. That's got my attention. And as a Led Zeppelin fan and a collector, I know exactly how tough this is to get. So when you think about Led Zeppelin, they don't have a lot of greatest hits. From 1968, 69, when they started releasing stuff, all the way until when John Bonham died and they broke up in 1980, they never did have any kind of compilation. They just put out their studio albums, and then they put out Coda, which wasn't really a hits. It was just a, essentially a leftover tracks kind of deal. Well, it wasn't up until almost the 90s they did that Crop Circles box set, and then they did this, early days, and later days. And then there's also now the Mothership, which is a box set. And they did that about the time they did a reunion. So there's not many Led Zeppelin compilations out there that are official. They've never been a kind of a greatest hits top band. This is very tough to get. They made 2 versions of this back in the mid-90s. What year is this? Yeah, 94. There's early days, and then there's later days. This is early days, the best of Led Zeppelin, Volume 1. 13 tracks to take into the next millennium from the world's most renowned rock band. So this is a 1994 sealed compilation. Only time ever on vinyl. They are obviously probably never going to be repressed. And this is a $125 start. Some sealed copies have sold for over $175. This is sealed, Led Zeppelin, a $125 start. Never opened. 1999 is when this came out. Yeah, 1999. That's a tougher one to get there. The early days, the best of Led Zeppelin. And it's sealed. And it's sealed. Wayne Davis on Billy Idol. Billy Idol. And the next closest thing to a Led Zeppelin hits you can get is Mothership, which comes in and out of stock. Right now, I can't get them. Sometimes they have 190 in stock. They sell out fast, and then they're back ordered. So, always a popular deal. Wayne Davis got Billy Idol, right? And then where are we on Iggy? Iggy's a final call to Rebecca for $75. Kristen got Madonna. Toby McGowan, you were second. And there was somebody else, I think. Give me 1 second. There's another name I got to check on right quick. I'm still looking for JH over on YouTube. Are you happen to be watching tonight? I'm double checking all of these new names and making sure we have everybody's information and they're good to go, okay? Next thing we have is Led Zeppelin at $125. Okay, we have King Hannah, Big Swimmer. This is on blue vinyl for $22.99. Also, REM, Dead Letter Office. REM is sealed, just $19.99. Some of these sealed records at $20, and what was a couple other that hadn't been claimed? The Who, and like if I order these new from distribution, this is like $35, $38. Not cheap whatsoever, so take advantage. This is like, some of these lower crates is like on sale new vinyl. I always consider it that because that is, you know, well below MSRP, just saying. The Car, sealed, just $24.99. the classic 1978 debut album, $24.99, and The Tea Party, The Edge of Twilight. The Tea Party is experimental art rock, $29.99. Rebecca gets Iggy for $75. Thank you. And now Led Zeppelin is at $130. Now we're getting new bids on that. The next thing I have going up is Bush Deconstructed. This is a 1997 USOG sealed. Wow, 1997 USOG sealed Bush Deconstructed with hop sticker, a $35 start. A $35 start on Bush Deconstructed. So I left off by saying Led Zeppelin did get a bid for $125 with Todd Saw, Jerry Ferguson quickly on the REM, and then Eddie Passir, and then Michael McCullen, then Led Zeppelin $130, then Susie next on REM, then Blaine next on REM. The Who is a half-speed master of my generation, and that's an Abbey Road for $34.99. $34.99. Robert Barnett next on REM, Gregory Roberts on T. And if that was for the Tea Party, then Gregory, that's so to you, unless that was a miscue. And then we have Joe Bobing on Cats, but he meant Cars. That's so to Joe Bobing the second. Then Toby McGowan on the Cars. Then Dennis Daly on the Cars. And then Brogan was next on the Cars. And then Bush is at 40. And did I win Iggy? Yes, you did. And the last two records in here was Zola Jesus Tega. And Zola Jesus is on smoke-colored vinyl for $14.99, limited edition smoke marbled colored vinyl. And we also have Sinead O'Connor, The Lion and the Cobra, a sealed copy for $34.99. T was for Tea Party, just making sure. And that's so did Gregory. And we have filled up another crate. Let me do some reorganization here. There's my tag on Zeppelin. Todd Saw, you're out on Zeppelin. Todd Saw, you're out on Zeppelin. And then there's my tag for Bush. And now we're ready for some more singles. I hadn't forgot about you hardcore people. I'm about to pull out the first handful. We did Off and we did the Bob Dylan. Those were laying on top. Here is our next three. And it looks like we're in an H crate. We got Herds, Michigan. And this one is something else. And those are a $10 start. All right, let's recap this bin. Should get very interesting what's about to happen here. I did not say out on Led Zeppelin. No, I said you are out. I said, Todd, you are out, meaning you have been outbid. The high bid is $130 with Thomas Baumhart. That means you've been outbid. And he says, I'm stewing on it. And now Bush is at 45 with Jeff Dedman. And Ryan Eaton, it goes back to you on that, okay? Now John Robb's at 135. Now we have new bidders. So we got Thomas, we got Todd, and we got John. And that's the bid for John, Paul, Robert, and Jimmy back there. The British fellas. Good times, bad times. You know I've had my share. All right. Now, I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates because this thing is full. Here we go. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in once again and supporting Coletco. What a great night we already have brewing here. I love brewing. We're going to be brewing. Some things are good brewed. Some things are bad brewed. Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity. Betty Davis Eyes, EX Edition, $12.99. The Black Sorrows, Hold On To Me. A gold stamp promo, Epic Records, EX, $12.99. Dawn Patrol, Night Ranger, VG Plus, $14.99. St. Vincent, Daddy's Home, sealed for $19.99. The singles have bids for $10 and now $11 with Darren Johnson. The sealed Led Zeppelin's a final call to Michael Butler for $150. Jeff Dedman has Bush for $50. Bush for $50. And we have Billie Eilish, Hit Me Hard and Hit Me Soft. The blue vinyl, indie retail exclusive, $44.90. Zeppelin's at $155. Teresa, you're out on the singles. And Bush is at $50 with Jeff Dedman. Now Led Zeppelin's at $151. Brutus, Unison Life. Brutus is a first pressing on cloudy red vinyl. That's a hardcore punk album for $34.99. The Rolling Stones is an 86 US reissue, $34.99. Now Ryan Eaton's in on the Bush at $55. Jeff Dedman, it goes back to you, who did have the bid for $50. The Killers Hot Fuss. The Killers is sealed for $24.99. Also, we have Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory. That is sealed for $39.99. There's a new bid on the singles for $12. Now Jeff Dedman has the Bush for $60. Somebody claimed Billie Eilish. Who got Billie Eilish? And then we have Slow Thrust, Sloth Rust, Parallel Timeline. That is sealed on yellow vinyl for $19.99. Michael Butler has Led Zeppelin for $155. Culture Club is a gold stamp promo for $14.99. Travis Wood's on Night Ranger. That's sold to Travis Wood. Now Bush is at $65. Now Thomas is out on Led Zeppelin. And now we have White Light, White Heat by Lou Reed and the Velvet Underground and Abbey Road Half Speed Master. This is sealed. Lou Reed, John Cale. That's the Velvet Underground, $34.99. Next on Night Ranger was Mike Ospaw. Next on Night Ranger was Von Stom. Samuel Kopich picking up the Killers at a great price, and the St. Vincent. Those are both sold to Samuel H. Kopich. Now the singles are at $13. Now Teresa, you're out. And now Bush is at $65. Now Jeff Dedman, you're out. Now Led Zeppelin's a final call to Michael Butler for $155. Bully losing. This is sealed for $14.99. Thomas said he thinks his $155 came in first. The bids have been Thomas Baumhart, $155. John Robb went lower at $151, and then Michael bid $155. So that probably what threw everything off. Actually, Thomas does have it for $155. Thomas does have it for $155. Now Bush is at $70. Now these three singles are sold to Darren Johnson for $13. And now we have Heartless Bastards for $19.99. The Mountain. Also Bjork, and this one's called Fossora. And Bjork is sealed for $29.99. Now Led Zeppelin's at $160. Now Thomas, it goes back to you. And then here's our next three singles. This is Hide, which was marked $20. It's on Sub Pop. Hide, and then the High and the Mighty, Crunch On, the 1984 demo. And then this is Hateful Snake and Danko Jones. Those three there are going to go up for a $10 start. Here's what Hyde looks like. It's from Sub Pop. That is now up for bid. Those three singles for a $10 start. $10 start there. Led Zeppelin, $160, Bush, $72. King Hannah, Big Swimmer. That's on blue vinyl, $22.99. The Who, Abbey Road Studio, Half Speed Master, $34.99. Also, Zola Jesus, Tyga, and that's on smoke-colored vinyl, $14.99. And now, Sinead O'Connor is sealed for $34.99. Now, Thomas, it's back to you, $160. Is Led Zeppelin an official release? 100%, yes. One of the very few official Led Zeppelin compilations ever made. This is Led Zeppelin Early Days, the Best of Led Zeppelin, Volume 1, a rare 1999 issue. They put out the best of early days and later days in 1999. The only time they were ever pressed. This is sealed. It's an original. It's never been opened. Michael Butler has it for $160. I think the next time they put out a compilation was in 2012 when Mothership came out. That was about a decade later almost when they put out Mothership, or longer. And that was it. Now the singles are at 10, and now Bush is at 75, now 76. And Bush is another 1990s original. Anybody else in here? And we're done, right? We're done? Let's move on to a crate of new stuff. Let's put these right here behind me. Another fantastic crate there. I'm glad I already have my laptop open because I think I'm going to need it for this next crate over here. So there's 2.5 crates left of new and sealed vinyl. I repeat, 2.5 crates left of new and sealed vinyl. 2.5 crates left. And let's see which one I want to do next. I think this one. This has some restocks. This also has some stuff that was hadn't ordered before. And it also has some waiting list, a.k.a. restocks. All right. Now, I think we're done on Led Zeppelin. Les Christopher bids. Now, Thomas was the high bidder. And then he got outbid, and I'm assuming he's done then. And then Bush is still getting bids. And those 3 singles only have one bid for $10. And Ronnie Ritchie wants Zola. And he also wants King Hannah. And then let's check Oasis as well. But let me go ahead and pull these out. And now Led Zeppelin's at 161. And now that has a new bid. And let's check on Oasis here. Oasis is sealed $39.99, 2014 Big Brother. That's what it has in the back right copyright. Yes. Right there. Okay. Bush is out with Jeff Dedman. Final call for $85. First thing in here. By the way, if anybody new is watching, we have over 300 tuned in right now. If anybody new is watching, you can jump in at any time. You can jump in at any time and make a purchase. Does not matter to me. We'll get you registered and we'll get you set up. Christopher has the Zeppelin at 161. Michael Butler says he's out. Christopher, that $1 bump may have done it. Final call to you to 161. A Perfect Circle emotive. This is a 2LP, $44.99. A Perfect Circle emotive. 2LP, $44.99. Also, Korn Untouchables. Korn is a 2LP as well, $33.99. And the Pulp Fiction soundtrack. Pulp Fiction is $36.99. Teresa gets these 3 singles for $10. That is sold. Bush is sold to Ron Eaton for $85. And Led Zeppelin is a final call to Christopher Dean for $161. Jerry Ferguson gets a Perfect Circle. And the next auction we have over here is 3 more singles. Bloodless, Unreality, Burning Suns, and Under Oath. Under Oath, 1999-2013, Sunburnt, and Unsound. Those look like they're pretty good. $10 start on that. John Robb's not done on Led Zeppelin. Now he's bid $162. So now Christopher Dean, it's back to you. John Robb is still in on the bidding. We have Towns Van Zandt, Misfits, Marvin Gaye, Sonic Youth, Funkadelic, Brian Jonestown Massacre, XTC, Depeche Mode, David Bowie, Third Eye Girl, The Beatles. Don't forget about James Brown and Cheap Trick and Dire Straits and Led Zeppelin again and Flaming Lips and Neil Young and Alice Cooper and Fleetwood Mac and The Cure and Rush and Weezer and Everything But the Girl. So let's go ahead and put up the Flaming Lips, which is a 2011 U.S. reissue of To Death and the Future Head. One of the 2 times this album has ever been released on vinyl. The other pressing was the 1992 original German press, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Zeppelin's at 162. Christopher Dean, back to you. Those 3 singles, a $10 start. Tape Prime on PC for a Perfect Circle. So both Perfect Circles are sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Has the flip bargain crate already been done? Yes. If Tanner liked your comment, then you got it. If he didn't like your comment, then you only got partial or you were next. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. I think that was something that was sold yesterday. And then we have Christopher Dean says he's done on Led Zeppelin. Just came in, what Beatles? What's the Funkadelic? First thing we have is Foo Fighters, Skin and Bones. Foo Fighters is $39.99 for Foo Fighters. We have Mastodon, Crack the Sky. There actually may be a waiting list for this Mastodon. Let me check right quick. Mastodon, and let's see what's going on over here with you. Mastodon, Coldplay, Even, STP, Oasis, Steelheart, Ace of Base, Skinny Puppy, Sarah McLachlan, L7. Matt Shiker on Mastodon, Crack the Sky. Mastodon is sold to Matt Shiker. Thank you. 1 copy done. There's 2 left over here. What is the Pulp Fiction? There was another Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. Now Flaming Lips has a bid for $35. What's in the Japanese crate? We have a bid on the singles for $10. Next in here is Pussifer. V is 4, and that's on blue with black smoke. Pussifer's $39.99, and Beck, and this one is Sea Change. And I think based on what I've seen with the demand of the pre-owned copies in the lower crate and some of the OGs we've had, including the MoFi copy we sold for nearly $500, I figured I needed to order those for $39.99. John Robb, you get Led Zeppelin. And John Robb, this is sold to you for $162. That's sold to you for $162. Now, I think we have a new bidder on YouTube, and that's maybe Jorge Camacho, and he has these 3 singles for $10, going once, going twice. Hope I said all that correctly. Flaming Lips has 1 bid for $35, and that's a final call. And Mazzy Star, So Tonight That I Might See, those are new and sealed for $33.99. By the way, we had a pass on the Oasis earlier, so Oasis is still available for $39.99. If anybody wants that. And I've got 2 copies of Metallica, Seattle, 1989. Metallica is a 2 LP colored vinyl, and that is $39.99. Now, let me make sure we didn't have a waiting list for that. Metallica, Seattle, 1989. And Metallica, this is Metallica, and I don't think there was. There was quite a bit of these come in last week. I think I just sold out on the number, and I was like, you know what? We better go ahead and order more. So yeah, this is Metallica live in Seattle, a 2 LP, $39.99. That is available, just saying. Wow, just 1 bid on the Flaming Lips. So did Chris Knapp for $35. And then we have a first-time buyer over on YouTube. These 3 singles are sold to Jorge Camacho for $10. If you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer. I'm going to put those over there in pending. We got to get you registered. I got to hear back from you, and we got to get your information. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Funkadelic. Funkadelic is a 1973 USOG and VG condition, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Cosmic Slop. This is OG from 73 and VG. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Next is a Perfect Circle 13th Step. That one's $39.99 for a Perfect Circle. And Foo Fighters Greatest Hits. Foo Fighters Greatest Hits is $39.99. That is a gatefold 2 LP. The next auction I have coming right now from the Japanese bin is Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, 4-Way Street. A nice double LP with Obi, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. I don't recall having this one too many times. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the LP. There's the other LP. And then there is the Japanese insert. And with the lyrics, On the Way Home, Neil Young, gatefold, very nice, $45 start on that. The Pulp Fiction is a new sealed pressing of the Pulp Fiction soundtrack. That is $36.99. Sorry, I hadn't forgot about you, Christopher. Corn Issues is $33.99. And a Perfect Circle, and that is Emotive. That's a gatefold 2 LP, and that is $44.99. Tate Prime wants this Perfect Circle. Thank you, that's so to you. Let's put up another 3 singles here. And the next 3 singles are, we have Crippled Bastard, Citizens Patrol, and Necro Metal, Veloz Invincible, and Duro Metal. These are going up. There's that. Images of War, Images of Pain, Citizen Patrol, Dead Children EP, and Necro Metal. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 star. Crosby, Stills & Nash, $45, $45, $45. Funkadelic's a $35 start. I haven't heard back from our first-time buyer. Make sure you say, yes, I'm a first-time buyer, and we have you registered, etc., etc. If not, then I got to resell those singles. Just saying, if you're out there, let me know. Let's go ahead and keep going to this bin. There's more Perfect Circles. There's Foo Fighters. There's Korn. And then here is the single LP for Appetite for Destruction. Now, we had a wait list earlier for a 2 LP. There's the single LP, $36.99. Funkadelic info. What is the Funkadelic? And here is GNR. And GNR is a waiting list for Paul Brothers. That's the single LP. This is the single LP for GNR with Paul Brothers. So thank you, Paul. That is so to you. You is on a waiting list. Funkadelic, what's the condition and what is the Funkadelic? Funkadelic is a 1973 U.S. original and VG condition. It's a 1973 U.S. original and VG condition. It has bids for $35, $35, $35, and now these singles have bids for $10 and $10. I haven't heard back from the first-time buyer. Let me know if you're out there. Here's another very popular bootleg, Black Sabbath. I've never had this before either. Don Kirshner's Rock Concert, 1975. I repeat, Black Sabbath, Don Kirshner's Rock Concert, 1975, and this is on colored vinyl, $39.99. Black Sabbath, and I did not have that last week when we had all the other bootlegs. That is $39.99. Black Sabbath, that is available. Now, up at the top, there's a lot of activity all of a sudden. We sold Tate Prime, the last Perfect Circle I had, which was 13 Step. Okay, then Crosby, Stills & Nash has bids for $45, $45, $45, $50, and then $50. Then the singles got bids for $10. Then another bid for $10. And then Funkadelic did get a bid for $35. And then $55 on Crosby, Stills & Nash. Then a question about Funkadelic, another question about Funkadelic. Crosby, Stills & Nash $47, Crosby, Stills & Nash $50, Crosby, Stills & Nash $55. Crosby, Stills, and Nash 60. Another question about Funkadelic. Crosby, Stills, and Nash 57. Crosby, Stills, and Nash 65. Laura's delivering a new crate. MT Matt wants a perfect circle. The third one I showed, which was Murder Noms. Funkadelic 38. Another question about Funkadelic. Funkadelic 37. The singles are at 11. Funkadelic 40. Another question on Funkadelic. 45's 12. Funkadelic 42. And now Crosby, Stills, and Nash 68. Susie wants a Black Sabbath. David V wants a Black Sabbath. And during all that, yes, Laura did deliver another crate. I am shocked no one bought a bag. This crate may be the biggest surprise tonight. I'm going to have to blow the air horn and wake everybody up. I've got to start reading track listings. I'm going to have to put in full sales mode. This crate should be obliviated. The Misfits collection, $33.99. And we have Black Sabbath, Paranoid, live in New Jersey. That's a 2LP, $44.99. And Tate Prime wants that third and final perfect circle. That's sold to Tate Prime. All right, I got a lot of updating to do. And plus, we took a dent out of this crate, but we have about, 40, 50 LPs in there we got it sold. And Tate, I think I got you down for one each on the perfect circles. First, let's do the one with the most bidding activity. A Japanese pressing 2LP of Crosby, Stills, and Nash 4-Way Street. And the last bid on this, I don't know if it's necessarily the high bid, but I've got Trina Long at $68. That's going once, going twice. We got people watching baseball, NHL hockey, and NBA and not watching Coletco. There's a lot of people watching. I think I'm in the foreground and not the front ground. Everybody's got like sports, and then Coletco, and their eyes are up here and not right here. That's the problem. I got to get all these sports games off. Sports, wrap it up. It's not even football season. There's nothing even on right now that's relevant. NBA's not relevant. NHL's not relevant. MLB's definitely not relevant. It's not even college football season. What is going on? Why are y'all watching sports in May? There's nothing on in May that's worth watching. There's nothing on in May worth watching. These three singles, he says, yesterday I filled out my details and sent them, but I don't think I made a purchase till today. Is that okay? Should these go? You're good to go. So these are sold to Jorge Camacho. And I was just making sure we had you registered, okay? Those are sold to you. Now, those are good to go. The other auction, which has just as many bids, but probably as many questions, is this right here. A 1973 USOG. A 1973 USOG. Funkadelic Cosmic Slop. Funkadelic Cosmic Slop. The last bid was Jason Short at $53. An OG VG. Then we put up these three singles. And the last bid on these three singles was Teresa Brookshire at $12. We sold a Black Sabbath Don Kirshner. We sold another Black Sabbath Don Kirshner. We sold that third perfect circle to Tate. What are the EPs? Bob McKinney wants both Korn albums. Bob McKinney wants both Korn albums and Oasis. Now, Oasis was that one from the previous crate, right, Bob? I don't think there was another Oasis in here. Yeah, that was the Oasis from the previous crate. What's the Story, Morning Glory. So this is sold to Bob. Okay, and he got two Korn albums. Funkadelic 47. Okay? And then, Chad, if the King Card Stick Identity, I will take it. Sid Blair on the Kim Carnes. This is sold to Sid Blair. Okay? This is sold to Sid Blair. Funkadelic's at 50. Next thing we have, my bad, I said earlier on BRMC, I meant Brian Jones. That has not been sold yet. Funkadelic 53. Next thing we have is, next thing is, I changed my mind, I'll pass on Ken Cards. Here this is. Now, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, did I get a Pulp Fiction? I never did see where you actually said you wanted one, so here is this. Pulp Fiction. That is sold to Christopher Dean. Now, We have correct. Base Kicking wants Metallica live in Seattle. And there we have it. Okay, a lot of that. Plus, I just alienated hundreds of fan bases. That's what I do best. I cause a lot of drama and arguments in the comments. I can say one thing about a pro sports team and then let the arguments begin, which is going to generate more comments and therefore boost the algorithm, and then more people's going to end up watching and buying stuff anyways. All right, I'm good to go. I love all sports. Y'all know I'm a sports guy. I'm just trying to get you to turn it off your TV. I don't want you watching it right now. Record it and watch it in the morning at work. Okay, I haven't watched a live. I usually record golf. I record everything now, even if I already know the outcome. I don't really have time to watch it. So, okay. Now, there's so much activity. Let's figure out where we're at on this right here. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Nobody else bid since I did that final call. And this last bid was a long time ago for $68 to Trina Long. And I'm going to scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll, and we're at the bottom, $68. Okay? Now, I do say football is top. I don't know. I don't know if I've watched. I can't tell you. Well, y'all know what I do every day. I can tell you when the last time I've watched a game. That was, when was the Super Bowl? That's the last time I watched a sporting event other than golf. Whenever the sporting event. That's the last sporting event I watched other than the Masters and the PGA Championship. All right, now these three singles. There's been three people want to know what they are. Crippled Bastards, Images of War and Images of Pain, Citizens Patrol, Dead Children, and Necro Metal. And Teresa still has them for $12. Teresa still has those for $12. And then Funkadelic is sold. And Funkadelic is sold to Jason Short, and he got that for $53. We're ready for all new stuff. Now, I've got everybody paying attention now since we've started sports arguments, and let's go through this crate one more time. We need to sell at least half of it, and there's a lower crate over here on deck. We have first a Japanese pressing going up right now, and it's a Japanese pressing of what? We have a Japanese pressing of Billy Joel, the Nylon Curtain. This is going up right now for a $35 start. We have Billy Joel, the Nylon Curtain. There is the insert. There's that. And Billy Joel's a $35 start. Teresa gets these three singles for $12. Those are sold, okay? Now, we have Korn Untouchables for $33.99. Pulp Fiction, one sold, $36.99, one left. So we got one Korn sold, one Korn left, one Pulp sold, one Pulp left. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be Weezer, the Blue Album, a MoFi copy. A Weezer Blue Album MoFi copy, numbered, and this is sealed, Buddy Holly, a $55 start. A $55 start on Weezer MoFi. The next thing I have is three more singles here. And those singles are as following. We have a Orange Goblin Flexi Disc, another Crippled Bastards, and a Harley something, and the Teeny Weenies. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Next is Foo Fighters Skin and Bones. Foo Fighters is a 2 LP. That's $39.99. I'm pretty sure that's like Foo Fighters Unplugged. That's pretty much Foo Fighters Unplugged. $39.99. Mastodon, Crack the Sky, $33.99. We have Pulp Fiction for $36.99. A tough OG to find. It came out in the early 90s, of course. Pussifer V is for Vagina, blue with black smoke. Pussifer is $39.99. And we have Beck Sea Change. Here it is. Just waiting for somebody to say, Chad, I will gladly take a Beck. We have three available. It's a 2 LP, $39.99. I've got 3 copies. Another record. If this shows up pre-owned for like $3 less, we will have 10 claims. Here it is for $3 more, brand new and sealed, and I still got all 3 copies. Mazzy Star, that is $33.99. Nobody's been on Weezer, final call for $55. Nobody's been on Billy Joel, final call for $35. Metallica, live in Seattle, a well-known, great live concert, 1989, colored vinyl, 2 LP. It is unofficial, $39.99. Pulp Fiction is sold to Kathy Collinsworth. If anybody else wants one, it will be a waiting list. A Perfect Circle, 13th Step, 2 LP, $39.99. We sold one, there's one left. Foo Fighters, Greatest Hits, My Hero, Learn to Fly, Times Like These, Monkey Wrench, Foo Fighters, $39.99. And we have Korn Issues, $33.99. This is Korn Issues, $33.99. That's a 2 LP, Korn Issues. This is live, unplugged, but isn't it like acoustic type stuff? I think it's it's live. All unplugs are live. What I'm saying, I think it's more like acoustic. Teresa on Metallica, that is sold. What is the Billy Joel? The Nylon Curtain, a Japanese pressing for a $35 start. Jorge, you got outbid by Teresa. She bid $10 first. Now Weezer is at $55. Guns N' Roses is $36.99. Here's another live unofficial. Black Sabbath at the Don Kirshner's rock concert. Killing Yourself to Live, Hole in the Sky, Snowblind, War Pigs, Paranoid. Tracks like that, $39.99. Metallica, Misfits, $33.99. The compilation with Last Caress, and we have Black Sabbath Paranoid, New Jersey, 1975, another one, 2 LP. We sold 10 copies of this last week. Killing Yourself to Live, Hole in the Sky, Snowblind, Symphony Universe, War Pigs, Sabdara Kadabra, $44.99. Weezer. Just got one bid with Robert Barnett. That is sold to Robert for $55. Done. Now, Susie, do you want Don Kirshner or do you want Paranoid? I think you already got a Don Kirshner, so I'll give you a Paranoid in New Jersey. Those are Aussie concerts. Teresa, you've been outbid on the singles. Nobody bid on Billy Joel. He's a $35 buy now. Let's go through another new crate. I still got a crate and a half left of new vinyl to sell. A crate and a half of new vinyl to sell. And currently right now we have how many crates of vintage and pre-owned over here? We got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 23, 33,000 crates of pre-owned records to go through. 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 Everybody's probably like, is this thing stuck? What's wrong with Chad? Chad's over here trying to figure out the next crate we're going to go through extremely quickly. I'm trying to figure out what all these that John's marked. Wow. Ooh, I like that one. Let's go through this one. Yeah, let's go through this one. All right, here we go. First thing we have is Susie got that last Black Sabbath. And we have Billy Joel. That's sold to Michael Jacob for $35. This is sold to Michael Jacob for $35. Thank you, Michael. That is sold to you for $35. Josh Brown, your bid came in very late on Weezer. Teresa's out on the 45s. Dennis Daly next on Billy Joel. That means these 3 singles are sold for $11 to Jorge Cambambo. And then next we have how many? 33,000. Chad's Edibles. How many? I bid 56 on Weezer. That came in very late. How many? 33. And the first record in here is Elvis Costello and The Attractions. Get Happy. It has a hop sticker that says 20 hits. It's in shrink. It's a beautiful copy, $24.99. And Pure Prairie League Live taking the stage, $24.99 for PPL. And George Harrison's $24.99. George Harrison's self-titled album. Our next auction is going up right now. Holy moly, it's a 1987 U.S. Carrollton Club, OG Club, original top copy of The Cure, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, and shrink wrap near mint minus. A $75 start. Let the bidding begin. Next is Don McLean, an OG German pressing of American Pie, $24.99. He drove the Chevy to the levee. W.C. Fields with the poster is also $24.99. And the Partridge Family shopping bag, $19.99. Does it have the shopping bag? I don't know. It feels awfully heavy. Free shopping bag inside. Usually John notes if it has the shopping bag. This is $19.99. The Cure is OG 1987 Carrollton Club copy with the original inner sleeves. And it is in shrink. It is near mint. And it's how much? Just a $75 start. The Cure should have bids for $75, $80, $85, $90, $95, $100, $105, $110, $115, $120, $125, $130, $135. Partridge Family is sold to Susie Breedlove. Right now, the Cure has no bids, looking for a $75 start. Susie gets the Partridge Family. That's sold to her. Also, Stevie Wonder, Music of My Mind. That's $26.99. Billy Joel's 52nd Street, $14.99. Our next auction is Towns Van Zandt. This is called Flying Shoes. Holy moly. It's a 1978 USOG sealed. It does have a saw cut, but we're talking about sealed Towns Van Zandt from 1978. That's a $65 start. No bid on that. Looking for a $65 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's going to be 3 hardcore singles. We got Hard Skin. We are the Wankers. We have Hit Me Back, 8 positive tunes to shake your bonbon to, and Hit Me Back, Out of Vogue. Those 3 are a $10 star. Josh, your feed is behind. Josh, your feed is behind. Mets won, so I'm down to the Knicks and Chads. To attention. Yeah, I'm going to be happy when all these sports games wrap up tonight. The insane bins are going to be, when we're recapping stuff tonight, it's going to be insane after all these sporting events go off. Well, I don't even know, like, randomly in May, there's like 20 games on tonight. There's like 19 NBA games, 37 MLB games, 67 NHL. Big Top Circus, $14.99. Teresa has the singles for 10. Nobody... This is $19.99. Another OG that has the flip back cover. And Steppenwolf Monster. Very odd not to see these with ringwear. $19.99 for Steppenwolf Monster. This is also the weirdest cover in album release history. It opens from the bottom. That's $19.99. That's Steppenwolf Monster, $19.99. I'm not making the Cure a buy now. Just so you know, the Cure is not going to be a buy now. You can either bid or I'm just going to keep it myself. So it's either a $75 start or nothing. And then Tanya Tucker is $14.99. Also, Towns Van Zandt Flying Shoes. It's a 1978. This is an OG copy. I repeat, I'm going to have to bring out my announcements again. This is a 1978 US OG sealed copy of Towns Van Zandt Flying Shoes, and it does not have $65. This auction is also not eligible for a buy now. We have Diodato Prelude. Diodato has the theme song from Ric Flair on it. That's all you need to know. $19.99 on that. Also, what was the Circus album? Big Top Circus Calliope. You just asked me that, so I could say that word again. It's $14.99. And Prism Small Change, $14.99. Travis has bid on the Cure for $75. Thank goodness. Now, also, the Towns Van Zandt is not going to be a buy now. It's got to have a $65 start. This does not have a bid, and it's an OG copy. Rico Kasich, Beatitude, $9.99. Rico Kasich, Beatitude, and more. Encore of Golden Hits, the Platters. This is $9.99. Also, Chicago. This is Chicago 2. It's actually just called Chicago. That's $19.99. These 3 singles have 1 bid, and that was with Teresa, and then Darren Tatum, and then nobody else's bid, and this is a final call. Also, we have the Pointer Sisters. That's a plenty. The Pointer Sisters is $9.99. And we have Orleans. There it is, folks. $9.99. Also, Elton John Breaking Hearts is $19.99. And Winnie the Pooh, my goodness, a grail. Walt Disney presents songs and stories about Winnie the Pooh and Tigger. That's $19.99. Okay, now that both of these auctions have bids, I'm going to this time clearly tell you what they are. Do y'all realize The Cure is one of the most desirable artists to find OG copies of. And just sitting back here, nonchalant, is an OG 87 club copy just sitting right back here for no reason with just one bid. And so I'm making sure everybody's really paying attention. They have all these baseball games turned off. This is The Cure, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, in shrink, near mint minus. It has all the original on our sleeves, and it has one bid to Travis Wade for $75, and we are about to sell it. Just like heaven. Show me how you do that trick. That's one of my favorites right there. Soft and Lonely, Lost and Lonely. That's a great one. Final call. $75, one bid. I had to like bring out my megaphone voice and just make sure everybody is like really paying attention. Because I feel like for some reason you're more interested in a guy throwing a pitch into a glove or somebody trying to dunk a basketball than missing out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on The Cure. And then over here, this guy's records, we never get them in, and this is sealed. A sealed copy of Townes Van Zandt Flying Shoes, a 78 OG. And it's got one bid for $65. We are about to sell them. These three singles are sold to Teresa for $12. Now, Winnie the Pooh is sold to Susie Breelove. That is sold to Susie Breelove. Before that, James Goggin got the platters. That is sold to James Goggin. Thank you. Now, let's keep rolling right here. The Metallica boxes. I got on layaway and was wondering if those are gone or coming up. You were on the wrong day. That will be Thursday night. That will be Thursday night. There will be absolute war for them. Next is Walt Disney's Story of Sleeping Beauty. This is Walt Disney's Story, Sleeping Beauty, and this is $19.99. Walt Disney's Story of Sleeping Beauty, storybook and record, no condition notes, $19.99. The Love Bug, another Disneyland storybook and record, $24.99. Also, we have Walt Disney's Babes in Toyland, another storybook and record, $24.99. Three incredible Disney records there in a row. Now The Cure's at $90. And we have a drink of purple juice coming up. I'm going to do that right now. I have to make sure I'm good to go. Okay. We have three more singles being pulled at random here. I'm about to show them to you. As soon as I get done sneezing. All right. First is Susie on Sleeping Beauty. Ron Mustaine was second. Susie first on Babes in Toyland. I can't believe it. OG Seal Townes Van Zandt sold for $65 to Janet Gray. How much is Love Bug? That's the only one that it didn't sell. Storybook and record, $24.99. Our next auction is going up right now. It's a Led Zeppelin live unofficial. This is a 1990 UK bootleg. It features interviews from an unknown source, likely regarding the film and or soundtrack of The Song Remains the Same. This is a limited edition interview album from Led Zeppelin. It's a 1990 UK bootleg, a $25 start. The Cure is a final call. Travis Wade, $90. We're about to sell it. Travis Wade has that for $90. We're about to sell it. Walt Disney's Happiest Songs in shrink, $19.99. Chris, if you don't want the Love Bug, then Extreme Mid-South does. Walt Disney's It's a Small World, $24.99. You did get Townes Van Zandt. You got it at a theft of a price. Pure Prairie League, $14.99, but congratulations. We also have Elvis Costello, Taking Liberties, $24.99. And Tennessee Ernie Ford invites you to come to the fair. That's $9.99. Kelly, let me know if you want Disney Small World, Disney Happiest Songs. Your dibs on both of those. Zeppelin, $25. Travis Wade, congratulations on The Cure for $90. Also, wouldn't have been surprised if that brought $280. You can thank that. Major League Baseball. That you can thank Major League Baseball for that. Led Zeppelin's at $25 for James Goggin. And now we have dibs on Disney coming up. Also, The Best of Procol Harum, $19.99. Toby McGowan just bid late on The Cure. A little bit too late. The rule, I always say, bid high and bid often. You're going to miss out on something. Love Bug. This is then sold to Extreme Mid-South. And then Kelly on Disney, and she wants the happiest songs. So that is sold. That means Susie, if you want Small World, she does. That's sold to Susie. And now there's a bid just came in late on Cure. And we have The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. The Pretenders is $24.99. We had a Japanese pressing earlier. There's The Best of Procol Harum. That is sold to Trina Long. And Elvis Roustabout, a 64 Rockaway, $29.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And the next auction I have for you right now is Rush Presto. And this is the 2015 200 gram with insert EX Plus condition. Rush is a $55 start. Rush Presto is a $55 start. Next thing is Willie Nelson, Tougher Than Leather. Willie Nelson is $14.99. Willie Nelson, Columbus Stockade Blues. That's in shrink for $14.99. And Reba McEntire, Whoever's in New England, that's $14.99. Here's the agenda right now for 9/13. We're in a new arrivals bin of stuff that John's marked. The Disney stuff just got completely obliterated. I've got another crate of new vinyl to go through, and Laura already has another crate up here. So there's a Laura crate right next to me, ready to go. Speaking of Rush, here is a OG copy of Moving Pictures with the original on her sleeve. It's in beautiful condition, too. Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta. It is an OG club copy, RCA Club, $34.99. $34.99. My Uncle Owns a Country Place. Wow, such a great song. My Uncle Has a Country Place. I got to double check some lyrics now. My uncle has a country place that no one knows about. He says it used to be a farm before the motor law. Wow. Have you ever looked into that song? That is my favorite Rush song. That or Time Stand Still, but probably Red Barchetta. Such an incredible song. Okay, over here, we have Gary Wellman on Stockade Blues. That is sold to Gary Wellman. My brain just wasn't tight enough tonight to recall the first three lines of the song. Liquid Mice on Willie Nelson. Are you a first-time buyer? Now, that's a name I won't forget. Liquid Mice 9. I've never said that before. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer. And then next is Toby McGowan on Rush 40. Toby McGowan on Rush 40. And this is, now, there's a problem. This is a $55 start. This is $34.99. I don't know really what you're claiming. And then Tate was next on Rush. John Durden is Liquid Mice 9. John Durden is Liquid Mice 9. Rush Presto 61. And then Reba and Riva. And so Extreme gets Reba. Led Zeppelin just got one bid for $25. And that is officially sold then to James Goggin for $25. Thank you on that. And now we have Dolly, All I Can Do. Dolly is $24.99. Hank Williams' Greatest Hits and Shrink, $24.99. And then the Andrews Sisters, that's $14.99. Don't forget about Jackson Brown and Shrink and Hop. That's $19.99. And David Crosby, If I Could Only Remember My Name, $39.99. All right, so who wants Rush? There's like, I think, 3 claims for it. It's either Toby McGowan or Tate Prime. If Toby wanted this, the Rush in the Crate, you said high bidder. I don't think, well, this is, there's a Rush up for auction too. So that's probably where you got confused. This is sold to Toby McGowan. Gary Wellman on the Jackson Brown. And now, Rush Presto is up for bid. This is a 2015 200 gram with insert. Nice EX Plus. And the high bid on Rush is $77. What's the condition of Dolly? Everything in this crate is EX Plus or better, including the jackets, including that jacket. Not every jacket, but including that jacket. Here's another record. If I mention we have an OG of this, it usually causes all-out war. So let's see who is paying attention. And we have a 1984 UK original on her sleeve, EX edition. And this is going to go up for a $55 start. Depeche Mode, Some Great Reward. John Robb has asked 3 times on the condition of Dolly, so I better make sure I examine this. head to toe. All I can do, Dolly Parton. This has no condition notes. It has the original on her sleeve. It's $24.99. It's about half the price it probably should be. That is so to John Robb. He is all over that. You got to be fast with John Robb. He comments and then he copies and pastes, and if I don't answer, he'll ask me again and then ask me again and then ask me again, because that means he really, really wants it and he doesn't want anybody else to have it. Now Presto's at $78. I got to stay on top of John Robb's comments or he'll start yelling at me. And then Presto has a bid for $78. Depeche Mode has a bid for $55. And now my next comment is, or my next auction is going to be these three singles. We have SOD, Sluggo, and Sound of Disaster. I'm not for sure, but those are a $10 start. John's like, if you don't answer me immediately, I will keep asking and asking and asking and gasking and gasking until I do get an answer, Chad. Rush is at $85. Depeche Mode's at $55. Now Depeche Mode's at $60. This crate had some really good stuff in it that got left behind. I'm going to very quickly read through these one more time. We have Elvis Costello. How about Elvis Costello in shrink, $24.99. That's in shrink with the hop sticker. Pure Prairie League Live. That's a 2LP, $24.99. George Harrison self-titled. If you need a price on some of these, let me know. Don McLean, American Pie was $24. W.C. Fields, we got Stevie Wonder, we got Billy Joel, we got Styx, Steppenwolf, Tanya Tucker, Diodato, Big Town Circus, Prism, Rico Kasich, Chicago, the Pointer Sisters, Orleans, Elton John, Pure Prairie League, Elvis Costello, Tennessee Ernie Ford, The Pretenders, Elvis, Hank Williams Sr., Andrew Sistos, and David Crosby. Now, Depeche Mode is out with Nick Bargeron. Teresa has it for $60. Presto's at $79. Darren has the singles for $10. Teresa is at Depeche Mode at $60. Josh is out, and Gary Wellman on Pure Prairie League. That was probably for live taking the stage. That is so to Gary Wellman. If anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know. They're going to go right here next to me for a second, and then I'm going to move them over here with the other bin of stuff that did not get sold from earlier. I have another crate and a half of new vinyl to do. We're going to go ahead and start knocking some of those out right now. Hope everybody's paying close attention. If not, you're probably going to miss out on something. This crate is really full. Holy moly. This has got a lot of twosies and threesies in it. A lot of twosies and threesies. A lot of twosies and threesies, which means it's probably a lot of stuff I haven't had in stock in a while. I'm like, oh, that's in stock. I'll grab twosies. Oh, this is in stock. I'll grab a threesies. Here we go. Darren Johnson gets those singles for $10. And Depeche Mode. I'm going to repeat. I'm going to have to yell again because this is like The Cure. Do y'all realize the amount of requests, emails, phone calls, text messages, comments, direct messages, fax, FedEx, telegrams, telegraphs we get asking if we have OG Depeche Mode albums or OG Cure albums? And here's the opportunity. It only has 2 bids, and Teresa has it for $60. MT Matt has Rush for $85. MT Matt has Rush for $85. The other bids got out of order. Rush Presto's at $85. That's a final call. Final call on Depeche Mode. And Teresa, those singles already had a bid for $10, and I sold them to Darren Johnson. Here's the next 3 I'm going to put up very quickly. And these are going to go up right now. And the first one is Sunshine Super Scum. We have Something, and then the Holy Mountain. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. First thing we have in here is Black Label Society Mafia, a 2LP red vinyl, $38.99. Black Label Society Mafia, that's on red vinyl for $38.99. I got 2 copies of Winger. Winger is new and sealed on green vinyl. Winger is $33.99. Now, Teresa, you've been outbid on Depeche Mode. The new high bid, $61. Gary Moore Live. This is a 2LP blue vinyl, and there was a waiting list here for old Gary. And the waiting list for Gary Moore, G-A-R-Y, the waiting list for Gary Moore was 2 people, Joe Barrios and James Bragg. So I think both of these are going to be sold. Did only 2 come in? I usually order at least 1 more. And this is sold and sold. And now, Teresa, let me know if you want back in on Depeche Mode. These 3 singles is at 10 with Teresa. She's been 10 on those. Back in on Depeche Mode. Stone Temple Pilots 4. And Stone Temple Pilots 4 was on white and black splatter. STP, I should have a waiting list over here for STP. STP, and the waiting list for STP4 is Cameron Lingafelt. Cameron, thank you. This is so to you, Cameron Lingafelt. There's 2 more copies left of STP if anybody wants that. And then these 3 singles are sold to Teresa for $10. Rush Presto is sold to MT Matt for $85. And this Depeche Mode is now at $66 with Jerry Ferguson. Depeche Mode is a 1984 UK original, and it was near mint minus. I believe that's what my sticker said. No condition notes, maybe EX. Also, we got 2 copies of The Sound Jeopardy. We sold some originals of this band last weekend. There was pretty big prices and a lot of demand. I was like, I've never ordered them. Here they are. They're on white vinyl. The Sound is $33.99. And we have Echo and the Bunnymen. What are you going to do with your life? This is limited edition turquoise colored vinyl, and that is $38.99 for Echo and the Bunnymen. I've only got 1 copy here of the Cocktail soundtrack. Should I have another one? I should have another one. Maybe there's this one. Jerry Stone. That's for Jerry Stone if he wants it. He asked if I was getting it. He never did say he really wanted it. But Jerry Stone, there's the new Cocktail soundtrack. That should be on blue vinyl. It's from Friday Music. It should be on blue vinyl. But Jerry, if you're watching, there it is if you want it. I got to hold that for him till we get an answer. And then Porno for Pyros is $33.99. Pyrotechnics, limited edition multicolored vinyl. Porno for Pyros is $33.99. And then Neil Young Freedom, 2 LP, $39.99 for Neil Young Freedom. Over here, Depeche Mode is at $70. Pat Frat wants The Sound. I have 1 copy left of The Sound on white vinyl. If anybody else wants one, let's go ahead and get another auction going. I still got several over here to run. And the next thing we have is... The next thing I have here is... oh yeah, Brian Jonestown Massacre. Thank God for mental illness. Brian Jonestown Massacre is a 2015 UK reissue. First time on vinyl. OG album released was on CD in 1997. So this was the first time it was ever officially pressed to vinyl. It's on limited edition yellow vinyl, and it's a $35 start. Teresa, you're back out on Depeche Mode. Jerry Ferguson has it for $70. We're about to sell it. Next thing in here is Alceste. This is Scales de Lune, and that was $29.99. How much was Cocktail soundtrack? Cocktail soundtrack is $39.99. It's Friday Music, and that was for Jerry Stone, but he never did really say he wanted one. He asked if we were getting it. Also, we have Bauhaus Flat Field. Bauhaus is $33.99. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for this Bauhaus. We've sold a lot of Bauhaus lately. Bauhaus, and the first waiting list is for Sky. And then Bella Lugosi, no, Flat Field, both of these are still available. $33.99 on this. $33.99 on this right here. So yes, this is still available. Also, we have, okay, so Cocktail, Brian Jonestown Massacre, $35. And then we have Depeche Mode, $73. Jerry Stone does want Cocktail. And I thought I ordered 2. So I guess, Johnny Silva, if you want one, let me know. I can get you one as well. Depeche Mode's at $73, and then Depeche Mode $74, and Black Label Society Unblackened. And this is a 2 LP, limited edition gatefold, 3 LP on clear vinyl. Black Label Society's $44.99, and we have Luna Chicks. Luna Chicks is $29.99. Binge and Purge, Luna Chicks. There's 3 of those available. Let's go over the Brian Jonestown Massacre again. Brian Jonestown Massacre. This is called Thank God for Mental Illness. It's the first time. This is technically OG from 2015. It came out in CD in 1997. In 1997, somewhere they made a decision not to make this on vinyl. They probably thought, who the heck's going to buy this on vinyl in 1997? Little do they know if they would have made it in 97, years later, it'd be a highly sought-after collectible. But it took them all the way to 2015 to make it on vinyl for the first time. That was back when 15 was right when the first vinyl resurgence started happening. Thank God for mental illness. It's on yellow vinyl. It's limited edition when they made that, and now it has multiple bids. So if you want an OG copy of that album, that's it. It only came out Okay, that's weird. I hadn't had my mic die in quite some time. My mic hadn't died in quite some time. All right, so the last thing that happened over here was, I'm not for sure what I was saying, but Brian Jonestown Massacre was at $37.38, and then Depeche Mode got a bid for $80. I was saying, Travis Wade, I got you a Luna Chicks. I think I ordered those just for Travis. I've been seeing a lot of claims usually from Travis on Luna Chicks. And then Teresa Brookshire got a Luna Chicks. And now we have my mic went out. Jerry's out on Depeche Mode. So now this is a final call to Teresa for $80. That's more like it. That's a final call for $80. And then Brian Jonestown Massacre 40. And then another 40 with Chris Knapp. And then a 42 of William Seth. And then we are good to go. Now, L7, that was a waiting list with Rebecca Howitt. And have already put those in there for Rebecca? I haven't. I have not. So, Rebecca Howitt, you was on a waiting list for L7. And I think what I was saying when my mic died was that, and also on all these reissues, I try to let everybody know when the OG is. Because sometimes we have people that say, I'm only an OG buyer. And I'm like, okay, but that also means you can't collect a lot of artists. There's a lot of artists that you could collect, but you're not going to be able to get all their albums. Because two things. One, they never was made on vinyl. Or two, they're out of print. Or three, it's really expensive. So when I tell people about the Smashing Pumpkins, or I tell people about Alice in Chains, maybe even Nirvana's, you know, if you're wanting to hold out for a true OG pressing of Nevermind, I'm talking about a true OG pressing. They're like $1,000. And I think that's why Nirvana Nevermind is like the top selling new LP. Because unless you're going to spend that kind of money, you really can't get a copy. Or some of these are like the first time on vinyl was 20 years after it came out, like Brian Jonestown Massacre there. So I always tell people, pay close attention to new vinyl bins. You might be like, I'm not into new vinyl. However, some of these are like the first time available. So that means this is a final call on Depeche Mode, and that is with Teresa Brookshire for $80. $80. $80. And now we have Brian Jonestown at 48. So that's probably going to be bid up for a while. Let's just let that be. I'll call out bids as I see them. But first, I'm going to go ahead and introduce 3 more singles right quick. And these are going to go up for a $10 start. Iron Lung, and Iron Lung. That's 3 from Iron Lung. That is a $10 start. $10 start on that. Sarah McLachlan, this was a waiting list of music on vinyl pressing of Fumbling Towards Ecstasy. $39.99. Sarah McLachlan, Fumbling Towards Ecstasy. Scott Smith, you was on a waiting list. Thank you, Scott Smith. You was on a waiting list for Sarah McLachlan. That sold you for $39.99. And then next is Brian Jonestown 47. Janet on Black Label Society. Was that for Unblackened? If so, Janet, that's sold to you. L7 was $24.99. There's 3 left. We had 1 person on a waiting list. Here's Bauhaus. This one's called Mask. $34.99 on Bauhaus Mask. And Depeche Mode Ultra. Depeche Mode is $38.99. Depeche Mode Ultra, $38.99 for Depeche Mode Ultra. That's a gatefold. And Jane's Addiction, Nothing Shocking. Excuse the nudity on that one. Jane's Addiction is $33.99. Now, Brian Arrigo does want an L... No, Travis Wade wants an L7. There's that. And then Brian is over here. Brian Jonestown Massacre is on yellow vinyl. Yellow vinyl on that one. Now, let's go ahead and sell Teresa the Depeche Mode. Thank you, Teresa. And that is sold to you for $80. Let me double check that. 90, 80, 180, 8,000. What was the price? 90,000. $80 with Teresa Brookshire. $80 with Teresa. And then Brian Arrigo also wants an L7. That is sold. Let me make sure I just pulled out 2 right then. I did. There's 1 left now. And then Pat Fratt on Jane's Addiction. That is sold. And now these singles have bids for $10 with Darren and $10 with Darren. Okay, our next LP is going to go up right now. And the next LP is going to be XTC. And this is really cool. These 2 records are a set. Do not separate. It's okay. Laura, you don't have to yell at me, okay? We have a 1982 Canadian original, a compilation of singles and a few previously unreleased tracks, EX edition. So they're two different jackets. They're supposed to be sold together like this. XTC, very cool. And once again, that's called XTC Waxworks, some singles, 1877. That would have been a long time ago. This is 1977 to 1982. It's a 1982 Canadian EX edition, a $25 start. Darren, let me know if you want backing on the singles. That's Darren Johnson. We got Darren Chrisman and Darren Johnson. And we have Brian Jonestown Massacre. William Seth has it for 50. Now Brad Webster's at 52. Now Chad needs some purple juice. Chad desperately needs some purple juice. The most recent comment on the CollectCo post are, when will the Justice box be sold? Hi, how can I buy the Master of Puppets box set? When will the Acid Bath be available for sale? That's the last 3 comments and messages to CollectCo in the last 7 minutes. I hope y'all are ready for Thursday night. It's going to be I'll probably have to have somebody here literally helping me just reply to people in the comments. And then there's going to be enough metal left over to do another one the next week, and the next week. First thing we have is 3 copies of Skinny Puppy. And this one's $29.99. And Skinny Puppy, and I think this one's called Remission. And that's the one there should be a waiting list. This one don't have a name, and I think it's known as Remission. And this is the one that Rebecca Howard was on a waiting list for. So this one's called Remission. If I'm wrong, y'all let me know, but it don't have a title on it. I think it's called Remission. And that's $29.99. There's that, and there's 2 left. And let's update all the other bids now. So I remember saying Brian Jonestown Massacre 43, and then 50, and then 52, and then XTC 25, and then Brian Jonestown 53, XTC 27. Jetstream wants a Sarah McLachlan, and then the next thing we have is Brian Jonestown Massacre 54. That means Darren Chrisman, you get the 3 Iron Lungs for 10. Now XTC's at 30. And Brian Jonestown Massacre's at 54. The Jane's Addiction was $33.99. Here's Ace of Base, which there was a waiting list for. I just saw it over here. These are on clear vinyl, Ace of Base. And this is for Jerry Stone and Jason Fornerat. Jerry Stone and Jason Fornerat. So these 2 copies are sold and sold. Those are sold and sold. And there's 2 more copies of Ace of Base, Happy Nation, US version. And then we got 3 copies of DRI, the Dirty Rotten LP, as in Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. And this is also a waiting list. You're always seeing a lot of stuff that we sold out of and had waiting list. So, and I reorder it for people, and then we order a couple additional copies. So this DRI is sold, and that was sold to John Durden. John Durden, you was on a waiting list for this. John Durden. There's 2 more there. Now we have Brian Jonestown Massacre 55 and now 60. And now XTC is at 38. Wasp Eldorado is $34.99. Wasp Eldorado is $34.99. And then Ministry Twitch. Ministry is $39.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing for Twitch. Now, who asked about Jane's Addiction? It was Philip Holt. So Mark Morris wants Jane's Addiction. I'm assuming you're passing. But if you do want on a waiting list, or if you do want that, let me know. Or if you want on a waiting list, I'll give that one to Mark Morris, which I just did. And then here's another Skinny Puppy. And unfortunately, this one is called Vivisect V. Vivisect V. Or I don't know if that's 666 in Roman numerals. But I've only got 2. And 2 of them, all 3 of them have sing splits. Yeah, they all have sing splits. More LPs showing up with sing splits. Philip asked the price. You must have missed it. I did say $33.99. Or maybe I didn't say, and I answered it in my head. I'm really bad about doing that. $33.99. It's yours if you want it. if not Mark Morris. All right. DRI is $29.99. They're going to love, the people who don't get to watch the live sales at night are going to love the flip videos in the morning. I'm going to say we got 3 full crates, and about everything in here is going to sell hopefully at 6 a.m. in the morning when we do these flip crates. There's some great stuff. Now, I'm just going to browse through these one more time. Boys in the Hood is on the way, but it hadn't came in yet. It's on the way, but it hadn't came in yet. Now, we also have another half crate to go through. I'm going to go ahead and knock out the other half crate. That way, for the people who are just interested in the newest new titles, there's another lower crate on deck, and I still got an unlimited amount of John crates. An unlimited amount of John crates. And last night, when I started going through those later, we were selling the fire out of some records in there. Pretty cool. All right, so the first thing I have is we got some pretty busy auctions. XTC, Brian Jonestown Massacre. I still got a whole half band over here, plus a few Japanese surprises and a few other kind of records that are untagged. Just saying. Okay? First thing in here I have is Black Label Society Mafia, 2 LP red vinyl, $38.99. Winger is on green vinyl, $33.99. XTC, the last bid on this that showed up was Teresa at $38, and Chris Knapp, you're out. So Teresa has that for $38. Over here, we have Brian Jonestown Massacre. The last bid is William Seth at $62. Going twice, going 3 times to William Seth, $62. William Seth has that for $62. Final call on that. Now, the next thing was, let's put Philip Holt. So Mark Morris, you are getting the Jane's Addiction. Let's put Philip Holt on a waiting list. Those will be in before the end of the week. Now XTC's at $40. Stone Temple Pilots number 4. That's on colored vinyl for $33.99. The Sound Jeopardy, that's on white vinyl. That's $33.99. The Sound and Echo and the Bunnymen's $38.99. What Are You Gonna Do With Your Life? Turquoise blue. Porno for Pyros is $33.99. $33.99. And we have Neil Young, Freedom. Neil Young is $39.99. Also, Alcest is $29.99. Bauhaus Flat Fields, $33. Black Label Society's $44. Luna Chicks was $29, only 1 left. L7, $24, only 1 left. Bauhaus Mass, $34. And Depeche Mode Ultra is $38.99. Now, we have a problem on the Brian Jonestown Massacre. William, you have the high bid, and then you said out. And he said Craig can have it. Now, the problem with that is, just FYI, once you bid, there's no retractions. Because if you have it, and then you say out, and you have the high bid, and no one's bid against you, now we'll do 1 variance on that, and that's only if Craig wants it. And if Craig wants it, we'll say it's a final call to him at $62, I guess, or $60. We'll say $60, but if not, then it's yours for $62. Because at this point, I've had people change their mind and say, you know what, I don't want it for $60 either. And then that means I'll have to sell it to you for $62. So it's up to Craig. If he doesn't want it for $60, then it's a final call to you for $62. Skinny Puppy is $29.99. Ace of Base, that's on clear vinyl for $33. Wasp was $34. We still got Ministry for $39. And then this Skinny Puppy did have some seam splits for $29. And then there's Dirty Rotten Imbeciles for $29. I'm going to put these other seam split Skinny Puppies over here with the other seam split records that come in. And I have got to figure that out. I have a feeling I've already waited too late for some other stuff. And if I've waited too late, we're going to have to sell some seam split records at losses this week. I think I have a whole crate that either they haven't approved and now it's expired, or I don't know. It's bad though. XTC is sold for $43. I got to make sure Craig's out. If Craig's out, then this is sold to William. Final call on that. Let's put up some new auctions. And I've got another half crate over here to go through. And this is from the distributor that I get a lot of like discount and on sale stuff from. So this crate, these crates here usually have some pretty good stuff. Did Ed mark these? Of course Ed marked them. Of course Ed marked them. You can always count on Ed and Laura and Paul and Tanner and Jake and John and everybody here. All right. What is the Brian Jonestown Massacre going through? Well, It's the high bid right now is at 62, but we kind of have a yellow caution flag. The high bidder at 62 was wanting to pass, and I got to make sure Craig didn't want it for 60. If Craig says pass, then it's sold to William Seth for 62. Now, it's still technically up for bid, but it's under a yellow caution, and it's about to sell, though. It's under review. We're waiting. We kind of have an error on it. Our next auction is Dire Straits, and this is sealed Dire Straits. It's a 1988 US OG. It's basically a greatest hits. It's a compilation. It's a BMG Direct Club, and this is sealed for a $35 start. Sealed for a $35 start. Next thing is John Coltrane, a Love Supreme. John Coltrane is pressed at QRP, a classic jazz album, an acoustic sound series. Coltrane's $38.99. One of the best jazz albums, highly regarded. If you've never owned a jazz album and you're like, Chad, I'd like to purchase my first ever jazz album ever, that would probably be one that most people would tell you to go to get started with. That's a classic, John Coltrane. Let's put up 3 more hardcore singles. The first one here was marked $18. It's called Unearth, Endless. Unearth is on clear vinyl. We have Up Front and Up Front. Those 3 are a $10 start. Josh Brown's in on Dire Straits at $35. We also have the Brothers Osborne. This is basically a discounted price, a Record Store Day Black Friday release for $29.99. The Brothers Osborne live at the Ryman, $29.99. Well, I never did hear back from Craig. That's very rare for me to lose Craig in the chat. So, William Seth, this is sold to you for $62. I never lose Craig in the chat, but that's sold to William Seth for $62. Next thing we have is Yes, House of Blues. Yes is a 3 LP, which is an on-sale price on blue vinyl. When I say on sale, definitely below the original MSRP list price. The original MSRP list price on this was probably closer to $50. Carmen Shar-Tiger, you was on a waiting list. So thank you, Carmen Shar-Tiger. You was on a waiting list for this. That is sold to you on a waiting list, and I got 2 more left. That's on blue vinyl. And now I've got John 5. You may know him from Motley Crue. I think he also was Marilyn Manson's guitarist for a while. Yellow vinyl, John 5, center, and that is $24.99. And now there's a bid that came in on Jonestown for $65. Well, dang it. That came in late. I guess at this point, because William Seth said he really wanted to pass, I mean, I guess we can give it to DJ Not So Good for $65. It's kind of confusing. Just always remember, if you bid on an auction, please make sure at any given time, if I were to say sold as soon as you bid, because sometimes some people bid and the other people have already said out, and I'm like, okay, sold. Make sure you're ready to buy. Otherwise, it could be sold to you in a blink of an eye. Next thing we have is the Beatles, Please Please Me. And this is a 1988 US mono remaster. I've never seen this particular pressing. It's a mono remaster from 1988 of Please Please Me. And it's a $35 start. $35 start over here at the top. And then we have Brian's Stonetown 65, Dire Straits 37, Dire Straits 38. How much is Yes? It's $34.99. Mike Allspaw wants a John 5. Those are just $24.99 on yellow vinyl. Thank you, Mike Allspaw. And then we have Marcus King. Marcus King is also just $24.99. Young Blood. Marcus King, that's definitely below MSRP. I remember when those came out. And then Disney's Ultimate Hits. And this is a run out from Target exclusive, a 2 LP on green and blue vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. $29.99. Disney's Ultimate Hits Volumes 1 and 2, $29.99. Dire Straits is at $40 and Dire Straits is at $40. We get these crates from a place called Milk Crate Directs Farm Plastics. If you Google Milk Crate Directs, it'll take you. These are called Super Crates. Don't order milk crates. Milk crates are too small. These are called Super Crates. And I've turned a lot of people onto that company. And yeah, I don't like cardboard. First thing I do, actually on Sundays, one of my favorite things to do is go through here and throw away all the cardboard I can find. Except for unused shipping boxes, obviously. But I'm looking around me right now. There's very little in cardboard. It's all plastic. Tubs or metal racks. I hate paper and cardboard, stuff being stored in that. It's bad for a lot of different reasons. So, but yeah, farm plastics. Alrighty. Oh, time to stretch. Disney. Ultimate hits. Chad's having to stretch. Chad is stretching. Chad is about to put up a new crate. Chad's already ready for a snack early. Chad is pretty hungry. I'm all the way down here on the floor. I can't even get back up. Okay. So, let's update what happened. The last thing that I said was we sold a John 5 to Mike Ospaw. And then we have thank you. Okay, so we need to change this. We had a lot of controversy around this record, but let's tag it for DJ Not So Good for $65. DJ Not So Good for $65. Dire Straits 40, Dire Straits 40, Dire Straits 42, Beatles 40, Dire Straits 41, Beatles 45, and is Bryantown at 62.65. Craig, I lost you there. Man, we had a lot of problems with that one, but I lost you. It's sold to DJ for $65. $65 on that, okay? Now, let's go through that one more time. These three singles. Craig, I'm not for sure what happened. I lost you over on Facebook for a long time, and we were hung up on that auction. Teresa gets these three singles for $10, and if you catch the replay, I was like, man, where's Craig? I never lose him in the chat. And then Dire Straits is at 43, and Darren, she had already bid 10 for those, and I've already sold them. I can't open the show on Facebook. That's not good. Is it some kind of bug? I had somebody else, I lost John Durden tonight too, unless he's still over on X. He commented so much they cut him off. I'm going to have to call Zuckerberg in the morning and have a conversation. We have John Coltrane, A Love Supreme. Coltrane is $38.99. The Brothers Osborne was $29. John 5 is $24. We have Yes, The House of Blues, a triple LP, Gary Wellman. You need one. Where are you, Gary Wellman? $34.99. Marcus King is just $24.99. I went ahead and grabbed 3 of those. And then Disney's Ultimate Hits, Volumes 1 and 2, $29.99. Hakuna Matata. Now, y'all know you want to listen to some Hakuna Matata. Dire Straits is at 50. Dire Straits is at 50 with Stephen Freyu. And over here is the Beatles. And the last bid on the Beatles was Toby McGowan at $45. And the original bidder on this is, I don't even know who it was, but Toby has it for $45 and we're about to sell it. And then Gary Wellman on the Yes and Jerry Stone on Yes. Great. I can always count on Gary Wellman and Jerry Stone. And there they are, coming in clutch. All right, now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you right now, we're about to bring up a new crate that Laura's marked. I know y'all are very excited to see that. And let's bring it up here. So I want to let everybody know that's what we're doing. Now, tomorrow, there should be a ton more new vinyl. We should have sold a little bit more tonight, but that's okay. A lot of tonight's was restocks. This stuff was actually supposed to come in on Monday. Of course, we had the holiday, but a lot of stuff that like I have never ordered and new releases will start showing up tomorrow and Thursday. A lot of this is restocks. Several things tonight, though, that I've never had that I'm surprised didn't sell, but you never know. I think a lot of people also are like, they're waiting to see what pops up, I think, maybe for the rest of the week and Thursday. We have been selling a lot of vinyl at the end of the week. Everybody's like, all right, you know what? I have spent $200 less than what I thought I would this week. Chad, go ahead and give me 5 copies of this and 3 copies of this and 3 copies of that and 10 copies of this. And I'm like, okay, we can do that. Let's go ahead and get this lower crate up here and see what's going on. We need more singles. And yeah, Dire Straits is sealed. Dire Straits is sealed. It's an original 1988 club copy. And it's at $58. And Toby McGowan, you get the sealed Beatles for $45. Thank you on that. Thank you on that. Now, let's bring this crate over. I see a lot of sealed stuff in here too. And check condition. I'm sure Laura's got some fantastically nice stuff in here. So let me do this. I got to go up front and get a refill. So I'm going to, as usual, keep you on the edge of your seat. There's the lower crate sticker. I don't want you going anywhere because as soon as I walk back here, y'all know the rules. I'm going to start showing records out of this bin. First come, first serve, not only gets the lower crate sticker, you also are going to see a lot of great records. And here is the next one. This is David Bowie Heroes, a 1980 US. The cover appears to be slightly water damaged, maybe right over here. We can be heroes just for one day. And it's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. So don't go anywhere. I got to walk up here and get a refill and probably a pack of this trail mix. That sounds pretty good to me. Be right back. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. That would also be very helpful. All right, I'm back. As promised. Here we go. The last thing I had was Dire Straits and David Bowie. Dire Straits was a sealed club copy, 52, 51, 55, 58. It was sealed 60, 59. And the next thing I have, yesterday's invoice, but I got an invoice for the week before. I figured I'd let you know I've paid yesterday's invoice, but have gotten an invoice for the week before, but have gotten an invoice. We got viewers in Utah, Colorado, Washington, Tallahassee, Texas, Pennsylvania, Florida, British Columbia, Crossville, Arizona, South Carolina, Kansas City, North Carolina, Florida, Gallatin, Tennessee, Kansas, Omaha, California, Alabama, the House of Uma Sumac, Youngsville, North Carolina, Adrian, Michigan, Dire Straits 63, Van Down by the River, South Carolina, North Carolina, Dire Straits 65, David Bowie 25, Dire Straits 61, Dire Straits 67. I have Culture Club, Waking Up with the House on Fire, VG Condition, $9.99. Heartless Bastard, Stairs and Elevators, EX $22.99. Bangles, Different Light in Shrink, Walk Like an Egyptian. It's another Manic Monday, VG Plus $14.99. Cover and Shrink, King Tough, Killer Garage Rock, EX $14.99. And The Fix, Shuttered Room. The Fix is in VG Plus condition, $12.99. So the David Bowie is a Heroes, an OG 1980 US reissue with a slightly water damaged cover. And the last bid on David Bowie was just one bid with Andrew Eisensmith for $25. The last bid on the sealed Dire Straits was $67. Jerry Ferguson, the first claimant here for Culture Club. Culture Club is sold to Jerry Ferguson. Also, we have Dire Straits 68. Edmund Estrada first on the Bengals. The Bengals is sold to Edmund Estrada. Melissa Bailey was second. Kristen Barnett third. Jerry Ferguson fourth. Robin Glenn sixth. Toby McGowan seventh. Chris Knapp on KT for King Tough. That leaves Heartless Bastards in the fix. And Destructo Cat next on the Bengals. Also, keep in mind, everything in this crate is first come, first serve, already stickered. Toby, you don't have to put the price. That takes away time for you to put in keystrokes. All you got to do is put Bengals. The only time you have to put a price is if you're bidding on something or you're making an offer. And this crate is sticker price. These are all new arrivals. Next thing I have is St. Vincent. This is self-titled. It is VG plus $14.99 with a note from Laura. Laura loves St. Vincent, a 3-heart rating. Right in that meaty part of the curve. The Go-Go's Vacation, VG plus $14.99. The Go-Go's, and we have Eurythmics, We Are 2-1. The Eurythmics is EX edition, $17.99. Now David Bowie has a new bid for $26. Andrew Eisensmith, you're out. And now the Dire Straits, Josh Brown has it for $67. $68, Josh Brown. Travis Woods, you're out. Still getting bids. Now it's at $70. Now Gary Wellman on St. Vincent. Now David Bowie has new bids. So, Andrew, you're out. Next is Royal Thunder. Stoner Rock. EX edition, $12.99. And Adam Ant, friend or foe. Adam Ant's VG, $9.99. Brian Arrigo on Go-Go's. Mark Morris, second on Go-Go's. Robin Glenn, third on Go-Go's. Heartless Bastards, all this time. EX edition, $17.99. And The Call, Modern Romans. The Call is EX edition, $12.99. And that was the last check condition title. Just saying, that was the last check condition title. Now everything else is EX plus or better. Here are the next singles. Till Death Do We Part. Looks like, I'm not for sure. And then Those Unknown, Distribution. And then we have Tough Ride, The Dangerous Doctrine of Empathy EP. All right, so those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Final call on David Bowie for $26. Dire Straits still getting bid. Chris Ridling's on RT. And that was for Royal Thunder. That's sold to Chris Ridling's. Ronnie Ritchie second. Robin still next on the Go-Go's. Dire Straits 75. Next in here is Billie Eilish, Happier Than Ever. A sealed Walmart exclusive on pale yellow vinyl. $29.99. Teresa's in on the singles for $10. REM document sealed for $29.99. REM document $29.99. Huey Lewis and the News. Oh, wow, a 1980 German copy. 1980 German copy, that's $19.99. And this is Bjork. And Bjork is sealed, $29.99. This one is called Triple 358. Is that what this one's billed? A 3-heart rating from Laura. Laura loves Bjork. $29.99. Kristen Barnett first on Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish sold to Kristen Barnett. Still bidding on Dire Straits. Now it's at $76. And then we have Garrett on REM. Thank you, Garrett Cypret. Dire Straits $76. And we have there's 2 Heartless Bastards in here. This one's called All This Time. It's EX $17.99. The other one is EX $22.99. Stairs and Elevators. There's actually 2. And then we have The Fix for Christopher Dean. VG Plus, $12.99. Unfortunately, I lost Andrew Eisensmith on Bowie, so this is sold for $26 to Gary Wellman. It's called Medulla. Okay. The spine says Triple 358. Is that the label or something? I'm not real for sure. And then over here, David Johnson is dying to bid on a Japanese pressing. He is dying. I don't know. I think you have all these. I don't know. It's pretty hard. When somebody has 3,800 Japanese pressings, it's pretty tough finding something you don't have. So I'm going to go with the deepest one, I think. The closest one. You got to know when to hold them. Know when to fold them. Know when to walk away. And know when to run. The Gambler. Kenny Rogers Roasters. Kramer was absolutely addicted to his chicken. A $35 start. The man makes a mean bird, according to Newman. The man makes a mean bird. A $35 start. There it is. Next is Jerry Ferguson on Huey Lewis. That's sold to Jerry Ferguson. Chris Knapp also bid 10 on these. 10 on these. Teresa had already bid 10. Chris, you're out. Would love to buy more, but still no invoice from week before. You'll have to. Have you already messaged Ed? Charlie, what you're asking of me, I cannot do. What you're asking of me, I cannot do. But you can get Ed to help you out. So make sure you've reached out to him. He will reply to you sometime tomorrow between like 8 or 10 a.m. and 4 and 5 p.m. Ed will reply to you whenever he gets here and before he leaves. Otherwise, I'm pretty lost. I'm pretty lost at both what you're asking and what you're asking of. All the invoicing is handled by Mr. Ed. Bjork is sold to Ronnie Ritchie. Chris Bachek on EBTG. EPTG. Chris Bachek, EPTG. EPTG, exclamation part. Christopher Dean said he will take the fix. How much for REM? Already sold. Gary Wellman second on Bork. Now the singles at 14. What's Dire Straits at? That's a great question. Dire Straits has had over 300 bids. 300. Josh Brown has it for $76. A sealed copy. Josh Brown has it for $76. Next thing is Van Halen, Fair Warning. A sealed remaster for $24.99. What a great price. The Cars, Candy O, clear vinyl, just $19.99. What a great price. Till Tuesday, Welcome Home. Beautiful copy with the original sleeve, $19.99. Madonna, Bedtime Stories, her 1994 album, sealed, $24.99. Okay, that is Dire Straits at $80. And then over here is Kenny Rogers, looking for a $35 start. Josh Brown out on that. Now, Charlie, I promise Ed has probably replied to you. I glanced earlier to make sure nothing had come in, and it depends on when you message them. If you now also keep in mind that emails aren't replied to immediately, okay? So it depends on when you message us, okay? Because I promise either you sent him something and he was totally confused, or he hadn't replied to you yet. Also, they don't happen instantaneously. Dire Straits is at 80. Greg Herman on Madonna. Now the singles are at 20. And then Kristen Barnett on the Madonna. And then Tate Prime on the Cars. There's that. Now we have Bully, Feels Like. Bully is sealed for $24.99. And Elliott Smith, Roman Candle. That is $29.99. Dire Straits is at 81. Chad, if you could only have one Led Zeppelin Beatles music or Seinfeld episode. Holy moly. I could live without Seinfeld. I have them all memorized. It's not like I gotta get in a mode to put on Seinfeld. I don't know if I could do without Zeppelin and Beatles. I don't know. I'd be really sad knowing I could never watch Seinfeld again. Queen, A Day at the Races. Queen is $27.99. And the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, Cool It Down. The Yeah Yeah Yeahs is on yellow vinyl, $19.99. Okay, so Alonzo against the Van Halen, and I can't believe there wasn't more people for it, but there it is. And then Josh, you're next on the Cars. Now there's another new bid on Dire Straits for 81. Stephen Freyu, you're back out. These singles, the last bid was Teresa at $23. Chris, you're out. And nobody bid on Kenny Rogers, so he's a $35 buy now. Kenny Rogers for a $35 buy now. And that is available if anybody wants it, okay? It's going to go over here with the Pretenders and the Moody Blues, which were also no bids. Ed has always replied to everybody. I promise. There's nobody that's never come in and said, Ed has never replied to me. All right. Now, Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream. This is sealed for just $39.99. Ronnie Ritchie on the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. That is sold. And now Chris is backing on the singles at 25. The Bangles, there's a note from Laura, has Eternal Flame in shrink. The Bangles, that's the one we don't get as often, I will say, $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Alice Cooper Dada. Alice Cooper is a 2018 U.S. limited edition orange swirl vinyl in shrink. Alice Cooper is a $25 start. Alice Cooper is a $25 start. Chris Bryant gets these 3 singles for $25. Edmund Estrada gets the Bangles. Jerry Ferguson was next. The next 3 singles are going to go up right now. 1, 2, 3. And this is Hounds of Hate, No Redemption, Harana, Brujas, Show Something Something, and That's It, I Quit. Those 3 are a $10 start. Bangles, 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 Bangles. Also, we have Midlake, For the Sake of Bethel Woods. That's sealed on Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl for $19.99. Dire Straits is still getting bids. Now it's at $84. It's had over 500 bids. Next is PJ Harvey, Stories from the City, Stories from the Sea. PJ Harvey's $24.99. Teresa's in on the singles at $10. Sinead O'Connor, Am I Not Your Girl? Sinead O'Connor's $24.99. Now Dire Straits is at $85. We're still not done. Nobody's been on Alice Cooper. Final call for $25. We have Jellyfish, Jelly Button. Jellyfish is sealed. Power Pop Classic, $29.99. The Velvet Underground Loaded. The Velvet Underground is sealed on clear vinyl for $29.99. And Queens of the Stone Age, a Like Clockwork, that is sealed $29.99. Now, the singles have a bid for $10. Now Dire Straits is at $85. Now Dire Straits is at $86. Just somebody go ahead and bid $125 and we'll wrap this thing up. First one to $125 is probably going to get it. Next thing we have is Travis Wade on Sinead O'Connor, sold. Melissa Bailey on Queens of the Stone Age, sold. And then Which Alice Cooper's up for bid. Jeremy Dalton has a bid in for $25. Cynthia Hurgeon on Velvet Underground. What is the Alice Cooper? Alice Cooper info. Garrett was next on Queens of the Stone Age. And The Who, a quick one, an Abbey Road Half-Speed Master, sealed for $29.99. Teresa was the only bidder on those 3 singles. So did Teresa for $10. Now Dire Straits is at $86. Now we have Alice Cooper Dada, his 1983 album on limited edition orange swirl vinyl. It's a 2018 pressing. It's got 1 bid for $25. Final call. Chris Knapp gets Jellyfish. Knapp on Jellyfish. C. Thomas was next. The next thing I have over here are these 3 singles. We have Unprivileged Nation, we have Unity, and we also have Unified Right. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. Brian Arrigo on the Who quick one. That is sold to Brian Arrigo. Now Alice Cooper's at $26. Stephen Free, Are You Done on Dire Straits? Travis Wood, Are You Done on Dire Straits? Brutus Nest. This is sealed. It's on cloudy green vinyl. It's a shoegaze post-hardcore album for $34.99. Teresa's in on the singles for $10. Going once, going twice. Electrostatic, Escape from Witropolis. That's a dark wave album on green-looking vinyl, $14.99. Now there's a new bidder and another bid on Dire Straits. It's at $95. Is Bush Deconstructed gone? Yes. Now another bid on the singles for $10. Now Alice Cooper's at $27. Now Dire Straits is at $95. And now we have REM, Automatic for the People, sealed $29.99. Somebody just go ahead and bid $125, and I bet that might do it. I bet if somebody bids $125, that might do it. Next thing is Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. This is sealed. Thank you, Laura, for the note. Chad loves Led Zeppelin. I think most people's aware at this point. $29.99. There's that. Also, we have Van Halen Diver Down. So we've had the complete Bernie Grumman, Chris Bellman mastering set tonight. We've sold all of them. I think this was the last one. $24.99. Next over here was Dire Straits is at $95. Chris, you tied Teresa on these. Alice Cooper $29. Alice Cooper $30. Next is Autumn Betts on Expect. Spectrostatic. That is sold to Autumn Betts. Garrett Cypert on Rapid Eye Movement. That's sold to Garrett Cypert. Dire Straits has a new bid for $97. John K. Wood, you were second on REM. Jeremy's out on Alice Cooper. Rod Bryan, the Dark Wave album, has already sold. It's gone. Alice Cooper $31. Jorge on Led Zeppelin. Over the Hills and Far Away. Toby McGowan on Oh Pretty Woman. That's sold. Jorge You did get the Led Zeppelin. Corey next on Van Halen. Now the singles are at 12, and now we have 120 on Dire Straits. Almost 125. It's at 120. I said 125 might be the winning bid. We're going to get there. Alice Cooper, Wayne Davis is the final call for you for $31. Teresa, you've been outbid on those singles. Chris has them for 12. Next is the Cars, Shake It Up on green vinyl. The Cars is $19.99. Shake It Up. We have Super Critical, the Teen Teens. That is sealed for $14.99. And we have Madonna, Ray of Light. Madonna is sealed for $24.99. Also Beck, there it is, 2016, just $34.99. Dire Straits is at $121. We're getting closer to $125. $125 might do it. Josh has it for $121. The singles are at $14. Greg Herman on Madonna. Travis Wade was second. Kristen, did I get the Madonna in this crate? I'm pretty sure you did. It definitely sold. I'm pretty sure you were first. Next thing was Madonna. That sold to Greg Herman. Then Travis Wade. Then Dan Sevilla. Josh Brown picks up the Cars. That sold to Josh Brown. Toby McGowan next on Madonna. Alonzo next on Madonna. Charlie next on Cars. Kristen next on Madonna. These three singles are sold to Teresa Brookshire for $14. Christopher Dean, you're out on the Dire Straits. It's at $121. Alice Cooper's at $35. Alice Cooper's at $35. Did you bid against yourself? You had it for $31. Who bid more than $31? Because, Wayne, I still got you at $31. Then you bid $35. How much is Teens? Ting Fo. And Autumn Betts gets Beck. This is sealed, technically pre-owned, but sealed, $34.99. I've got these right behind me. 3 more copies for $5 more. Brand new from distribution if anybody else wants one. Now Alice Cooper's at $36. I guess it was Gary who bid against you. That bid didn't even show up. Super Critical, the Teen Teens. It's sealed for $14.99. Robert Barnett, it's yours. If not, Chris Knapp. That's the only information I have. Super Critical. All right. Christopher Dean. Unless you got glitched, I have not seen a bid. Josh Brown has Dire Straits at $121. Final call. I said $125 might win it. Final call. Next thing we have is 3 more singles. I'm going to go ahead and pull them right now. What do we have here? The next 3 I have is Process of Elimination EP, Ray and Porcel, Dementia Pre-Cox, Mines, Hospital Records. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing we have is Robert says, we'll take the Teen Teens. Chad, can you go over Dire Straits again? Dire Straits. This has had over 790 bids tonight. Unbelievable. Money for Nothing is a 1988 USOG compilation, a BMG direct sealed club copy. It's sealed. It's never been opened. A 1988 US original. The high bid is $121. Now the high bid on Alice Cooper's at $36 with Gary Wellman. Wayne Davis, do you want back in? Teresa's already been in on the singles at 10. Let's go ahead and read through. This was a great lower crate. Look at all that's left. There's just a handful left. There's just a handful left. The first thing I have here is the Eurythmics. We Two Are One. The Eurythmics is in EX condition. $17.99 for the Eurythmics. Adamant, Friend or Foe. Adamant's in VG condition. $9.99. Heartless Bastards, All This Time. EX condition, $17.99. Heartless Bastards, Stairs and Elevators. EX, $22.99. The Call, Modern Romans. EX, $12.99. Final call on the singles. Christopher, it's up to you. Josh, he must be doing some research. He's probably checking this, checking that, looking up this, looking up that. Cynthia Herdron has the Eurythmics. That's so to Cynthia Herdron. Next is Till Tuesday. This is Welcome Home. Till Tuesday's $19.99. Bully, Feels Like. Bully was sealed for $24.99. Elliott Smith, Roman Candle. Elliott Smith is sealed for $29.99. Cynthia Herdron also on the call. Now they're still bidding on Alice Cooper, $37.38. Now $40. We have Queen, A Day at the Races, a half-speed master for $27.99. Teresa gets these 3 singles for $10. So did Teresa for $10. We also have Slipknot. Is that the Slipknot? I don't think so. We have Slipknot. No, that's not the Slipknot. Slipknot, but it is called Slipknot, and it's on red vinyl. I don't think it is. 1989, it might be. Is this the same Slipknot? Slipknot, 1989. I mean, it's early enough for them. I'm not for sure. And then Terminal State and Terminal Youth. Those three are going to go up for a $10 start. So, new bid on 130, now 135. And we have Cynthia Herdron on Queen. That's so to Cynthia Herdron. Also, we have Siamese Dream, Smashing Pumpkins, sealed for $39.99. One of the most influential albums of the 90s, remastered, $39.99. We have Mid Lake. That is sealed for $19.99. And PJ Harvey. This is $24.99. And Brutus Nest. And that was sealed for $34.99. And that is on Cloudy Green. I think it's Brutus, and the name of the album is called Nest. $34.99. All right. Oh. I am stretching, if you can't tell by now. More fatigued than I normally am at this point of the night. I don't know what's wrong with me. I did, man, I don't know how many miles I walked yesterday. A lot. Way too many. Not too many, but a lot more than I did not know. More than I did know, if that makes sense. All right. Dire Straits is a final call to Josh Brown for $135. All right, these three singles have one bid for $10 with Teresa. Final call. And then Alice Cooper is sold to Wayne Davis for $42. So Dire Straits is a final call. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction I have here is Sonic Youth. Confusion is sex. Is that what that says? Sonic Youth, Confusion is sex. And this is a 1987 U.S. reissue with inserts still in shrink wrap. It's in VG condition. Some of these have sold for as much as $100 sealed. Never had that before to my knowledge. VG and shrink, $12 start. Now Garrett has these three singles for $12. Final call or new bid. And we're about to definitely sell Dire Straits. What a battle that thing's been. Holy moly. Amazing. So here's the lineup for tonight. I still got plenty of auctions and new arrivals to flip through as we're auctioning stuff. And at some point I'm going to try to do a new vinyl recap because I feel like there's a little bit new audience on now. I see new names popping up. Maybe all the baseball games have went off and all the NHL games and MLB and any other sporting events, horse racing, whatever you watch, water polo, extreme bowling. Have you ever watched any of that extreme bowling? Wild. Darts. Darts can get quite hype. I've seen some dart games that have gone almost out of control. Let's go ahead and see what's over here in this crate, though. Nice, nice. Yes, 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 yes. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Let's knock out some of these right quick. Here we go. All right. Now, these are at 12. Sonic Youth 12, 12, 12. Now, I don't know how Sonic Youth, this is, this was a $25 start. Sonic Youth, Confusion is sex. That's in VG condition. That was supposed to be a $25 start. Now, these 345s are at $15, and the Dire Straits is sold. And Dire Straits is sold, and that was sold to Josh Brown for $135. Thank you on that. Now, over here, we have Sonic Youth. That was supposed to be a I might have misspoke. It's supposed to be a $25 start. Shannon Lee says, what was PJ Harvey? The only PJ Harvey in the last, or the PJ Harvey that didn't sell in the last bin was Stories from the City, Stories from the Sea. No condition notes, $24.99. Shannon, that's still available. And then next is 15 on the singles, 16, 18, Sonic Youth 25. There we go. So yeah, Sonic Youth is 25. And then the singles are at 18 with Teresa. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And it is actually a copy of the Misfits. And this is a 2020 US. It's sealed. And that's called the Collection. And it's a $20 start on the Misfits. John K. Wood is in on Sonic Youth at 26. Anybody news watching, we still got almost 300 viewers. For all the new people still watching, welcome. Welcome, welcome. What a battle tonight's been for some bids, and what some amazing records that have been in the crates. So welcome, everybody. We are live on several platforms. We're actually streaming this to Facebook, YouTube, and X. That's where you can watch and buy. You can also just watch on TikTok or Instagram right now. Make sure you're following us on as much as possible. I'm here every night doing this from around 5 or 5:30 till 1 and 1:30 a.m. Central Time, 2:30 Eastern Time. I'm here every night doing this. $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. We've been doing it for the last 5 and 6 years. For the last year or 2 years, I've been here almost every night doing it. Can y'all believe there was a time where we used to only do this like once a week? If I did that now when we built up everything, it would be wild. Can't do it. This is sold to Shannon Lee. But welcome, and let's go through some new arrivals, okay? Sonic Youth is OG. Misfits is a $20 start, and no one else has bid on the singles. Teresa still has them for $18. It's now a final call. Let's go over the Sonic Youth again. It's an 87 US reissue. 1987 US reissue. 1987 US reissue, Buck. Buck, it's an 87 press. Okay, first is Rush, $49.99. Exit stage left. Beautiful condition. That's just it's mastered by Bob Ludwig, RL in the dead wax. Rush is very nice, $49.99. We have the band, Rock of Ages. The band is $44.99, double LP with the trifold jacket, or triple LP, I guess. The London Muddy Water Sessions from Chess, $34.99. The Misfits has a bid for $20. It's weird. I haven't heard back from some people on the singles, but I've got to sell them to Teresa if nobody else bids. Next is Warrior Scandal featuring Patty Smythe. That is $24.99. Billy Joel with the hype sticker. You may be right. I may be crazy. That is $16.99. Emmylou Harris Luxury Liner. Emmylou is $14.99. Willie Nelson and Roger Miller, Old Friends. That's $14.99. And The Circus. Boy, look at that scary cover. The Circus is in town. Carl Stevens and his marching band. $14.99. Holy moly. $14.99 for that. Also, we have Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $34.99 on Rumors. Couple stains on the back, but it is on the first label. $34.99, has the insert with it. Nice, Rumors, $34.99. Also, we have Bob Seger, Night Moves, working on those night moves. Seger, $24.99. And Hall & Oates, H2O, that's $19.99. And Denny McClain at the organ, the Detroit Tigers superstar, swings today's hits. You got a man here that used to play for the Detroit Tigers, and he's playing the organ and absolutely tearing it up. Denny McClain, $19.99. Now, the last bid on Sonic Youth that I called out was William Drugovich at $27. The Misfits got a bid for $25 with David V. David V opened the Misfits at $25. And then the Sonic Youth got a bid for $26. It was already at $26. And then he got a bid for $30. And then the Misfits got another bid for $26. And then another bid for $25. And then Misfits got a bid for $30. And then Chris Knapp on the Circus record. He's going to get the Scary Clown record. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Then Sonic Youth 31, Sonic Youth 31, Sonic Youth 28, Misfits 40. And then Misfits 30, Misfits 32. And we have these three singles here. And these are sold. And these are sold to Teresa for $18. Teresa, those sold to you for $18. Now, over here, We have Misfits 40, Misfits 30, and Sonic Youth 32. I grew up watching Seinfeld, Cheers, and MASH reruns for my late night comfort in mom and dad's bed. My kids have Chad, Paul, and Coletco crew. Sonic Youth 32, Misfits 45. I know there's going to be some kids later that'll be like, I grew up listening to you. I'm going to be like, oh my gosh. Corey Ross on BJ, and that was for Billy Joel. Thank you, Corey Ross. Billy Joel, at least they're getting a great musical education here. Misfits 50, Sonic Youth 34, 34, and Misfits 55. One of the reasons I like Seinfeld so much, my dad used to watch it like just on repeat. And he passed away back in 2019. So I feel like anytime I'm in or around Seinfeld, I almost feel like it's like my dad is like there almost, because he watched them over and over. I grew up watching it. And I remember a time, it's amazing on Netflix. You know, you could go through, and I remember it'd come on syndication like at 6 o'clock, and you'd get 2 episodes. And it would always be random. They never did play them in order. And so when they came out on DVD, that was a big thing for our family. We bought all those DVD sets, which I still have. But then now on Netflix, just being able to go and click on an episode just on demand and watch it, that's amazing to me, because it used to only get 2. It's like I'm talking about some sort of primitive age where only 2 would come on in syndication, and that was it. And now you can just put them on in demand. It's amazing. My dad used to DVR them when we first got a DVR, and that way he could fast forward through commercials. And if he had Netflix now, I guess it was around, but we never did have it, you know, so he would probably never leave the house. We have the Radioactive Summer LP. That sounds scary. $16.99. The Radioactive Summer, $16.99. That is a Orange Epic label. That is some sort of compilation from Epic Records, $16.99. There is More Circus Music. That is $14.99. And Dolly Heartbreaker. Dolly is $24.99. Next is Sonic Youth at $37, and now the Misfits is at $60. We're still rolling. Time for some more singles. My Maria, B.W. Stevenson. My Maria is $9.99. And Tanya Tucker's Greatest Hits, Delta Dawn, $14.99. Delta Dawn, $14.99. Here's our next singles, 1, 2, and 3. We have Terror, Legion of Gore, Terror. We have Haymaker, Love the Music, Hate the Kids, and Haymaker, F You All. This is perfect children music. $10 on those. And then next is Van Morrison, Poetic Champions Compose, $34.99. And Foreigner, Agent Provocateur. Foreigner is $19.99. Agent Provocateur. Hall & Oates, Family Man, Maneater. Wow, I've never seen this 12-inch single. That's $12.99. And Son and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You. And that is $16.99. $16.99. And 24 of Hank Williams' Greatest Hits. 24. And that is a Gatefold 2 LP, $29.99. So Sonic Youth, the last bid on Sonic Youth was William Drugovich at $37. Says he's done. And that's an 87 US reissue with inserts. VG condition, VG Plus copies. Sealed copies have sold for as much as $100, and now that's still getting bids, $38, now $39. The Misfits is a 2020 US sealed, and the last bid that came on that was David V at $60, and it goes back to you, Charlie Marks. Sonic Youth is still getting bids, and Teresa's in on those singles at $10. $10 on that. Yeah, I asked my mom, for anybody that's local, ask my mom her thoughts on Seinfeld. Man, she does not like it, because it's just like, oh man. But when I went to the Masters with my brother, the house we Airbnb'd, that's of course the night before we put on Seinfeld. I hadn't got to watch Seinfeld with my brother in years, and we were just laughing, and it's like, you know, it's like we'd never seen them before. It's amazing. Frank Zappa's Orchestral Favorites in shrink wrap, $39.99. Frank Zappa. I've regretted not going seeing in Jerry. He's done stand-up in a couple places around Nashville here in the last 5 years, and I don't know why I hadn't gone see him. I should have, next time he's close, I got to go see him in person. George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone. This is with the original inner sleeve, $19.99. George Thorogood, $19.99. And we have Ian Dury, New Boots and Panties. That's in Shrink with the Hype, $19.99. And Sonny Boy Williamson sings Down and Out Blues. That's an 87 press, $29.99. And Cosmos Factory, Creedence Clearwater Revival. This has the original inner sleeve. Boy, that's a beautiful copy in shrink wrap. CCR is $34.99. And we have the Best of the Doobie Brothers. Ooh, listen to the music. $14.99. China Grove, Long Train Running. So let's update where we're at now. The last thing I said was Sonic Youth 40, then 42, Misfit 65. David V says he's done. Sonic Youth, another 42. And then Sonic Youth 44. And then the singles are at 11. So, Teresa, you've been outbid on the singles. Jorge Camacho is in at 11, just FYI. And then Chicago is $9.99. And Al Cooper, and this is Al Cooper, Roy Blumfield, Danny Cobb. I think it's called the Blues, of the Blues Project. $19.99. $19.99. And CCR, and that is $34.99. George Burleson on the Doobie Brothers. He's going to be listening to the music. Next thing is George Thorogood is sold to Wayne Davis. That is sold. Wayne Davis is sold. Sonic Youth 45. Teresa back in on those at 12. My dormer is on the same block as the restaurant they'd go to. Monk's, or they call it Monk's. You're talking about Tom's Restaurant. Yeah, that's on my checklist for New York. I think you can do kind of a Seinfeld tour up there. But yeah, that's it don't look like the interior doesn't look like it does on the show, of course, but I still want to go there. Michael Butler on SWB, and that was Sonny Boy Williamson. That's a classic blues album. Thank you, Michael. Now, Camacho, you're out on the singles, and Todd Rundgren is $19.99. And now the Misfits is sold to Charlie Marks. Charlie, I will make sure Ed knows to check the emails from you tomorrow. And thank you. This is sold to you for $65. Tom's Restaurant. Yep. Tom's Restaurant. It's a real place. Cheap Trick. Okay, so first thing we have is, next auction we have is Cheap Trick. I don't know what this is. And this is a 1990 OG. Yeah, I've never seen this before. Cheap Trick Busted. Cheap Trick Busted is a 1990 USOG. It's been out of print ever since. Sealed, a $45 start. Sonic Youth is at 46. That's still getting lots of bids. I'm waiting to make sure they don't want to bid again on these singles. Also, if you're done, make sure you say out to the new bidder who's been bidding on a lot of the hardcore singles. Please make sure you say out. That way I know you are done. Wet Willie, Left Coast Live. Wet Willie is $19.99. And Peter Frampton, I'm in you. Peter Frampton's $9.99. There is some writing on the cover. That's just $9.99. And Paul Revere and the Graders. How about the Raiders? That's their greatest hits. That's $9.99. And Rare Earth, Band Together. Rare Earth is $19.99. Now the singles have a new bid for $13. That's a 1990 OG Cheap Trick album that's been out of print since that pressing. Wow. Sonic Youth at 46. The bidder before that was Useless Eater. So I've lost a couple people that were bidding. If you're done, make sure you let me know by saying out. Okay? And let's go ahead and put up the next record, which is REO Speedwagon. A Decade of Rock and Roll. That's a 2LP. $34.99. REO Speedwagon. And Renaissance. Azure Dior. That's $9.99. Robin Glenn on Paul. Paul Revere and the Raiders. That is sold to Robin. And Toto Hydra, $19.99. Patrick, you took the words out of my mouth. I was about to say, Music on Vinyl has just pressed a Cheap Trick box set. They haven't let us sell those yet. I think it's just an exclusive through MOV. Hopefully, they do show up. Soon. Teresa, you're out on the singles, and they're still bidding on Sonic Youth, $47. Next thing I have is Gary Myrick, Stand for Love. Gary Myrick is $14.99, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $19.99. All right, now we have filled up a crate over here, so let me go ahead and swap out another full crate for tonight. That's pretty amazing. Let me shut these right over here. We got plenty of new arrivals I'm flipping through here. We're going to go through some more new arrivals while we continue to put up great auctions, and then guess what? We'll knock out a couple discount bins, and then we'll have another CD blitz. Another CD blitz. You should see the stack of CDs we have that we've already sold in the past week, and the stacks that I have ready to go to sell tonight. Next thing is Kenny Loggins, Vox Humana. Kenny Loggins is $9.99. Hawaiian Eye, original music and stars from the Warner Brothers hit television show. That's $19.99. And then REO Speedwagon, that is a self-titled album. It has the original on her sleeve. No, actually, it's called This Time We Mean It. Yeah, This Time We Mean It. That one's $19.99. And Sparks, Number One in Heaven, a 1979 promo copy for $64.99. That's on the Red Electra label. Very nice. And it's a promo copy. All right, these singles all of a sudden are getting new bids. Sonic Youth is still getting bids. And Cheap Trick did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $45. It's a no bid. If anybody wants it, a $45 buy it now on Cheap Trick. That means we have room for something else. And the next thing I'm going to put up is Marvin Gaye. And Marvin Gaye is What's Going On. It's an 80s U.S. reissue, exact years unknown, but there is a barcode. So it's some sort of 80s pressing of the classic album, Marvin Gaye, What's Going On. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. And the next comment was Sonic Youth 48 with William Drugovich. The bidder before was Useless Eater, so Useless, you're back out. And now the singles are at 15, 15, and now 16. Jeremy Bryan on Sparks. Jeremy, you bought from us before, right? And then Tracy Songer on Hawaiian Eye. And Tracy gets Hawaiian Eye. Thank you. Now, there's a lot still left in here. I definitely can't go through these again in detail because I'd rather just go ahead and go through another crate. So the current backlog of John crates, and there could be anything in there. There's some big stuff. There's stuff I've never seen, and there's stuff that we see every day. The current backlog is 2 from tonight, 2 from last night, and then the last week or so, 8 more other crates. So technically, I have a backlog of 12 John crates that have never been gone through before. 12 John crates, but 2 really good ones from the night. 2 really good from the night before. We're definitely not going to have time to go through them all. No way. I'm at least going to try to knock out 2 more quickly. And then that will put us to time where we probably need to go ahead and knock out some discount bins. And we still got plenty of stuff to auction. I still got about this many Japanese. So what's that? 10 or 12. And then several tagged auctions that have not sold tonight. We can sell hardcore singles for the next months. Y'all know that already. We have been selling them for months, just lot after lot, record after record. If you've seen something in here you want a price on, let me know. I did see a couple really good records coming up in the upcoming crates. I can't believe no one bought Rush. I can't believe no one bought The Band. I can't believe no one bought Muddy Waters. I can't believe no one bought Scandal. There's Emmylou Harris. There's Willie Nelson and Roger Miller. There's an OG copy of Rumors. There's an OG copy of Bob Seger Night Songs. There's Hall & Oates. There's Denny McLean. There's the Radioactive Sampler. There's more circus music. There's another really nice Dolly album. There's My Maria. There's Tanya Tucker. There's Van Morrison. There's Foreigner. There's Hall & Oates. There's Sonny and Cher. There's Hank Williams. There's Frank Zappa. Also, Ian Dury, a beautiful OG copy of CCR and Shrink with a original price tag and inner sleeve on the blue and gold label. The band has a little bit of a seam crease right there, or seam split. It is OG $44.99. The Denny McLean, that was the Detroit Tigers. That was $19.99. Jeremy Dalton wants BS. Now, we had a first-time buyer. I never did hear back from him. Jeremy Bryant, let me know if you're a first-time buyer. I don't think I've said your name before. If so, then you have threw me for a loop. $24.99 on that. Boy, where are we on these singles? Holy moly. I've lost Teresa. No, she said, Al, these are sold to Jorge Camacho for $16. Thank you. Those are so due. Now, Marvin Gaye did not get a bid. He did get a bid. Did he get a bid? It's a 1980s U.S. reissue. Toby McGowan at $45. Sonic Youth is at $51 with William Drugovich. $51. This is still getting bids. Sonic Youth. William has it. I'm waiting for who? Useless Eaters. And now only one bid on Marvin Gaye. And now we have Chicago, Al Cooper, another Creedence Gold, Todd Rundgren, Wet Willie, Peter Frampton, Rare Earth, REO Speedwagon, Renaissance, Toto, Gary Myrick, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Kenny Loggins, and REO Speedwagon. First time buyer. Thank you. Make sure you message our page. Sorry I asked you 2 or 3 times, but sometimes we can lose first-time buyers. They hop on and we don't get their information. But what I need you to do is welcome to CollectCo. I need you to message our page. I need your email address and mailing address. Please send that in the form of a direct Facebook message. And if you're on YouTube watching for the first time, there's a link in the description of the video. Either way, $8 in limited shipping. That's as much as you want to buy starting now all through the rest of the week. And Jeremy Dalton wants Kenny Loggins. I'm going to go ahead and get right into another new crate. Let's do it. Toby McGowan gets $45. Ariel Speedwagon. This one is called This Time We Mean It. No condition notes, very clean. $19.99. Here's our next singles. Let's grab 3 more here. We have Hatred Surge, Hatred Surge, and Hatred Surge. Those 3 singles are all going to go up for a $10 start. All right, this crate's going to go right here behind me. If you change your mind, you know what, Chad? I am feeling slightly frisky. Go ahead and give me everything that's left in that crate. I mean everything. I mean every single record. Just tag me. Send me the invoice on Monday. I want them. That's all you got to say is, you know what, Chad? I will take them. And I'll be like, you dog. Okay, if you insist. Let's see what we got in here. What the heck's going on? Okay, so we have Sonic Youth. Useless Eaters is at 52. William Drugovich, let me know if you are back in. He is, and these 3 singles, $10 start. Mike Allspaw. Mike Allspaw on the Cheap Trick for $40. Okay, there's that. What the heck? Let me take this person off. Crazy. Okay. Now we're good to go. Next thing we have is I have a Fleetwood Mac Super Disc of Rumors. And we have a 1980 US reissue, a half-speed remaster with the original inner sleeve and poster. The Nautilus Super Disc, an audiophile grade copy of Rumors, a $45 start on that. Sorry, I'm having to, my mic is too close. This fuzzy thing on my mic is too close to my chin and starting to tickle me. I don't like getting tickled on my chin. Sonic Youth is at 54. And these 3 singles are at 17 with Darren Johnson. And Teresa, you're out. And they're still battling over Sonic Youth. Okay, here we go. New arrivals, and we have Ian Thomas with Bob and Doug McKenzie. Strange Brew, another Strange Brew film dialogue. Ian Thomas with Bob and Doug McKenzie. That is $9.99. $9.99. Elton John, A Single Man, $19.99 on Elton John. Duets, George Jones and Margie Singleton, Country Style. That's an earlier one there on Mercury, and I will say I don't think I've seen that too many times. $19.99. We have Tanya Tucker's Greatest Hits, Delta Dawn, $14.99. Vern Godson, You've Got Somebody, that's $14.99. And Nick Bargeron on Brew. That's so to Nick Bargeron. Thank you, Nick. Also, Willie Nelson, Without a Song, $14.99. And Girls Next Door, What a Girl Next Door Can Do. That is $9.99. What is the Dwight Yoakam? Dwight Yoakam is Dwight Yoakam's debut album, Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc., featuring the hits Honky Tonk Man, It Won't Hurt, and Guitars, Cadillacs. It's on blue vinyl. It is $33.99. Charlie Marks next on Mackenzie. Also, Orleans, Let There Be Music. That has the hit single Dance With Me. Hop Sticker, that's in shrink, $9.99. Also, James Taylor, JT. James Taylor's $14.99. And REO Speedwagon, Wheels Are Turning, $19.99. William Dragovich, You're Out on Sonic Youth. Useless Cedars has it for $56. Nobody bid on Fleetwood Mac. It's a $45 buy now. It's going right over here. Our next auction is going to go up for bid, and it's Neil Young. Neil Young, Crazy Horse at the Fillmore, 1970. A 2007 U.S. original with insert. Neil Young is live at the Fillmore with Crazy Horse, $25 start. Sonic Youth now $57. Chris Ridlings gets the Fleetwood Mac Nala Super Disc for $45. Nick Bargeron was second. These singles are officially sold to Teresa for $20. Teresa, those are sold to you for $20. The next three I have is Cinder, Hit Me Back. We have Hergé Stop, HJERTE, and this is Hatred Surge Purgatory. 2012 Cannabis, Hardcore Punk Grindcore. Those three singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Next, and Neil Young's at $25. They're still battling over Sonic Youth. Styx is $19.99. Vern Gotts Until the End is $14.99. And The Platters, In the Still of the Night. The Platters is $9.99. Also Dutch Masters, Focus, a selection of their finest recordings, a Focus compilation, $19.99. Guess what? There's a new bid on Sonic Youth for $58 with the Useless Cedars. Sonic Youth has had over 3,000 bids. 3,000 bids. Useless Eaters has it for $58 at the moment. Billy Preston, Everybody Likes Some Kind of Music. That's $19.99. Billy Preston. Charlie's in on these singles at $15. Neil Young has one bid for $25. The Pointer Sisters Breakout. I'm so excited. $9.99. Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits 2. That's $9.99. And we have Lily and Leon, and that's One for the Road, a 2LP, $24.99. Sonic Youth, it is a final call, the Useless Cedars. William says, I'm done. $58, the Useless Cedars. That 3,000th bid did it. That was a battle. Wow. That was a battle. Next thing we have, also, we have Nancy Sinatra. Very nice. Very nice. Nancy's $34.99. Also, we have Orleans price is $9.99. Orleans is $9.99. And then over here is Prism Armageddon, $14.99. And Deodato Motion, that is $19.99. These three singles are sold to Charlie Marks for $14. Jerry Ferguson gets Neil Young for $25. And Sonic Youth is sold to Useless Eaters for $58. Wow, that's how you clean a board. Next thing I have going up right now is Third Eye Girl, Paletrolitrum. What? Paletrolitrum. This is a 2014 U.S. sealed for a $25 start. It does have a seam split up here. Very common with these modern pressings. $25 start. William Alonzo put O for Orleans, but who asked the price? The price was asked by Edmund Estrada. He asked the price on this, right? Yes, and that's sold to him. Then Alonzo was trying to buy it. But he's also trying to buy Olivia Newton-John. Olivia Newton-John. That's sold. And then Toby McGowan on NY. Now, NY was for Nancy. NY. Oh, your bid on Neil Young came in very late. Next, we have Quiet Lives, Juice Newton. That is $9.99. Flat and Scruggs. Don't get above your raisin. Flat and Scruggs is $19.99. And we have Billy Ocean, Suddenly, $9.99. Plectrolumilectrum is Prince and another artist. So that's a Prince-related. That's a Prince-related record. Our next LP going up right now is James Brown. Wow, a 1968 OG sealed. Check this out. James Brown, a 68 OG sealed copy of Thinking About Little Willie John and a Few Nice Things. That's never been opened. A 68 sealed. $45 start for Mr. James Brown. That's pretty amazing. David V on sticks. And the sticks that's in here is Paradise Theater. Too much time on my hands. Next thing we have is going up right now. I've got one single. Well, what's that doing in here? We could sell this by itself. Here's Tears for Fears, Mad World. Tears for Fears. This was in the hardcore collection. Very nice, though, from the album The Hurting. I don't know if I've had that one before. Tears for Fears is a $7 start, and now that's up for bid, and we'll grab another 3 hardcore singles here. Universal Order of Armageddon, UA Approach, Uniform Approach, and Upstab. And those 3 singles are going to be up for a $10 start, okay? Over here, next thing we have is Greg Allman Band for $24.99. I'm No Angel. Prism is $14.99. So the Prince album here, no bid, for looking for a $25 start. And a 1968 sealed James Brown looking for a $45 start. And one of the only no bid tonight that wasn't a Japanese was another James Brown. Now, James, I don't know if y'all know this. I need to get in like a James Brown vinyl collector group, because James Browns are typically not easy to get in high grade or any kind of grade. Some of them's pretty dang rare. And sometimes we have a lot that go unclaimed in the bins. They end up in the discount crate. They don't get bids at auctions. I'm like, what the heck is going on? What's the flip side on Tears for Fears? The B-side was Ideas as Opiates. Moving right along, we have Boz Scaggs, Middleman. Boz Scaggs is $19.99. Tanya Tucker, What's Your Mama's Name? Tanya is $14.99. Linda Ronstadt, A Retrospective. Linda Ronstadt is $24.99. Original on her sleeve, $24.99 for Linda Ronstadt. And Alabama, Roll On. Alabama, $9.99. Walt Disney's Merriest Songs. Walt Disney is in Shrink, $19.99. Shrink, $19.99, and Chicago 3, $19.99. Let's pause there and update all these other auctions, okay? Let me get to a certain point and work my way down. So Tears for Fears 7, 9, 7, 12, 7, 11, 14. Teresa's bid 10 on these 3. Upstab, Uniform Approach, and Universal Order of Armageddon. Those 3 are $10. Tears for Fears out. And then Todd Saw on TT. I'm assuming that was for Tanya Tucker here. That's so to Todd Saw. And then Tears for Fears 17. What's the condition? It's sealed. It's sealed. It's sealed. And then Tears for Fears 18. Disney on Kelly Vlodarchek. Tears for Fears 18. Jeremy Dalton on Alabama. That's so to Jeremy Dalton. Susie next on the Disney. And Tears for Fears out, and Charlie next on the Disney. All right, so James Brown is a buy it now, sealed for $45. And this is Thinking About Little Willie John and a Few Nice Things. And this is a 68 sealed copy for $45. Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. We got to have a James Brown revival, because this stuff is amazing. And I'm afraid he's getting into a couple of these categories where, you know, the demand has fallen. Unlike a lot of other things, there's a lot of highly sought after records that actually have dropped in value. Some being like Buddy Holly and a lot of that early pre-Beatles rock and roll. Some of that used to be the most rarest and highly collectible vinyl. I'll see it now in the discount bins. But James shouldn't be in that category. Not at all. Especially for a sealed record, $45. But yeah, we do eventually sell them. Sometimes they don't. When I first started dealing in vinyl, I was like, man, can't believe it. Okay, first thing we have is Susie. You were second on Disney. It was Kelly, and then you put Ditton, and then you put Disney, and then Charlie put Disney. Next, we have the Platters. This is $9.99. Also, Mother Goose. This is $14.99, one of those spoken word records. Also, Bruce Springsteen is $19.99. Now, these 3 singles sold to Teresa for $10. Tears for Fears, the last bid was $21 with Denise Offendahl. And no one bid on this. It's a $25 buy it now. It is a sealed copy, just has a little bit of a sing split up here, but no one bid on that. It's a $25 buy it now. How much was Greg Allman? $24.99. Greg Allman, I'm No Angel. $24.99 on that. Also, Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. Steppenwolf is $19.99. Willie Nelson, The Promised Land. Willie Nelson's $14.99. And Styx, this is the second one in the bin. And, of course, this does have the etching on the vinyl. Styx Paradise Theater, $19.99. And Win, Lose, or Draw, $24.99. $24. Yeah, James Brown hadn't had a movie yet. That's one thing that will definitely resurge somebody's catalog and vinyl sales is when they have a movie made. It's happened for just about everybody. The first biggest one was Queen, and then Elton John's Rocket Man movie, and then the list ensues after. And what did I just say? The list follows. I don't know which word I was trying to say there. But here's Everything But the Girl, Idlewild. And this is sealed, Everything But the Girl. It's never been opened, and it's a $15 start on that. Next is Tia Review on Third, and Tia Review on Third. That was Third Eye Girl over here. That is sold to T.O. for $25. Jim B was second. George Burleson on Greg. George Burleson on Greg Allman. That's sold. And then over here we have David V on Styx. Paradise Theater is sold to David V. Tears for Fears out. And then Everything is $15. And here we go. James Brown's already had a movie. Oh boy, I don't remember that one. And then this is sold to Denise Offendahl for $21. I must have missed that 10 years ago. Oh, yeah. They should have, well, yeah. When did Bohemian Rhapsody come out? That's one of the first movie-related movies I know that directly influenced vinyl sales. One of the first things was that directly influenced vinyl sales was Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody. That movie had a direct impact on Queen's catalog. Next is Willie Nelson, There'll Be No Teardrops Tonight. That's $14.99. Queen, The Works is $49.99. That's a 1984 RCA Music Club. Queen, The Works. That is with the original on her sleeve. Speaking of Queen, Radio Gaga, $49.99. Loretta Lynn is $9.99. Greatest Hits Volume 2. We have Reba McEntire Live, a 1989 Columbia Club, $34.99. Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits. That is $14.99. Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits. Also, we have Creation. Creation is $14.99. And The Doors, Alive She Cried, $34.99. The Doors, Alive She Cried. That has the original on her sleeve. The Doors. Okay, so let's put this right over here, and let's make sure I didn't miss anything else. The last thing we have is we sold Tears for Fears. Leslie has Everything But the Girl for $15, going once, going twice. Inner Knowing. Now, you were second on Styx. I'm assuming you wanted the Paradise Theater, so that's already sold. And then George Burleson wants Win, Lose, or Draw information. I have a feeling that's the Allman Brothers album you're referring to. I don't remember showing that in here. Is that in here? Win, Lose, or Draw? Are you sure that's in here? It is. This is $24.99. No condition notes. Original Capricorn inner sleeve. $24.99. Okay? All right, there's that and there's that. And Jim B, you're referring to which one now? Does Reba Live have Fancy in the Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia? Let's take a look at it here. No and no. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is a Japanese pressing. A Japanese pressing. Is this a compilation? Yeah. This is a Japanese compilation of the Best of the Temptations. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The Best of the Temptations, the vinyl, is near mint minus and pristine. It has a Japanese insert. It has a Japanese lyric insert. I've got sunshine on a cloudy day. When it's cold outside, I've got the month of May. That's the Temptations with Obi. That is a near mint minus and pristine copy, $35 start. And then over here, this is sold to Leslie for $15. George Burleson is sold on the Allman Brothers. Loretta Lynn, it's volume. We got both in here. Todd, we actually have Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits Volume 1 for $14.99, and right behind it was Volume 2. Volume 1 has a name written on the cover, and Volume 2's in shrink. It's only $9.99. Now, David Hoy also bid $15 on Everything But the Girl. Leslie already had it for $15, and it's sold. And next thing is the Temptations. James Hicks, if you're bidding, make sure you put a number. You just put temp, TMP. That actually does not count for a bid. Now, speaking of bids, here's tonight's no bids. Tonight's no bids are as follows. James Brown, Thinking About Little Willie John, is a 1968 original pressing, sealed, never been opened, $45. The other no bid tonight is James Brown, Prisoner of Love. It's a vintage reissue from the late 60s, early 70s, VG++. That was $20. And then there's 3 Japanese pressings. The Moody Blues 7 Sojourn for $35. The Pretenders Learning to Crawl for $35. And Kenny Rogers, The Gambler for $35. All the Japanese pressings are near mint minus and pristine. So Kenny Rogers $35, The Pretenders $35, Moody Blues $35, James Brown $20, James Brown $45. Those are all available. Let's try to get them sold. Don't hesitate to make an offer. We'll get some of those sold. Todd, these were brand new arrivals. I got to keep all these at sticker price, but guess what? We are going to go ahead and get us some discount bins. It is 11 o'clock. So now I'm going to have a backlog of 3 John crates that have never been gone through from the previous nights. So there's those. Let me move those a little bit closer to me over here so I know where they're at and where they're not at. I do have other auctions to run, including some hardcore singles. Now we have Temptations at 35. Jeremy said he would do 30 on the Japanese Kenny Rogers. That is sold for $30. I've yet to see a Japanese Iron Maiden roll through here. I had one about 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, maybe over 3 years ago. Those are very expensive. Next auction is Nina, 99 Luff Balloons. I had a series there for a while of Iron Maiden Japanese pressings that had all the posters and inserts. They were big money, of course. Nina has the insert, shrink wrap, and hop sticker. Or excuse me, shrink wrap and Obi. Nina's a $35 start. We're about to sell the Temptations to James Hicks. Great compilation there, near mint minus and pristine. All righty. So Toby McGowan said he would do 30 on the Pretenders. Sold. Now the only thing I have is Moody Blues left for 35 and the 2 James Brown records, which we just talked enough bad about them. I don't know if they'll sell now. That was one of the rare times I downsold a record. We have Iron Lung, and Germain. And those 3 are $10 start. Iron Lung Crutchfield was marked for $17. And that is a $10 start. And then Rob says that anybody take it. I just sold it for $30. And Todd Saw says he wants a Loretta Lynn Volume 1. Thank you. Japanese Grateful Dead. Very often. I mean, not often. Not often. Not often. No, those OG Dead albums with Obies are very rare. OG Doors albums with Obies are very rare. And honestly, true OG Zeppelin albums with Obies are rare. And Beatles. A lot of that stuff's pretty rare to find with Obies. Anything 60s, early 70s with Obies, they're pricey and pretty dang rare. And plus, a lot of the Japanese, they don't have any problem selling them, so we really can't get them wholesale. You got to think, in Japan, they have no problem selling records. It's just that the demand over there and all those shops, and it's just as high over there. So, some of the stuff we're pretty, lucky to get what we do, where we can actually sell it and make money on it. A lot of times I've heard directly from them. They're they'll be like, we're looking for Iron Maiden. They will tell you that. We're looking for Iron Maiden. Do you have any for sale? And I'm like, no, everybody's looking for it. I'm going to go ahead and take these right in here. that time of the night, I got to do a little bit of cleanup. I've got 2 big towers of vinyl stacked over here next to me. And Todd says he'll go ahead and take Loretta Lynn both, okay? There's that. Nick has these singles for 10. Let's go ahead and sell the Temptations to James Hicks for $35. Thanks, James. That's so to you. And Nick's about to get the other 2 auctions for $35 on Nina and 10 on the singles. I just got to move a few things around. All right. There's that and there's that. Okay, so let's see here. There's one John crate. Let me get all this back in reverse order. I got it all stacked in the order in which I've shown it tonight. So there's one crate. And then here's the crate I just showed. We'll be able to condense a couple of these. Might be worth flipping through what was left in the lower bins because there was a couple we showed early tonight. There's those. I'm going to put that right there. Saving some space. And here was the first batch. Generator. I actually do need to plug it up tonight. These 3 singles are sold to Nick Bargeron for 10. And also Nina is sold to Nick Bargeron for 35. So thank you. That's sold to him for 35. The 3 singles are sold for 10. And let's introduce some more stuff right quick. I don't know if I'm ever going to make it to Japan or not. I mean, I could literally leave tomorrow, but I got to coordinate it. If I'm going to be gone for a week, if I'm going to be gone a week or 2 from here, it's going to have to be something I definitely plan and make sure everybody knows what's happening. Madonna Like a Virgin, another Japanese pressing with insert and booklet and cover and obi. Madonna's a $35 start. That's up for bid. And then our next auction is another Japanese pressing, and this is going to be Footloose, cut loose, in shrink, and this is a $35 start. Footloose, near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese booklet, and there's the cover with obi, and Footloose is a $35 start, okay? That's up for bid. I actually just showed this to Nick Bargeron, Dwight Yoakam. It's on blue vinyl. It's new and sealed, and it is $33.99. Just $33.99, I should say. Just $33.99. They finally reissued his catalog. They were long out of print for the longest. We never could get them. Some of his stuff is still out of print. Some of it is actually still out of print. Let's see. Let me move these over here. If you can probably hear me stacking and grunting, I'm picking up crates. They're absolutely full of vinyl. I'm slinging them around, moving them around. Everything is stacked in the order I've shown it, so as I'm restacking, I'm trying to get back down to the bottom of the first stuff that was shown. This is so to Todd Saw. You've been saying that for 3 years, I know. Yeah, I was going to go to Japan 3 years ago. And then I was planning, my real decision was this year. I was like, I'm definitely going this year. And I was going to go whenever Tanner went to Greece. That way we figured, well, if Tanner's gone and I'm gone, it'll probably just be like about a week hiatus of true Coletco activity, which would be good because that means we'd get it all over with for the year. And then I messed up and didn't plan it. And here I am. And I'm still talking about going, so. This John crate here had all kinds of stuff. There was Grateful Dead records left unclaimed, beautiful Pretenders albums, all kinds of stuff in that crate that didn't get sold. Rolling Stones, Beatles. I was like, wow. Maybe one day I'll end up over there shopping for vinyl. See, when you go to a trip like that for business purposes, it's obviously going to be very fun, but I'm going to be working. You know, I'm going to be waking up, hitting the shops, trying to meet people over there. Hopefully they can understand what I'm saying. I have a feeling there's going to be this huge language barrier. I have a feeling they're going to be looking at me like, who the heck is this guy? All right. So I left off by saying Madonna had a bid for $45. Todd got Dwight Yoakam. Footloose is a $35 start. And the next thing I have is 3 more singles here. I have 3 more hardcore singles to put up right now. Let's grab 3. Let's grab a handful. Urban Lung. What's that say? Iron. Is it Iron Lung too? I don't know what that one says. There's Iron Lung Teen Kluthu, and then Iron Lung Agents of Aberrance. Those 3 are a $10 start. $10 start on those. Okay. Now, yeah, that was, sorry. I was using this table for a lower crate platform. And here it is. So let me move these over here. Hachoo! Okay. The only crate of new vinyl I'm going to recap, because this is some of the oldest stuff from now, what, 5 years ago? And then we're about to get into some discount bins, okay? First thing we have here is Blink-182, $36.99. NWA, straight out of Compton. So those are both $36.99. Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits was $36. Gorillaz, Demon Days with Feel Good Inc., $44.99. The Smiths, Queen is Dead is $33. The new album from Miley Cyrus that comes out Friday, $36.99. No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom, Just a Girl, $33.99. Eazy-E is $33.99. I did not plug up the generator. What are we at? 27%. Oh, we're good. It probably would die near the end, though. So thank you. Generator's plugged in. That's the 2 LP of Guns N' Roses, $46.99. Babelfish, Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, the Record Store Day Essential on Red Smoke, $49.99. Gorillaz Self-Titled, $39.99. The Smiths Hatful of Hollows, $33. Also, 1 copy left of Skinny Puppy Last Rites, that's $29. The Cold Electric was $36. Black Label Society Scourge was $38. The Cars Rhino High Fidelity Series, $44. Speaking of the Grateful Dead, American Beauty All Analog, $44. Rhino High Fidelity. Sleep Token Take Me Back to Eden was $38. Black Label Society was $38. Black Label Society is $38. The Cult is on green vinyl, Sonic Temple for $39. And the Cult Love, and these have sing splits, $33.99. Those do have some light sing splits on the tops, just saying. All right, here we go. So Teresa gets these 3 singles for $10. Toby McGowan, you get Madonna for $45. And Footloose is a buy it now for $35. The classic Footloose soundtrack, $35. Let's find some other stuff to go through. Perhaps buy it now, best offer. Perhaps half off. And we've got a couple more crates to try to fill up. And we had 6 crates of new vinyl. I have packed everything into 2. I'll have to separate them when I do the video so I can flip them better. There is one other packed crate of new vinyl from tonight, but we have already shown those. And let me move these right over here. That way I can walk through here to get to these other crates. Okay, now my next most difficult decision, picking out a crate to go through. And Footloose, I'm going to sleeve that up. I never did go up front and actually take my next batch of caffeine, which I'm going to have to go do right now. So I was waiting to make that final transition, pick out the crate, and then run up there and grab the V8. I went up there earlier for just an ice refill. I never did get my V8 in, so do you have cleansed like clockwork? No, that was from a lower crate earlier, and that got sold. All right, so back here behind me is a total of, these are stacked 5 tall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 40, 80. So yeah, there's 90, at least 90 crates back here of vintage pre-owned records. Some of it's like new newer type stuff pre-owned, and then some of it, of course, as y'all know, is like vintage. And I'm got to grab those. We did one earlier, best offer. Let's try to find another one. I see some stuff that maybe Paul marked. I see some stuff that looks like maybe Laura marked. That probably would be good to go through since we just did like 3 John crates in a row. This actually might be some stuff. I can't get to them though. I got to move these Metallica box sets of Ride the Lightning. I got to move these Metallica box sets of Ride the Lightning. So, oh. All right. There's that. Nick, all the seam split stuff is sticker price. No discounts on damages. I usually just send it back, or if I don't send it back later, I'll discount it later, but it's either sticker price or we just... Nick, I don't know also, that Chris Cornell you bought from me, I still don't know what's happened to that. I don't know if you, I don't know if it's still in the back or what, but I hadn't seen it since that day you said you were buying it for me, so I don't know, they might have went ahead and shipped it to you. That's what happens if we don't pull that stuff out immediately. Laura, you probably need to get somebody to go ahead and take your, was it Fiona Apple, whatever the one last night for Laura was too. Stuff, it will get shipped quickly if you're not aware of it. All right. We have Toto Isolation, another Japanese pressing. This is a $35 start. There's the book, there's the cover, and Obi, Toto's a $35 start. The next auction I have for you right now is a sealed copy of the Great Conspiracy, the Peanut Butter Conspiracy. And this says sealed mono reissue, $30 start. I just don't know if it's actually in mono. It's definitely sealed, and it's definitely reissue, but it's a $15 start. I'll send it back to you. Well, I don't know if it's actually been shipped to you or not. I mean, I don't mind you having it, obviously, but I was just saying, I hadn't thought about that until it just hit me right then. I was like, I hadn't seen that record since, have you already got it? Because I hadn't seen it since then. But all right, let's go through these. I have no idea really what I grabbed. I recognized Laura's handwriting and I recognized Paul's handwriting. So let's go through these buy it now or best offer. We have Sunvolt. No, it's a blue. Sunvolt is $19.99. Sunvolt, Son of Blue. Sop with Camel, the miraculous hump return from the moon. Sop with Camel, a 1986 UK. It's a reissue. Note from Paul says, great album. Sop with Campbell, $39.99. Let's go ahead and put up 3 more hardcore singles. They're not going to stop, especially now that I'm good and ready to go. We got Throttle Jockey, Plow United. We got Terror, Sunk to the Heel or Hail. And this is Self-Defense Family, I think. Those are $10 starts. We have the Fantastic Expedition of Dillard and Clark. This is a 1968 Monarch, $54.99. There is some top seam splitting. That is Gene Clark and Doug Dillard. Gene Clark, $54.99. The Fantastic Expedition, those 3 singles, $10. I don't think there was any stickers in Toto. Nope, no stickers in this particular one, Pat. And the Great Peanut Butter Conspiracy is a sealed reissue, a vintage reissue from the 70s. No bid on that, looking for a $15 start. We have Devin Townsend, Infinity. Devin Townsend is a 2023 remaster. That is sealed for $39.99. And the Holy Modal Rounders, Stampful and Weber, a great folk album, $14.99. There is cover damage to the back, $14.99 on the Holy Molar Rounders. And Noah, Paceman's Farm. Noah is a 1972 hard rock album. That is $14.99. And In a Priest, Driven Ambulance, The Flamin' Lips, a 2005 pressing on pink vinyl. The Flamin' Lips, $24.99. And just so you know, we're in a buy it now best offer crate. This is BINBO. I'm going to run up front right quick and get a V8 out of the fridge so we can chug it and crush it live here on air. Chug it and crush it. Nice. Flaming. So the first person who offered on Flaming Lips was Chris at 17. And then after that, Chris Knapp offered 20. So two Chris's made offers. Chris Riddling, 17. Chris Knapp, 20. Chris Riddling's, if you want that, it's yours for $20. Lucas Sanoff gets Dillard and Clark for $45. These three singles are a no bid for 10. Teresa must have went to bed. And then Great Peanut Butter Conspiracy is sealed for $15. And Toto's a Japanese pressing for $35. $35. That's Toto Isolation. If anybody wants that, $35. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. There's Toto Isolation. Shrink, Obi, inserts, near mint minus. That's still available. Chris Riddling's on peanut butter for $15. Now the Flaming Lips is yours for $20. If not, it goes to Chris Knapp. Back to this buy it now best offer bin. The Other Kids. This is a 1987 Power Pop. It's called The Happy Home. The Other Kids, $19.99 on that. Also Blue Steel. This is sealed for $14.99. And we have Barnaby By Room to Grow. I can definitely tell I'm in a Paul crate right now. A 73 US, $9.99. And Keith Barber, and this is Echo Park, $9.99. Teresa, you just missed a no bid on the 45 for $10. Chris Knapp, you get the Flaming Lips for $20. Thank you, Chris Knapp. That's so to you. Next auction I have going is another sealed record. This is sealed Lou Reed, New Sensations. It's never been opened. It's a sealed copy. It does have a saw mark up there, but Lou Reed has never been opened. It's a $15 start. $15 start. George Burleson wants the Grateful Dead American Beauty, and that was part of that Rhino Hi-Fi series. You got it. Now, I ordered 3 copies of the Cars, and I can't believe no one... We sold both... I almost didn't order the Grateful Deads, and I almost didn't order these, and I definitely, without even hesitating, ordered 3 of these. And I still got the Cars Candy O. And that is a cut from the original Analog Master Tapes by Kevin Gray. Man, so many great songs. I love, of course, Let's Go, but It's All I Can Do is on there. It's All I Can Do. It's All I Can Do. Great. That's fantastic. That's $44.99. Grateful Dead is sold to George Burleson. Thank you on that. Teresa, they're still available. These 3 are still available for $10. Lou Reed is a sealed copy. And over here we have a Hall & Oates Japanese pressing of Private Eyes. This is another near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. $35 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Also, we have The Tattoo on My Chest by Luke Baldwin. That is sealed, a 1977 country album for $14.99. Jesse Dixon, Silent Partner. Jesse Dixon's a 1985 Nashville Gospel Soul album for $9.99. And Roy Blark. Roy Blark is $9.99. Teresa gets the unsold for $15. What is a saw mark? A saw mark is this right here. That means this record was in a bins in a store somewhere for sale, and somebody didn't buy it, and they notched it for a discount and sent it back to distribution. That's how you know it was in a discount bin originally. So that record was notched as a discount, no bid. There's that. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm popping all my bones and knuckles back into place. Otis Redding, The Dock of the Bay. That is sealed for $29.99. We have the Solar Flares Psychedelic Tantrum, a $19.99. A really good, solid garage psych mod record is the note on the back, $34.99. And we have the Doors Morrison Hotel, VG Plus, $29.99. The Doors Morrison Hotel, VG Plus, $29.99 for the Doors Morrison Hotel. You will see, if you pay close attention, you hear me say saw marks, notch marks, anything like that, We have hundreds of them every night. Punch holes, saw marks, clip corners. Very common. Extremely common. That's how they discounted records for decades. They discounted records like that for decades. Terminal State. Terminal State's the next single. This is numbered 35 of 65. It's called The Enemy. This is The Enemy. And this is Of Montreal. Of Montreal. Those three for a $10 start. Now, some of y'all had to have been into a record store at some point, and there was a discount bin. And if you probably would have noticed back then in the discount bin, every one of them would have had a punch hole, a clip corner, or a saw mark. We have M Boogie. You probably didn't even pay attention back then. You probably didn't even think about it. You were just looking for a great discount record to pick up. M Boogie, The Beatdown. M Boogie is a 2001, a DJ battle tool. VG condition, $9.99. Also, Foreigner 4. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Foreigner is VG plus $14.99. And Ernie Smith's Greatest Hits, a 1972 Jamaican import reggae, VG $14.99. What year is the Morrison Hotel? The Morrison Hotel is a 1970 Terre Haute. 1970 Terre Haute. 1970 Terre Haute. That's VG plus $29.99. Also, Jefferson Airplane Takes Off. Jefferson Airplane is VG condition $14.99. We have Rod Bryan on M Boogie, and that is sold to Rod Bryan. Nobody bid on Hall & Oates. It's a $35 buy it now if anybody wants that. Private Eyes, Hall & Oates. That's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. Japanese pressing, no bid. Private Eyes, $35. Near mint minus and pristine. Foreigner, 10, 10, and 12. There's a bunch there. So first thing we have, next thing we have is Rod Bryan on M Boogie. And then Foreigner is at 10, 10, and 12. Shannon Lee, if you want this, it's yours for $12. If not, it's Tate Prime's. If not, it's definitely Josh Brown's. Next thing is Jeremy Todd says he will take the Doors. What was the reggae album? That's Ernie Smith's Greatest Hits, a 1972 Jamaica import reggae, VG $14.99. These singles, Rod bid 10 and Teresa bid 10. Teresa, you're out. Rod's had them for $10. And then over here, we have new Lou Reed did not get a bid. It's a sealed original copy for $15. Shannon Lee gets Foreigner for $12. That's sold to Shannon Lee. Lou Reed is a no bid, a sealed copy for $15. Mickey Newberry, Looks Like Rain, an original 69 US. The note from Paul says, fantastic album. EX edition, $32.99. Now the singles are at $12, and that means Rod Bryan, you're out. And then Jefferson Airplane is a French pressing, an old flip back cover. It's in VG condition. It does have an old Goodwill sticker on the front. Those are really a booger to get off there. So that's probably not going to come off unless you do a lot of work to it. $14.99. Teresa gets the sealed Lou Reed for $15. That is sold for $15 to Teresa Brookshire. $15 on that. Next thing over here I have is the following. And we have, going up, this is sealed. It is Ron Wood and Ronnie Lane's Mahoney's Last Stand. And this is with members of, well, let's see. I think the lineup, Ron Wood, Ian McLaughlin, Kenny Jones, Rick Gretsch plays on here. Pete Townsend plays on here. Ronnie Wood and Ronnie Lane. There was a couple other big names. But that gives you an idea. Bobby Keys on saxophone. It's sealed, and it's most likely a promo copy because it has that promo sticker. Now, you can't confirm if it's an actual promo label unless you were to open it. This has another notch corner, as you can see. Another notch corner. That's Ron Wood and Ronnie Lane. That's going to go up for a $10 start. The singles are now at $14. What was the Lou Reed title? It is long gone. I can't believe it didn't get a bid. It was sealed. We had Blonde, BLL&D, a 69 US psych record, EX $12.99. Also Smoke at George's Coffee Shop. Smoke is a 1969 US blues rock album, VG plus $39.99, and Sneaker. Sneakers VG plus $11.99. The sealed Ronnie Lane's at 10. Now the singles are at 16. Rod Bryan, you've been outbid. Also, Gary Wright, Extraction. Gary Wright's a Canadian import, VG condition $11.99. And Tony Joe White, Black and White,
Tony Joe White's VG Plus, $19.99. Neil Reigler on the Nikki Blueberry for $25. Neil, that's sold to you. Ronnie Lane's at $10. The singles are sold to Teresa for $16. Final call on the sealed Ronnie Lane for $10. Also, we have Transatlantic, The Final Flight, live at Olympia. That is a 4LP Prague album for $44.99. Also, Bomba Estéreo, live in Dublin. That is sealed for $14.99. We have Korean Social and Folk Music, 69 US for $19.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Love Beach, that's a sealed original for $19.99. And King Bartlett and the Royal Band, No Greater Sound, that's $14.99. Transatlantic is sold to Gary Wellman. Chris Ridling's on Blonde for $10. I will sell that to you for $10. $10 on Blonde if you want that one. Here's our next singles. We're going to put those up right now. Thelonious King featuring Ra, the Rugged Man, Tri-State of Durong Dynasty. This is Thin Lizzy, Still Dangerous, live at the Tower. Wow, this is a Thin Lizzy single. I can't read it though. There we go. Thin Lizzy, Still Dangerous, live at the Tower Theater, Philadelphia. And The World Rejected. This World Rejected. So a wide variety there. Wow, I slipped in a Thin Lizzy. It was over here in the crate with this other stuff. All those are a $10 start. Next thing is George Burleson gets the Airplane for $10. That's sold to George Burleson. Now the sealed Ronnie Lane has bids for $11, $12, and now $15. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese a Japanese Let It Be, Get Back JoJo. This is an Apple pressing. There's no Obi, but the vinyl is really nice. It's a $35 start. There's the insert, and there's the gatefold cover, and there's Let It Be, a $35 start. The Candy O's are not numbered. Unfortunately, those are the first series that was really only sold through Rhino Hi-Fi and or Rhino's. It does say limited edition, but no, these are not numbered, but they're new and sealed $44.99. The numbers are sold out. Typically, the numbered editions of these sell out immediately, so no numbers on those. No numbers on those. All right, Ronnie's at $15. That means Randy and Tim's both out. Those three singles are a $10 start, and as of right now, the Beatles does not have a bid. I just put it down, though, a Japanese pressing. Final call on that for $35. As I do some quick stretching. Okay. Back to the Buy It Now Best Offer bin. DMZ. DMZ is a garage punk album. No condition notes on this. $29.99. Sire Records. Also, we have Widespread Panic, Austin City Limits, live in Austin, Texas. That's $24.99. And we have Scale the Summit. Scale the Summit Subjects. That's on Red and Black Splatter, $24.99 on Scale the Summit. And Cypher. I think I've accidentally grabbed the stuff left over from Thursday night. Metal bins. No Halos in Hell. Cypher is sealed for $24.99. And Baroness, the yellow album. Baroness is $24.99. And In Flames, and that one was on red vinyl. In Flames is $29.99. These singles do not get a bid, which includes a Thin Lizzy for $10. Yeah, that's Kevin Gray. Yeah, that's the Kevin Gray all analog. Yes, Kevin Gray all analog. Those singles I buy it now for $10. The Ron Wood, I'm assuming Randy didn't want to bid again. And this is sold to Rod Bryan for $15. Thank you on that one. Was there a waiting list for the Cars Rhino? No. The Cars, so let me clarify on the Cars. This album is the Cars Candy O. Right now for pre-order, which has not been released yet, is the Cars self-titled album. I haven't had this in probably a couple months. It is the Kevin Gray all analog. This could turn into like Black Sabbath. I've had the Black Sabbaths laying around everywhere, and then all of a sudden when I explain to people that this is probably the best version of this album ever made, you could have a U.S. original, you could have a U.S. reissue, you could have the new Atlantic clear vinyl, you could have a Japanese pressing. I think most people will tell you this is the best version of this that's ever been made. Just like the Black Sabbath. You can even have a $1,000 OG the UK Vertigo Swirl. It's going to be hard to beat this quality right here, especially with the jacket as well. So this is the one to get. So Randy, you're on a pre-order for the self-titled. There was originally a pre-order for this when it came out. But it seems like every once in a while, some of these albums, there'll be a lot of different versions pressed. It seems like I just had a clear vinyl pressing. I feel like I just had another expanded edition that came out maybe a year ago. So, but it's such a big album. It's the Cars. It's Candy O. It's a huge release. So I got one sold to Pete Maselli. I got one sold to Susie Breedlove. And Randy or anybody else, if you want one, this is it. $44.99. I've also sold out of the Dead, and I need to get a list of all the other Rhino exclusives, hi-fi, because I'm trying my best to remember the other ones that have become available. The other one is the Ramones, Road to Ruin. I can get that one. I'm sure one of y'all can name off some of the other ones that have been available to me. I know the Grateful Dead, the Ramones, the Cars. Now the Cars is up for pre-order. The other Black Sabbath is up for pre-order. I know I can get Black Sabbath self-titled. It's going to be amazing when they do Master of Reality. Oh, man. That's going to be awesome. Okay, George Burleson, I have not got to your Widespread Panic. I hadn't forgot about you. Widespread Panic is sold to George Burleson. I hadn't forgot about you yet. Now the singles are sold for $10 to Jim B. He just thefted those. And then Shannon Lee on Cypher for $20. That's sold to Shannon Lee for $20. Josh Brown got In Flames. That's sold to Josh Brown. Chris was second on the singles. Jerry Ferguson second on In Flames. Pete Maselli got a Candy O. Susie got a Candy O. Did I see a Tony Joe White? Did you see a Tony Joe White? You did with Polk Salad Annie. Polk Salad VG Plus $19.99. Now Tom Harris wants Candy O. There we have it. The Cars Candy O is sold, and that's sold to Tom Harris. And now if anybody else wants one, it's going to be a waiting list. We've just sold out. We have just sold out again. Man, these Rhino hi-fis, all I got to do, if I would have stopped maybe about 3 hours ago, when we were really, really busy and gave about a 5-minute explanation on this, I probably could have sold 20 copies. Because I think a lot of people don't realize that if you see this right here, I think so far they have not put out anything that doesn't beat pretty much any other version. Would anybody else disagree that's been really A and B in these kind of releases? If this right here has had a version come out, I don't think they've been beat by anything else. They have went over the top with these. The artwork, the jackets, and I'm going to try to remember everything else I can get. Plus, if you want to link the first album, which is a Stone Cold classic, it's up for pre-order. And don't forget about Paranoid. Paranoid is one of the biggest ones that's about to come out, which I have that up for pre-order. So this is incredible. Top of the line. So let's put Teresa Brookshire on the Cars Hi-Fi. Tony Joe White sold to Rod Bryan. And now the Beatles is a $35 buy now. If you have the proper audio equipment, these kind of pressings, they will blow you away. You'll be like, oh my gosh. You'll be like, wow. If you have the, powerful amp, great speakers, you'll be like, goodness gracious. And then you'll be wanting to buy the other versions. Same thing for those Analog Productions. All right, so that's a no bid, a Japanese pressing of that. I've got Faces, Ooh La La for pre-order. Yeah. I've got Faces, Ooh La La for pre-order. The Stooges, Television. Yep, okay. There we have it. Here is some more metal. Venom Prison. That is $22.99. Also, we have, this was Genocide Pact, Order of Torment, Death Metal, $19.99. We have Baroness, the Red Album, on Pink and White Merge, $34.99. High Fidelity has done Yes Relayer. I must have missed that one. I should have seen that as a Yes fan. Was it a High Fidelity series? And then we have Dawn FM. That's The Weeknd. The Weekend on silver vinyl, that's $24.99. Dawn FM. Like Pacific, Control My Sanity, post-hardcore, $14.99. Andrew Bird, Armchair Afrophia, that's $22.99. We have Memory House, that's $9.99. And Nothing, 10 Years of Everything, or excuse me, Nothing, Guilty of Everything, that is sealed for $29.99. Okay, so up at the top, the next comment is, do you know when you're getting those other pre-order mini guitars? We already showed some last week. Which ones are you specifically talking about? Todd said he would do $25 on the Beatles Let It Be. Sell this to Todd Saw for $25. Price on the Rhinos, well, the Cars is $44. I have some at $39 and some are just bizarrely slightly more. But if you want on the waiting list for Teresa for this, these are $44. And then Susie wants The Weekend. Susie wants The Weekend. And the next thing I have is Memory House 6. And Jim B, that just seems like such a low offer. Maybe a little bit higher. That's very, very low, Jim B. Are you sure about that? Next thing we have is Stevie Wonder, The Original Musicarium. The Original Musicarium. This is another Japanese 2LP Stevie Wonder compilation. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. And this is a $35 start. There's one LP. There's two LPs. This has the Stevie Wonder book with it. This has the Stevie Wonder insert with it. It has the Stevie Wonder jacket with it. It has the Stevie Wonder obi with it. It has the Stevie Wonder embossed fish with it. And it's a $35 Stevie Wonder start. Stevie Wonder's a $35 start on that. Next is the Slash one I asked you to order. Which one was it? Was that the Gold Top Les Paul? If so, I don't think that note ever made it to me. Chris Bryant says put up some more singles. Here's our next three hardcore singles. We have Tops, Top Shelf. What is this? Gotta Groove Records. Is this a test pressing or something? Terry versus Tori, In Love with the Sound. I really don't know what that is. The Type Brothers from way back when, Fire, and Time to Escape, Cost of Living EP. $10 start. Okay, price on Faces right on pre-order. Let me just get you that link and I'll send it to you right quick. And then we have, which Andrew Bird was that? This one is Armchair Afro Sci-Fi. I don't know how to say that. $22.99. Okay? Teresa's in on those at $10. And Jim B, I will sell you Memory House for $7. Now, if you don't say no, you're going to wake up in the morning and be like, dang it, why didn't I buy that? Now, some of these titles are being mentioned are still exclusives through Rhino's website, but eventually they will come to us. They will come to us eventually at unlimited. Okay, give me 1 second here. Let me pull up the La La La. This will give you a link. This will give you a link to our group and directly the Faces Ooh La La. Ooh La 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 La. Bob Riger's watching. Bob, you still, look at all this. Bob Riger's watching. Bob Riger's watching. Bob Riger's watching. Bob Riger's watching. So yeah, y'all can click on that. And I will approve you to join the group, okay? The group has 888 pending approvals. 888 pending posts. I got to start filtering some of this out. Some of it is not really stuff I can approve. They're like, hey, Chad, did you see my message? So, I don't approve stuff like that for the group. There'll be people be like, Chad, did you see my message? And there'll be for a group a post. I can definitely not approve stuff like that. All right, and then Jim B. So Jim B gets Memory House for $7. And then Ronnie Ritchie gets the Andrew Bird. And the singles are at 11. And you have been outbid Teresa Brookshire. Stevie Wonder is a buy now for $35. That's Original Musicarium. $35 on Stevie Wonder. Original Musicarium. $35 on that. Great compilation. Very superstitious writings on the wall. Now, Neil Reigler has said he wants a deal on the non-metal half of the bin. So that starts right here, right, Neil? Just these here from like DMZ back. Just these right here, mostly the Paul stuff, right? So that was Neil Reigler, and he said he wanted a deal on the non-metal half. And then Josh Brown says, can I gift my In Flames purchase to someone? You sure can. You just got to tell us who you want us to send it to. And let's see here. Let's count these for Neil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Now, Neil, these here I would say are definitely better quality. Plus, they really hadn't been shown half off yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I counted those 3 times to make sure. Neil's already asked for a price on everything left in the bin. Neil, I will sell you everything left for $165. $165. Teresa gets these 3 singles for $10. That's sold to Teresa Brookshire. Thank you, Teresa. Here's our next 3. We've got 1, we've got 2, and we've got 3. And our next 3 singles are right here. We have a tribute to Black Rabbath, Today is the Day, Structure, and Strung Up. I think those 3 are $10 start. Adam, if Neil doesn't buy the bundle, which I have a feeling he's going to, I will give you the details on the old Otis Redding there. Teresa got those last 3 singles for $13. Good thing you sold me that Rick Derringer album. I don't even remember that, but I'm sure I did. These 3 are sold to Teresa for $13, not $10. Jim B is going to make sure Teresa gets charged as much as possible. Here you go. It was from one of your shows, a Slash Gibson Les Paul Standard Burst 114 mini guitar. Okay, so let's make sure Tom Harris is on a waiting list for Slash Standard Burst 114. I will check on that. Neil Reigler says he'll take everything left for $165. Awesome. Now, we got to crate these up. Thank you, Neil Reigler. I'm glad you asked. I probably wasn't even going to consider that because there was way too many good. But, I mean, you're talking about a little in the $6 a piece range. Just in a little bit of $6 a piece range. Jim B said somebody did it to me last night. Jim B's taking his revenge out on Teresa. Jim B, I have financed 3 houses for him and 2 cars. He has made... How much do you make a year watching Coletco, Jim B? He's one of the few people I know that watches Coletco and like makes thousands of dollars a week. It's incredible. Right now he's like, please be quiet. Please be quiet. Please don't tell people what I do. 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 Please don't tell people. Please don't tell people I buy these CDs and sell them for hundreds of dollars that you sell for $6.99. Please don't tell people I buy these singles for $10 and sell them for $190 on Discogs. Please don't tell anybody this. These 3 singles did not get a bid, and these are a $10 buy it now. These actually did not get a bid, so that's a buy it now for $10. So the only thing left in here was, quote, the metal stuff from, I guess, last Thursday they didn't sell. So if anybody wants those or wants to make an offer, I just read through them a second ago. That's all that's left there. I think it's time we do 1 half off crate, and then that will be time for CD transition. 1 half off crate, and then therefore CD transition. So let's pick out a good one for half off. Maybe this one right down here on the bottom that I almost did last night. And I think that will fill up this last crate, which put us at 7 full crates. Here we go. Please don't tell anybody that I buy these CDs for $6.99 and sell them for $500 on Discogs. Please don't tell anybody I sold all those NoFX for like $300 a piece. Please don't tell anybody I bought all those NoFX records and sold them for $1,000 a piece. All right, let's do a half off LP bin here. These are going to be half off, no more, no less. The first half off bin of the night. So, here we go. Let's try another 3 hardcore singles. We're going to still be putting them up. The last lot didn't get a bid. If these don't get a bid, then we'll continue. We have Sucked Dry, Spent, Sinking in West, and Suspect. Those 3 for a $10 start. Here we go. Now, Josh says Chad gets to pick who gets the In Flames record. So Josh bought an In Flames record. He would like to pay for it and send it to somebody for free. And he don't know who we should send it to. Who is willing to step up right now? A previous Coletco customer, somebody that has definitely bought from us before, that we're definitely going to be shipping to this week. Who right now would say, yes, I'll take it for free and enjoy it and not resell it? Other than Jim B. Now, Josh, if we give it to Jim B, he's going to put it on Discogs for $35 or $55. So we'll go through, we'll have some people, and then Josh, you can pick a name. Yeah, I definitely cannot pick a name. That would be very bad for me to start picking names. So you'll see all these comments pop up, and then you can pick one of those random people, okay? Have fun. You've got a tough decision. Let's go through a half off bin, no more, no less. I have a few more, perhaps sealed records or Japanese that I hadn't ran yet, including this Duran Duran Carnival. And I think this may have a poster with it. It feels pretty heavy. We have Duran Duran, and this is Carnival. It is a Japanese pressing with the insert. It has a Duran Duran book with it. That looks pretty cool. And it also has another Duran Duran like poster book. It's got some cool stuff with it I've never seen before. That's a $25 start. Let's get started with this crate. We got CDs to sell. Wow, great start. Indo Jazz Suite, the Joe Harriet Double Quintet. That is now $16.50. 66 Mono White Label Promo, $16.50. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. Also, Dale Reeves with Strings and Things. Dale Reeves is sealed, $5. Also, Steve Coleman Group, Motherland Pulse. That's an 85 German import, $10 on that. We have Gainland, Trazov, Chekison, Live in Moscow and West Berlin. Kung Fu Oko, that is $12.50. Also, Nada Manada, what? This is a sealed Ecuadorian jazz album of some sort, I think. $15 on that. We have Ornette Coleman Science Fiction. Ornette Coleman is a 1972 Terre Haute. That is $17.50. Candy Station Chance. That is sealed for $7.50. And ARS. This is the Boys from Doraville. $5 on that. And ABBA Arrival. VG Plus, $7.50 for ABBA. So the last thing we had over here was we've started a half off bin. And then Teresa said 45 for 10. I'm assuming these here. And then we have first is Duran Duran has a bid. Teresa gets these 3 for 10. And Teresa, if you buy these other no 3 for 10, I'll put up another lot. Otherwise, I think I'm going to pause 45 auctions until tomorrow. But if you do buy that lot, I'll keep them rolling. That was the other no bid from earlier. Now, Patrick, go first on Jazz. Now, Patrick, that had, if you're going specifically for title, he says this first one. Okay, good. Thank you for elaborating. So the first half off record goes to Patrick Lear, and that was $16.50. That's so to Patrick Lear. The next thing was Duran Duran did get a bid for 25. Hattori Hanzo on ABBA. Greg was second. Then Alonzo on A. If that's for an ABBA, you're third. If it was for Atlanta Rhythm Section, it's yours. David Hoy on the Kung Fu Oko. That's so to David Hoy. And then Teresa said she'll take these for 10. And now we'll put up even some more. What was the name of the Atlanta Rhythm Section? The Boys from Doraville. That's in shrink for $5. Teenage Tragedy. This is a compilation. $10. It's got artists such as the Shangri-Las and J. Frank Wilson. It's a really cool cover, but it does have some writing. That is $10 on that. Jimmy Buffett Changes in Latitudes. Changes in Attitudes. Now just $11.50. That does have Margaritaville on it. William Drugovich wants Teen Tragedy. Pete Maselli on Atlanta Rhythm Section. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. Roy Buchanan, You're Not Alone. Roy Buchanan is just $6.50. The Genius of Charlie Christian, Solo Flight. A 2LP VG Plus, $7.50. And we have Hank Jones, Ain't Misbehavin'. Hank Jones is $6.50. Toby McGowan gets the Duran Duran, just one bid for $25. Thank you on that, Toby McGowan. That's so to him for $25. Now, I did promise Teresa, if she bought that last bin, we'll keep it rolling and we'll put up a few more. So here we go. Next is Jeremy Dalton. Jeremy Dalton on JB, and that was for the Jimmy Buffett. And then the next claim after that was Rod Bryan on the Roy Buchanan. That's so to Rod Bryan. George Burleson second on Jimmy Buffett. Tim Vergari next on Roy Buchanan. Tommy McGowan next on Buffett. And American Flyer, Spirit of a Woman. EX edition, $5. And 29 with Lenny White. That is EX, a white label promo, $6.50. And Ubiquity, Star Booty. Ubiquity, Star Booty. That is Roy Ayers, $7.50. And Josh Brown says, let's gift it to Tate Prime. I'll gift another one on a future date. There we have it. Just to be clear, that Hattori Hanzo is not me on the ABBA. The Hattori Hanzo, the ABBA was sold to Not Hattori Hanzo. Just to be clear, the Hattori Hanzo is not me on the ABBA. Are you telling me that's a different Hattori Hanzo that's watching? First time buyer filled out the form earlier tonight. We can't have that happen. Wait a second. We got 2 Hattori Hanzos. Hold on a second. Hattori Hanzo, hold the phone. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we have a major problem. We already have a Hattori Hanzo on YouTube. There's already a samurai. Wait a minute. Let me get over here on Ronnie Ritchie. Okay, this is going to get very confusing. Okay, so yeah, the other Hattori Hanzo on YouTube right now, you probably can see on Facebook, there's somebody commenting that says Ronnie Ritchie. Ronnie Ritchie has had the YouTube name Hattori Hanzo for a long time now. So we need to do something to distinguish y'all. We're going to have a Hattori Hanzo 2. We're going to have a Hattori Hanzo 2 or something. Or anytime you claim something, you might have to be like, hey, I'm a different Hattori Hanzo. I'm the other Hattori Hanzo. Okay, I'm trying to figure, I'm over here looking through our names. So, there we have it. Okay, sorry. Well, hold on. This is one of those things that's making my brain shut down. I'm glad y'all can't see me on camera sometimes. Y'all probably think I'm dying. Hold on a minute. I got the SpongeBob's running around in my head and everything's on fire. Okay. Like my brain's on fire. Okay, so first thing we have is Jimmy Buffett, Roy Buchanan. I did that. And Japanese Stevie Ray Vaughan is still available. Useless Eaters on OC. Useless Eaters on OC. Ornette Coleman. That's sold to Ornette. That's sold to Useless Eaters for $17.50. I'm holding the phone. Okay, so the ABBA goes to Hattori Hanzo 2. The ABBA Arrival goes to that Hattori Hanzo 2. And then Dale got Stevie Wonder for $28. Thank you, Dale, so much. All right, back to the half-off stuff. Greg Allman, Laid Back. I've got one more silver dollar. EX edition, $11.50. The prices I'm telling you are the half-off prices, no more, no less. Bo Hansen, music inspired by Watership Down, $7.50. I missed that. How much for Stevie Ray Vaughan? There is no Stevie Ray Vaughan in here. Also, we have Keith Jarrett, Buy a Blue. This is sealed for $10. Sealed for $10. Keith Jarrett, music of Paul etc. We have Edmund Hall Quartet. This is $5. Adam Bernardi on Greg Allman. Japanese Stevie Ray Vaughan. I might have said Stevie Ray Vaughan instead of Stevie Wonder. Holy moly. I think I said Stevie Ray Vaughan instead of Stevie Wonder. They're both great at what they do. We have David Hoy on Keith Jarrett. That's so to David Hoy. I'm gonna have to go. Meditate after tonight's sale. Next thing I have is 3 more singles. Teresa is pretty much yelling at me to get some more singles up. We have Grand Invincible, Green Beret, The Cult of State, and Hard Skin. These are my people. $10 start on that. Next thing is the exciting Eddie Harris. This is a 2 LP, $7.50. Did you say Stevie Ray Vaughan? Stevie Ray Vaughan. I'm going to start randomly saying it throughout the show now. Cest Chic. That is VG, $5. Up for auction next is a signed Jim Morrison, LA Woman, coming up. We have Spheres, EX Edition, $6.50. JJ Johnson, huge discount on this one. Oh, yeah. It was originally $174.99. That means this is $87.50. $87.50. $87.50. And the music of Gunther Hampel. This is now $15. Also, we have Music Hall, Merle Haggard and Sonny James. This is $7.50. It's a Capitol Country Gold Award album, a special collector's edition. $7.50 on that. Okay, now let's go back up the top and see what happened. We sold KJ, need more 45s. And then did you say Stevie Ray Vaughan? Nope, never yelled. Nudge, I like some 45s. And then, yes, sir, but what Stevie Wonder? Somebody already bought it. Singles at 10. If it helps, I never use Facebook, but if the other Tori Hanzo on Facebook that helps distinguish a new handle, whatever. You don't have to really change your handle. You just might have to remind me. We're going to have to do something. Ronnie, who is Hattori Hanzo, sometimes watches on YouTube, but sometimes he watches on Facebook. So there's that. Okay. Now, Christopher Dean. So you missed a Stevie Wonder earlier. Let me clarify, because some people's like, what is going on? This Stevie Wonder was up for auction earlier. It did not get a bid. It did not get a bid. I set it off to the side, and about 20 minutes later, Dale asked, would I take $28? And I said, sold. Now, I screwed up, and I said Stevie Ray, or either Stevie Ray or Stevie Ray Vaughan. I didn't say Stevie Wonder. So Patrick knew exactly, Dale knew exactly what was going on. But everybody that was listening and not watching heard me say Stevie Ray Vaughan, and they immediately fell out of their recliner. And they went, what is Stevie Ray Vaughan? If I say those 3 coveted words, bad things happen. Stevie Ray Vaughan will awaken some people. Those are words that shall not be mentioned unless I actually have a Stevie Ray Vaughan up for bid. That will wake some people up. If I were to yell right now, Stevie Ray Vaughan again, really loud, there could be some people wake up out of bed that don't even have the show on. They could be asleep with the TV off, no Facebook, and they'll wake up and say, Chad, I just woke up. Did you say Stevie Ray Vaughan? So that is the backstory of everything that just happened. There we have it. Okay, now these are at 13. Patrick Lear on JJ. This is JJ Johnson. What a major discount on that. And this is sold to Patrick Lear. Holy moly, a half off of $175. Patrick, congratulations. That's a big thank you and congratulations. Next thing I have is these singles at 11, these singles at 13. And then we have, what's the jazz album? Christopher, it's already sold. And then we have next is Saga for $7.50. Christopher, you missed out on the J.J. Johnson, too. There's the other Hattori Hanzo. He has a logo next to his channel. Pat Benatar, $7.50. Also, we have The Trial of Billy Jack. That is $10. The original music from the film, The Trial of Benny Jack. How about Billy Jack? I just said Benny Jack. W.C. Fields, his only recording. This is $10. And we have The Woman in Red. This is Stevie Wonder. The Woman in Red soundtrack, $12.50. Also, we have Yanks, and Yanks is $7.50. Next thing we have is these singles. The high bid was Teresa at $13. Jim B's the only one holding up the entire show right now. Next thing is Jim B says he's out. Thank you for not holding up the show anymore. Saga is sold to John Durden. John Durden is Liquid Mice. What a name. That's sold to John Durden. Next is Toby McGowan on Pat Benatar. That is sold to Toby McGowan. Pat Benatar is sold to Toby. And Stony Island, that is a soundtrack, $10 on Stony Island. My next auction, if anybody wants it, or next item, this is $19.99. This is $19.99. It's Stevie Ray Vaughan live at the El Camambo, new seal DVD. Straight and new for my distribution. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $19.99. If anybody wants that, it's available. Next is Running Scared soundtrack. This is a gold stamp promo, $10. These three singles are sold to Teresa for $13. Jim B tried to push your limits again, Teresa. Sounds like he's trying to start war. We have the Holy Mountain. This is Holy Mountain Camp something. We have the Holy Mountain and SV. I'm not for sure what those are, but they're a $10 start. Next thing over here is Elvis, a legendary performer. This is $7.50. Also, I have the Tubes, Young and Rich. The Tubes is in shrink wrap, $10 on the Tubes. And Thank God It's Friday. That is a triple LP soundtrack, $15 on that. Those three singles are a $10 start. Holy moly, there's been some great deals in this half-off bin. People's missing stuff left and right. They're like, what was that? Can you say that again? Did I hear that price right? These are half off of what? $175? Here's our next Japanese auction. And nice, it does have the sticker sheet with it. The Rolling Stone Still Life. This is a $35 start. It even has the original Rolling Stone sticker price tag. This has the insert with it. It's a gatefold. And this is a $35 start that is available. Next thing we have is Todd Saw on Elvis Presley. That's sold to Todd Saw. Next is we have the singles at $10. Also over here, I have the Untouchable soundtrack. What a cool cover. The Untouchables at $15. I actually do have a Stevie Ray Vaughan concert DVD here. It's new and sealed. I actually ordered this for somebody a long time ago and they never did pay for it. They canceled their order, so I've been stuck with that since. I've had this since August 31st, 2023. I ordered that for somebody and they never did pay for it. We have Poco Head Over Heels. Poco is $5. Teresa has those singles for $10. Jim B says he's out. Jim B didn't even bid. He says he's out, Teresa. Adam Bernardi on the Untouchables. Rolling Stones is a $35 start. And Yes Tormato. This is Yes Tormato for $10. Chad, I tried sending the link. Chad, I tried to send a link for the Rhino yesterday. It's still available. I'll have to check that out. Thank you, Christopher Dean. Chad, there used to be a band here in Houston named Liquid Monster Monster Robot Orchestra. Best band name ever. Chad, have you ever seen Stevie Ray Vaughan at Starwood? I have not. I have not seen that. And then Greg Bedinger's second on Elvis. The singles are at $10. Adam Bernardi got Untouchables. Back to the half off. Dean Martin, Gentle on My Mind. $5 on that. We have Dolly, Great Balls of Fire for $12.50. And the Tubes Now is $10. Teresa gets these three singles for $10. The next auction that's going to go up right now is I've got Super Touch. That looks familiar. I think we've had that before. Super Touch and then SV and SV. Those three are a $10 start. Next is Ultravox, the collection. Ultravox is a gold stamp promo, $12.50. That's a singles collection. Adam Bernardi on Dean Martin. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. That's so to you. We have the Astro Musical House of Moonchild. This is one of those horoscope records, astrological signs. This is for Cancer. Anybody born between June 22nd and July 21st. That is now $10. James Taylor, That's Why I'm Here, $7.50. Robin Trower, $10. There's a bid on the singles for 10. Final Call, Ultravox, also sold to Teresa. Teresa's the one who bid 10 on the singles. The Rolling Stones is $17.50. This is a buy now for $35. Bad time to do that. Let me know if you want Undercover or the Japanese Still Life. This also is complete with the sticker insert. Sticker insert. Teresa has those three for $35. Or excuse me, she has those three for $10. And that is a final call. Now we're going to read through these one more time. We are going to pick up this sticker sheet that just slipped over here into the crate accidentally, so we don't forget about it. And that's going to go right over here in tonight's no bids. David Johnson's going to be so mad he went to bed at 11 o'clock to miss dozens of Japanese pressings. Teresa, these are sold to you for $10. Next thing we have is the following. We're going to grab three more singles here. We have the SHITTY Limits. A little bit of nudity on that one. We have Slant, Vain Attempt EP, and we have Sunshine Ward Demo EP. Some interesting ones there. That's a $10 start. Paranoid. John Darden, I can put you on a pre-order. That is actually something. Black Sabbath Paranoid is actually on a pre-order. The post has 68 comments. And John Darden, I will make sure you're now one of them. John? It's Jon, isn't it? John Voight. I don't see you. Are you in the group? I don't see your name. Are you not in a whole lot of records? All right, Teresa has those for 10. Info on Stones, please. This is the Stones Undercover. It's an OG copy. This album came out in 1983. Undercover the Night, She Was Hot, Tie You Up, The Pain of Love, Wanna Hold You, Feel on Baby, Too Much Blood, Pretty Beat Up, Too Tough, All the Way Down, It Must Be Hell. No condition notes, $17.50. John Durden. Yeah, I don't see you in the group. John Durden. You're in a whole lot of records, right? I can't tag you. We must not be. It's weird tagging people in the group. You have to either be friends with them. Yeah, I don't really think I can tag you, I don't think. Yeah, I did. I got you. I tagged you. Todd, you're just $2.50. You're just $2.50 away. You're just $2.50 away. Let's read through these one more time. Half off bin, no more, no less. First thing I have is Dale Reeves, sealed. This is probably the last run through for vinyl and singles. Last call for vinyl and singles before we transition. We have Dale Reeves. We have Steve Coleman Group. That is $10. We have Nanda Mandalachi, and that is $15. The color on Slant. Slant is on green, very cool green looking vinyl. Teresa has those for $10. Half off bin, no more, no less. Candy Stanton, Change, sealed. I think I said Candy Station earlier. We have Solo Flight, The Genius of Charlie Christian, VG Plus $7.50. Hank Jones, Ain't Misbehaving, $6.50. We have American Flyer, Spirit of a Woman, EX for $5. 29 was EX for $6.50. We have Roy Ayers, Ubiquity, Star Booty, VG Plus $7.50. Bo Hansen, music inspired by Watership Down, $7.50. Edmund Hall Quartet. This is now $5. Greg Layton on Charlie Christian. That is so to Greg Layton, VG Plus $7.50. Greg, I'm glad to see that the Cubs game is finally over. The exciting Eddie Harris, $7.50. These three singles are sold to Teresa for $10. The next three are going to go up right now. Black Tusk, The Holy Mountain Cobra Noir, and Hordes Arboganosis. Those three are going to go up for a $10 star. Next is Greg Layton on Edmund Hall. That's sold. And then Paul Brothers just bid 12 on the singles. I've already sold them. I've already sold them. Sorry about that, Paul. Next thing we have in here is Chic La Freak, VG condition, $5. Fears, Al Hood, that is EX650. The note from Paul says a 1981 Netherlands import, a jazz album, $6.50. George Burleson on Eddie Harris, that's sold to George Burleson. The music of Gunther Hampel, that is a 1972 German import free jazz album, $15 on Gunther Hampel. We have Merle Haggard and Sonny James, that is $7.50. The Trial of Billy Jack was $10. And W.C. Fields was $10. Now Teresa has these for $10. Going once, going twice. Stevie Wonder, The Woman in Red, that's $12.50. Yank soundtrack is $7.50. And we have Stony Island, that is $10. Another soundtrack. Running Scared soundtrack, Gold Stamp promo $10. Climax, Patti LaBelle, etc., etc. Charlie Marks wants both Tubes album. Both Tubes album. I don't remember saying Tubes. That must be up here further. Is that up here further? There's one Tubes album. And the next one's going to be a Tubes album. Okay? So, yeah, both of these sold to Charlie Marks. Thank you and thank you. And then over here, we have Thank God It's Friday. That's $15. We have Poco is $5. Also, Yes Tormato, that was $10. Dolly, Great Balls of Fire, $12.50. We have the Astro Musical House of Moonchild Cancer, $10. If you're a Cancer, if you're June 22nd to July 21st, you can listen to this and it will change your life. So the question you have to ask yourself is, do you want your life changed for $10? Maybe you don't, but $10 could change your life. James Taylor, $7.50, and then Robin Trower was $10, and the Rolling Stones is $17.50. Now, Todd said 15 on the Rolling Stones, but Todd, just so you know, there's one coveted rule here in the half-off bin. No more, no less. I've had some people even try to pay me more. I've had some people say, Chad, please let me give you $20 for that Rolling Stones album. And I'm like, no, listen. We can't be bending rules. Even if you try to give me $1,000, I'm going to say no. Adam Bernardi on Poco. No condition notes on Poco. It is $5. Teresa, I caught that. Yes, you bid against yourself. These are sold to you for $10. And then Tim Vergari, $25 on the Stone Still Life. I will sell that to Tim Vergari for $25. That was a no bid payment earlier. Okay. And what was the title on Hampel? Adam Bernardi on Poco for $5. Now, if there's no other claims, I'm going to offer these as a bundle to somebody. I'm about to offer these as a bundle. Gunther Hampel and his Galaxy Dream Band. And this is $15. Todd Saw gets the Rolling Stones for $17.50. David Hoy wants Fears. A couple of the jazz albums being claimed. Before I count all these up and bundle them to somebody. We're going to have one good solid hour to do CDs, it looks like. But I would love to bundle these to somebody, because if we can do that, that means that will fill up the 7th full crate tonight, which is amazing. We had a lot of new vinyl tonight, but there was quite a bit left over. So still sold a lot of pre-owned stuff tonight. Pretty incredible. I'm going to make sure everybody has claimed or asked what they want. If not, I'm going to count these, and somebody's about to get a ridiculously good deal. And Eustace Cedars does want Gunther Hampel. Okay? $15. Yeah, the last time I further discounted a record in here, Todd says, wait, reread chat, please. I wouldn't think of breaking the cover rule. I will take the JT. Oh, well, we were negotiating on Rolling Stones. You offered $15, and I said, no, it's $17.50. So I'm assuming then you want to get the James Taylor instead, right? It's only $7.50. So I'm assuming you don't want the Rolling Stones then. Because you originally offered $15 for that. That's why I said that. Okay, so he don't want that. All right, let's see what's left in here now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Someone's about to get a crazy good deal. $23. Let's do these for $85. $85. We're going to blow the air horn. We're going to celebrate. I'm going to pop open a fresh can of Diet Coke. And we're going to party. All I need is somebody willing to say, Chad, I'll take them. How much is Chic? Chic is no longer eligible for sale. These have now been in a bundle deal. And we're about to speed run some CDs. But we got to convince somebody to say bundle sold. Where's all the bundlers? I know Paul Brothers is watching, right? Yeah, Paul Brothers is definitely watching. Paul is just a 5-letter word. It's just a 5-letter word, bundle. B-U-N-D-L-E. It's a 6-letter word. Bundle. Bundle. Bundle sold. Chad, I'll take the bundle. Give me the bundle, Chad. Sold on the bundle. Sold to Paul Brothers. Jedi mind tricks are still relevant. In a galaxy far away, they worked. They work now. Sold. See how that works? Paul is an excellent bundler. We call him Paul Bundler Brothers. PBB. Paul Bundler Brothers. BBB. I even like that deal so much, I'm willing to blow the air horn without putting my ear protection on. That's how much I appreciate that. I'm willing to put my own hearing in jeopardy for you. I'm joking. I'm putting my headphones on. Hopefully this wakes some people up. If not, then it's not doing its job. Back to business. Seems like every night we sell out of the crate, I flip it over, and we start selling CDs. Let's put these right over here.
Oh, man. I just had to move I had to move a refrigerator to get to these. I literally just moved a refrigerator. I wish y'all could have seen what I had to do to get these. It was an absolute workout. And I'm not cleaning anything back up, so whoever comes in the morning is going to have to clean it all up. The boss makes the messes and everybody else comes in and cleans them up. I hope y'all ready. All these CDs are $6.99 unless I veto them. These are all $6.99 unless I veto an autograph. I have vetoed a few autographs this week. We have the Kentucky Headhunters. Very desirable on vinyl, tough to get. Electric Barnyard. We have Ben Demarath, Jack of Fools. We have Leanne Womack, Some Things I Know. John Mellencamp, Life, Death, and Above Freedom. Life, Death, Love, and Freedom, excuse me. We have Johnny Guitar EP. Tim Woods, The Blue Sessions. Coldplay, Viva La Vida. Lindsey Buckingham, Gift of Screws. John Doe and the Sadies, Country Club. And The Legend. Ida Cox, Victoria Spivey, and Mamie Smith. Bessie Smith, Ethel Waters. Looks like black female blues artist. These are all $6.99. Susie's first on Kentucky Headhunters. Mike Monroy first on Coldplay. These are all $6.99. The Legend, John Doe, Lindsey Buckingham, Tim Woods, Johnny Guitar, John Mellencamp, Leanne Womack, and Ben Demarath. Leanne Womack sold to Paul Brothers. That is $6.99. Here we go. A GoPro. Whew, I'm wore out after this. All right. I have no idea what kind of tub this is. I don't know where they came from, but it's looking like pretty dang good titles, and it looks like they're all in really good condition. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I mean, there's a lot of really nice looking stuff in here, just FYI. First thing we have is the Blues Breakers, 15 classic tracks covered by Eric Clapton, Freddie King, Big Bill Brunsey, $6.99. Nice. Alison Krauss. That's a very expensive record on MoFi, like $800. Another Alison Krauss, Paper Airplane. Another Coldplay, Viva La Vida. Jackson Browne, Solo Acoustic, Volumes 1 and 2. Phil Lesh, Where's My Deadheads? Phil Lesh and Friends. We have Soul Asylum, Let Your Dim Light Shine. Also, nice. Syd Barrett, The Madcap Laughs. Syd Barrett of Pink Floyd. And Leroy Purnell, Back to the Well. These are all $6.99. First thing we have is Greg Layton on Alison Krauss. Let me know if you want the first one, the second one, or both of them. That's pending to Greg. Greg Layton definitely gets the Phil Lesh. That's so to Greg Layton. And next thing was Ronnie Ritchie, next on Alison Krauss. Chris Ridling's first on Jackson Browne. Useless Eaters on SB, and that's for Syd Barrett. And then Susie Breelove on Soul Asylum. Mike Monroy next on Syd Barrett. Then William Drugovich. And then Leroy Parnell. George Burleson put PL. So PL, is that for Parnell? And then Adam next on Syd Barrett. And of course, Grog has dibs on the two here. He says, let's just do new favorite. Okay, so new favorite, Alison Krauss. So to Greg. And then this Alison Krauss, if anybody wants it, the next person was Ronnie Ritchie. Ronnie, this is yours if you want it. Next comment is Jim B on JB. If that was for Jackson Browne, already claimed. And then George, let me know what your PL was for. That might have been for Phil Lesh. Yeah, I bet that was for Phil Lesh. All right, so those are still good to go. All right, let's grab another handful. Just a small one here right quick.
We have Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. Nice. Live On or Live On. CPR. Looks like self-titled. One Republic. Dreaming Out Loud. David Crosby Live. Nice. David Crosby Live. Big Mouth Blues. A Conversation with Graham Parsons. Graham Parsons. And nice. Neil Young's Greatest Hits. All these are looking really clean too. Oh yeah. I think these are all really nice. Was there anybody else on Alison Krauss? The next person was absolutely nobody. So that's still available if anybody wants it. All right. And I don't think anything in that last stack. I'm going to go ahead and move those back there. First is Kenny Wayne Shepherd, and that is sold to Susie Breedlove. Angela's next. I mean, a lot of these you're going to see are not available on vinyl, or if they are, they're, you know, that's why these CDs are selling so well. A lot of this is not available on vinyl, and if it is, it's pretty, or if it was for some of these 90s, it's pretty expensive. Adam Bernardi on DC. Adam Bernardi's DC was David Crosby. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. Moving right along, we got the Jeff Healey Band, cover to cover. I've never seen that one before. Robin Ford, Discovering the Blues. We have the Dynatones, Chopped and Channeled. Also, Osmo Matley, Street Signs maybe. Uncle Bonsai, the Inessential Uncle Bonsai. Luke Doucette and the White Falcon, Blood's Too Rich. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Candy Cane Superhero. And 1964 Billboard Top Pop Hits. Those are all $6.99. Paul Brothers wants sauerkraut. Sauerkraut. Is that something in here? Maybe he meant Alison Krauss. Sauerkraut, Alison Krauss, CPR, Crosby, Peaver, and somebody else. Really? It is David Crosby. That is David Crosby. Michael Ruttman on Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then we have Susie on Pop Hits of 1965. Okay, so Michael, I'm assuming you want both. This was The Real Deal Greatest Hits Volume 2, and then, of course, Carnegie Hall. So let me know on that. All right, let's grab another handful out of here. The next handful are coming up right now. These are all $6.99. What are these little deals? Hold on a second. What are these little deals? I don't know. These look like singles or something. Let me just put these right over here for right now. Okay, and then Susie said she put Neil Young. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Neil. Oh, I thought, my bad. Neil Young, that's so to Susie. Neil Young Greatest Hits, that's so to Susie. That was, no, it's not a claim, okay. And then Michael's going to let me know on the two Stevie Ray Vaughans. Moving right along, we got Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. This is Somewhere. We have Grace Potter and the Nocturnals, The Line, The Beast, The Beat. Lou Bega, A Little Bit of Mambo. Cowboy Junkies, Miles from Our Home. Billy Bob Thornton, Hobo. Billy Bob Thornton. The Rookie. The Soundtrack. Gear Daddies, Billy's Live Bait. Dan Livingstone. This looks like something privately released. Michael, I'm going to give you both Stevie Ray Vaughans. If that's not right, let me know. All right. Everybody still with me? Going through some great CDs here. All are $6.99. Let's go ahead and get another handful started. And the next handful is Blue Rodeo Casino. We also got Green Day International Super Hits, Phil Collins Greatest Hits, American Wedding Soundtrack, Counting Crows Saturday nights and Sunday mornings, Paul Simon live in New York City. That looks nice. And we have Griffin House Flying Upside Down. George Burleson wants both Grace Potters. There's Grace Potter and Grace Potter, so do Lou Burleson. George Burleson. Paul Brothers wants Lou Bega. A Little Bit of Mambo. Mambo number 5. A Little Bit of Veronica in Your Life, Paul Brothers. And then next over here is Susie Breedlove on Phil Collins. That's so to Susie Breedlove. Adam Bernardi second. Tom Harris on the American Wedding soundtrack. Foo Fighters, Good Charlotte. Avril Lavigne, Sum 41, etc., etc., etc. Jim B on GH for Griffin House. Oh boy, that must be a good one. And let's put all these right back here. And if anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. These are all $6.99. Nobody on Paul Simon or Counting Crows or Green Day. And here's our next handful of CDs. These are coming at you right now for $6.99. Kingfish, I Hear You Knocking. Kingfish, I Hear You Knocking. Warren Haynes, nice. Ashes and Dust featuring Railroad Earth. That is $6.99. That's Warren Haynes. Keep Your Soul, a tribute to Doug Sam. Sleeps with Angels, Neil Young and Crazy Horse. John Prime, the best of John Prime, Prime. Mickey Hart's Mystery Box. Mike Bloomfield, Wee Wee Hours. This is Joseph Arthur, Our Shadows Will Remain. Buddy Guy's Blues Singers. Duncan Sheik and Miss Congeniality 2, Armed and Fabulous. Sandra Bullock, $6.99. Adam Bernardi says, no, I wanted Paul Simon. Oh, PC for Susie was Phil Collins. And yeah, PS did sell. Adam Bernardi on Paul Simon. I missed that. PS. You're right. That's so do you. And then Paul Brothers was next on Phil Collins. And then Jim B got GH. And then Mike Ospaw on WH for Warren Haynes. That's so to Mike Ospaw. Greg Layton was next. Susie Breedlove on NY, but she meant NY for Neil Young. And then over here next. And then Jim Ciascio on Kingfish. Jim Ciascio on Kingfish. Let's go right over here to Kingfish. Kingfish. What did I do with it? Right here. That's so to Jim Ciascio. And George, you're next on Kingfish and Warren Haynes. Paul Brothers on the Counting Crows. This is so to Paul Brothers. George Burleson on MH. And MH was Mickey Hart, another dead member. That's so to George Burleson. Sherry Darnell on John Prine. So that stack left Miss Congeniality 2, Duncan Sheik, Buddy Guy. Also over here, Joseph Arthur, Mike Bloomfield, and Doug Sam. Next stack is coming at you right now. Let's grab a whole handful out of here. Let's see what I grabbed. I have no idea. We have Dead String Brothers, Starving Winter Report. This is the Outfield Extra Innings, unreleased outfield songs. Josie's on a Vacation Far Away, one-hit wonders of rock and roll. There's another dead member, Bob Weir, Blue Mountain, Bob Weir. We have Javelina Rail Company, America. Is that America, the band America? Or is it Javelina Rail Company, the name of it's called? I'm assuming it's... Yeah, that's the name of the band. Okay. Sean Colvin, Whole New You. Also, John Sinclair, Fattening Frogs for Snakes. Kim Ritchie, Rise. Jeff Healey Band, Hell to Pay. The Doors, Bright Midnight, Live in America. Joe Henry, Blood from Stars. Lord Huron, Lonesome Dreams. And a tribute to John Lennon, Working Class Hero, with Red Hot Chili Peppers, Mad Season, Candlebox. Mad Season? What song are they doing? I Don't Want to Be a Soldier. Screaming Trees, Blues Traveler. Cheap Trick. Toad the Wet Sprocket doing Instant Karma. Those are all $6.99. All right, let's go back a few then. And the first thing that was claimed was Chris Ridlings on that outfield comp. That's so to Chris Ridlings. Next is Greg Layton on the Bob Weir. That's so to Greg Layton. Vicky Allison wants the one-hit wonders. Nice. That's so to Vicky Allison. Adam Bernardi was second. Susie on the Jeff Healey Band. Mike Monroy first on the Doors. And Susie Breedlove, Mike Monroy got the Doors. Leslie on KR. And KR was for Kim Ritchie. Uses Leaders next on the Doors. And Leslie wants the John Lennon tribute. So that's so to Leslie. And that stack left the Dead String Brothers, Javelina Rail Company, Sean Colvin, John Sinclair, Joe Henry, and Lord Huron. Those are all still available. Here comes another stack right now. And the next thing I have is Sarah McLachlan, Surfacing. Also, Ben Folds, You Don't Know Me. Also, Word of Mouth, 15 recommended new songs from the autumn of 2004. A double pack, Reader's Digest music, Cowboy Classics, The Best of the West. That is a lot of music. Each disc has 20, 19, 19, and 18 songs. That's a lot of music. This looks like John Coltrane. It is. A Love Supreme, John Coltrane. Maria McKee, You Gotta Sin to Get Saved. Ray Charles, that's the duets, Genius Loves Company. Also, Vince Gill, Little Brother. Sherry will buy that. Nuggets, Volume 2, great comps there, Psychedelic Artifacts. Any Given Sunday soundtrack, Volume 2. Also, we have Tom McFarlane, Traveling with the Blues, and Natalie Merchant, Ophelia. Natalie Merchant. All these are $6.99. Jim Ciascio on the Lord Huron, that's sold to you for $6.99. Leslie on SM for Sarah McLachlan, that's sold for $6.99. Susie Breedlove on Cowboy Classics, that's sold to Susie Breedlove. Next over here was Greg Layton on Coltrane. Can't go wrong there. George wants to put back Mickey Hart. And Dennis Offenthal on Nuggets. That's sold to Dennis Offenthal. Now there is Leslie Holt on NM for Natalie Merchant. Sherry Darnell got Vince Gill. My Mind Trick worked again. Chuck Haley next on Nuggets. And now can I put back Mickey Hart? I already have it on CD. As long as I can find it in here. I was about to pick up this whole stack and carry it to the back. Maybe I can find it in here pretty easy. Mickey Hart, there it is. Love's Mystery Box. Does anybody want this? I'm about to go ahead and take this whole stack. Let me try to get these things more organized here. Okay. And wow, this is a crazy stack of CDs. I hope I can balance these things. Okay, let me go ahead and take these in here. That was a lot. That's probably the biggest stack I've made without going ahead and taking them over here. Let me go ahead and do this. Okay. Sorry. Plus, I've blocked my path, so I'm having to take the long way around these 10-foot tables that I have over here next to me. Denise. What did I say? Dennis? Oh, they would have fixed that. They would have definitely caught that. Yes, make sure Denise gets the Nuggets. I may have said Dennis. Definitely Denise. They catch stuff like that in the bag. They know me. They know how to fix me quickly. All right, let's grab a big stack here. These are all $6.99. What is this right here? Dr. John, the Anthology. That's a cool cover. Dr. John, the Anthology. Somebody took really good care of these. Look, they kept the slip and the hop sticker. Somebody took really good care of these CDs. Dr. John, we have Jesse Mullen, Glitter in the Gutter. Roseanne Cash, 10-song demo. This is a RIP CD here. Knitters, D.A. Knitters. Johnny Lang, Wander This World. Augie Myers and the Western Headband. Doug Stone, More Love. Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits Volume 2. City of Angels soundtrack. Country Classics on 2 CDs. Country Classics. American Music Club, California. The Mavericks, Music for All Occasions. RFM, Radio Free Music. Crowded House. Susie Bogus, World Party. Robbie Robertson. That Mavericks, there's a big hit song on this Mavericks CD. I was trying to figure out what it was. The Gourds, Cowfish Fowl, a.k.a. Pig, or what's that say? KT Tunstall, Drastic Fantastic, Oldies But Goodies Volume 9, Steal This Movie, Original Motion Picture Score, music by Matter, Duncan Sheik, and Calexico, Feast or Fire. Or what's that say? Feast of Wire. Sorry. Now, over here, we have Next. That was my dad. Okay. Chris Ridling's got Dr. John for $6.99. Susie was second. Leslie got Roseanne Cash. George Burleson next on Dr. John. City of Angels is sold to Greg Layton. He actually said a moment ago, I hope a City of Angels pops up. Susie Breedlove on Country Classics. Chuck Haley was next. Susie Breedlove on Old. Oldies but Goodies. And then Sherry Darnell on Jay Lang. And Chuck next on Oldies. And Sherry Darnell on Jay Lang. And Jay Lang was Johnny Lang. So that stack left the following. Calixto, Duncan Sheik, Steal This Movie, KT Tunstall, The Gourds, RFM Music, The Mavericks, American Music Club, Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits Volume 2, Little Bitty, Gone Crazy, Doug Stone, Augie Myers, Knitters, and Jesse Mullen. Susie said, I claimed Alan Jackson. Let's see here. Angels. Oh, I thought they were Angel comments, and I thought y'all were second after Greg. Actually, Susie was first on Alan Jackson, and then Vicky. That is right. Susie got Alan Jackson, then Vicky. Sorry about that. Then Leslie. And then Clay Moore wants the Mavericks. Greg wants Calixico. We'll go ahead and give that to Greg. And now the Mavericks to Clay Moore. The Mavericks to Clay Moore. Thank you. And then what is the American Music Club? The American Music Club is called California. Calixico just got claimed by Grog Jim B. All right. Now, let's grab another handful here. Let's grab these. We're about to start on the bottom layer. We have started on the bottom layer. Oh Brother Warthal, live concert performances of the artists and musicians of Oh Brother Warthal, Down from the Mountain. Harry Nilsson, all-time greatest hits. All these CDs are $6.99. Kathy Mattea, Lonesome Standard Time. The Billies, The Time Has Come. Gary Clark Jr., The Bright Lights EP. We have Duncan Sheik, Phantom Moon. We got a bunch of Duncan Sheik. Phil Lesh and Friends. Phil Lesh, $6.99. Sean Colvin, A Few Small Repairs. We got Hi-Fi Baby, Greg Fingers Taylor. Nickel Creek. I don't think that's available on vinyl. Nickel Creek, one of their albums is. Alan Jackson, Drive. Alan Jackson. And MTV2, Handpicked. Cake, Dave Navarro, Travis, Coldplay. The Crystal Method. Looks like an MTV sampler. Now, over here, we have When I Walked Away. We have Calixio, and then Sherry Darnell got the Doug Stone from previous. Doug Stone. On the very bottom, of course, Sherry. Thank you, that's so to you. And then Mike Ospaw on HN. And the first thing I showed was Harry Nilsson here. Mike Ospaw, $6.99. Robert Warner on the Phil Lesh and Friends. That was right here, sold to Robert Warner. Leslie on NC for Leslie, Nickel Creek. George Burleson next on Phil Lesh. Susie Breedlove on Alan Jackson. Greg next on Phil Lesh. Leslie next on Alan Jackson. And Sherry Darnell on Gary Clark Jr. Gary Clark Jr. also sold to Sherry Darnell. So that stack left Down from the Mountain soundtrack. And that's what Grog wanted. Oh, Brother. Yeah, Brother. I forgot to pull that for Grog. And then we have Sherry next on Nickel Creek. So that left Kathy Mattea, The Billies, Duncan Sheik, Sean Colvin, Hi-Fi Baby, and MTV Handpicked. Greg, I got you taken. I almost forgot about you. But I got you taken care of. All right, let's grab this handful right here. What are we going to have here? What is this? Tommy James and the Shondells Anthology. Nice. Tommy James and the Shondells Anthology. Bonnie Raitt, Nick of Time. Natalie Merchant, Motherland. Gene Vincent, Rock and Roll Fugitive. This is Dramarama Vinyl. Bearing Straight, Pete Yorn, Day I Forgot. Drama Rama, Hi-Fi Sci-Fi, and the very best of John Coltrane, the Prestige era. Those are all $6.99 there. I'm going to go ahead and show a few more right here that's on the side. And we have Kathy Mattea, Love Travels, The Mighty Handful, Billy Swan, Bob Moore, Scotty Moore, Boots Randolph, Aaron McGowan, Lafette, I'm Your Biggest Fan, Dallas Wayne, and Charlie Musselwhite, One Night in America. Now, first is Susie Breelove on Tommy James. That's $6.99. We got Leslie Holt on Natalie Merchant for $6.99. Chuck Haley next on Tommy James. And Greg Herman on Colt. C-O-L-T. Coltrane. That's so to Greg Herman. And then Adam Bernardi wants the KT Turnstile. That was right over here, I think. Right there. That's right here. And that's sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay. So that stack left Bonnie Raitt, Gene Vincent, Drama Rama, Bering Strait, Pete Gorn, Drama Rama, Kathy Mattea, The Mighty Handful, Eric McOwen, or Eric McOwen, McKeown, Dallas Wayne, and Charlie Musselwhite. Moving right along. We have Prairie Oyster, Only One Moon. Peter Gabriel, this is a hits compilation. British Invasion, #1 hits. Honeymoon in Vegas, Elvis Presley hits performed by Billy Joel, Ricky Van Shelton, Amy Grant, Bono, Travis Tritt. Cab Calloway, Big Band Legend. Smokin' Joe Kubik Band, Got My Mind Back. Foster and Lloyd, Versions of the Truth. Maria McKee, You Gotta Sin to Get Saved. We had that earlier. Vince Gill, Let's Make Sure We Kiss Goodbye. Specialty, Legends of Boogie Woogie, and various artists up in orbit. Quasi, Modest Mouse, Duster, Mocket, Violent Green. And the first thing we have here is Susie on Peter Gabriel. That's sold. Leslie Holt on Honey. And that was Honeymoon in Vegas. And Chuck Haley on British Invasion hits. Chuck, you finally got one. I feel like I said you were second about 100 times. And then BL or BI for Vicky, that was British Invasion. You were second, Vicky. And Leslie wants Up in Orbit. Nice. These are all $6.99. Prairie Oyster, Cab Calloway, Smokin' Joe Kubik Band, Foster and Lloyd, Maria McKee, Vince Gill, and Specialty Legends of Boogie Woogie. All right, let's grab this handful right here off to the side. And this is, this might be from a magazine insert. It is. It's from Trax Magazine. Ray Charles, The Kinks, Astro Lux, Buddy Miller, REM. Looks like REM was featured on the cover. It's one of those magazine inserts. Lisa Marie Presley, To Whom It May Concern. The Best of Woodstock, that's cool. The Best of Woodstock, Canned Heat, Richie Havens, Joan Baez, Cross, Stills and Nash. Mickey Hart, Planet Drum. Mickey Hart Mystery Box. The Blues Brothers Definite Collection. Another Mickey Hart Planet Drum. And the Best of Mickey Hart, Over the Edge and Back. So these are all $6.99. First thing we have is Sherry Darnell on V for Vince Gill. That's so to Sherry Darnell. Clay Moore on FL. And FL was for something else in here. Foster and Lloyd. That's so to Clay Moore. And then Mike Monroy on Woodstock. That is sold to Mike Monroy. Woodstock. Susie Breelove second. Lisa Marie Presley is sold to Leslie. Lisa is sold to Leslie. Chuck next on Woodstock. Romer wants the Best of Mickey Hart. Eustace Cedars next on Mickey Hart. And Mike Monroy says pass on Woodstock. So give that to Susie instead of Mike Monroy. Now there's 3 Mickey Harts left, and there's 2 of the same one. We got Mickey Hart's mystery box, and we got 2 copies of Planet Drum. One of them's in a green jewel case, and one of them's in a clear. And that leaves the Blues Brothers, the REM magazine sampler, which has a lot of different artists on it, not just REM, of course. Jim B wants to see the singles. So does Mr. Harris earlier. I'm trying right now to go through as many CDs as possible. Trying to go through as many CDs as possible right now. First is Joe Louis Walker. Joe Louis Walker, live at Slim's. Smoking Joe Cubic Band, another one. Mary Chapin Carpenter, Stones in the Road. Cab Calloway. This is Are You Hep to the Jive? The 60s decade #1 hits. Nice. Also, we have Tia Carey, Dream. The Best of Aretha Franklin. Lindsey Buckingham, Under the Skin. The Hold Steady, Separation Sunday. This is Live at Montreux sampler. Deep Purple, Alice Cooper, Gary Moore, Dr. John, George Clinton, Terry Reid, The Driver. Soundtrack to Practical Magic. And this doesn't have any art with it. Here, maybe on the back, Cellophane. That's a single. Cellophane, I'm so glad you came and call out the research hook. Now, here we have Useless Eaters on Planet Drum. Planet Drum. Planet Drum? Was that in a previous stack? The Planet Drum? Oh, he was claiming which one he wanted. Yes. That was the Mickey Hart. Useless Eaters on Planet Drum. Okay, and then Leslie on MCC, Mary Chapin Carpenter. That's so to Leslie. Greg Layton on Cab Calloway. That's so to Greg Layton. Susie wants the 60s #1 hits. That's so to Susie Bree Love. Then Chuck Haley. And then we have Leslie Holt on PM. And PM was for the Practical Magic soundtrack. So that little stack left the following: Terry Reid, The Hold Steady, Lindsey Buckingham, The Best of Aretha Franklin, Tia Carey or Carrere, Carrere, Smoking Joe Cubic Band, and Joe Louis Walker. Got them. And of course that Cellophane 12 or CD single. Okay. And the next thing I have is the following. We have over here. We have first. Can you shift the camera to the right just a little? Yeah, I don't even know what y'all were seeing, FYI. So I don't even know what y'all were seeing. Hopefully that helps. I can't see what y'all were seeing too well. I hadn't seen what y'all were seeing all night. So top pop rock vocalist compilation. We have Kenny Neal, What You Got. Kenny Neal is $6.99. Lucky Peterson, Beyond Cool. This is Southside Johnny, Better Days. JD Blackfoot, Tocola. Also, we have Greg Trooper, Everywhere. Jamie Walters, looks like self-titled, and The Wallflowers, Breach. That's, of course, Bob Dylan's son. What was the Kathy Mattea? I think we've had a few. This one, the last one I had for Kathy Mattea was called... the last Kathy Mattea I had was called... well, I don't know what's happened to it now. Give me 1 second. I'll have to flip back through them. Let me keep these rolling right quick, though. And... all right, let me go ahead and tag these. Vicki Allison on pop. Vicki Allison on the pop rock there. Chuck was next. And then Leslie got Wallflowers. And then Susie commented Wild, but I think she meant Wall. The Planet Drum are not same. 2 different Planet Drum. The Mickey Harts are different. You sure? I mean, they could be different versions, but it's the same album, right? This is Mickey Hart Planet Drum, and the one he got was... they're definitely maybe different versions, but I think they're the same album, right? I gave him the one with the colored jewel case. All right, I got to take this stack in here. This stack is getting quite tall again. All right, let me go take these in here. Okay. We have Gary Moore's Full Moon Empty Heart. Roy Crosby starting now. Soundtrack to I Like It Like That, Volume 2. Duke and the Drivers, a tribute to the Rolling Stones. Super Oldies of the 60s. 10,000 Maniacs Unplugged, nice. Joel Sonnier, Have a Little Faith. Joel Sonnier, Tears of Joy. Alan Jackson, Who I Am. Stone Jack Jones, Blue Folk. These are $6.99. Everything you just seen there is $6.99. Next thing I have is this handful right here. Sleepless in Seattle. Sleepless in Seattle. Sting, Brand New Day. Ultimate 16 Best of the 60s. Sheryl Crow, Train, My Private Nation. Alan Jackson, Precious Memories. Ali Campbell, Big Love. Vince Gill, Next Big Thing. J.D. McPherson, Let the Good Times Roll. Beale Street Blues, various artists. Bella Fleck, The Flecktones, Rocket Science. And this is Oz Malati, and that is Embrace the Chaos. Now, I got a lot to pull there. So the first thing I have, we had in that first stack, Leslie got 10,000 Maniacs Unplugged. That was right here. That sold to Leslie Holt. Next is Susie Breelove on Alan Jackson. That is for this one right here. And then Susie Breelove first on Sting. That sold to Susie Breelove. And then Susie on the other Alan Jackson. And then Christopher Broughton next on the next Alan Jackson. Then Leslie, and then Greg Layton got Bella Fleck. Greg Layton gets Bella Fleck. I got to do a little cleanup here. My stacks are getting too close and too crazy. So first, let me move some of these over here to the corner. That's me in the corner. I've only got 100 million more CDs. I mean, we got millions. I just went up in our loft on Sunday. To see what our box inventory looked like, because I hadn't went up there in a long time. I didn't know what was stored up there. I hadn't went up there in months, and I forgot how many tubs of CDs are up there. There's just in our loft, which I hadn't seen in months. I forgot about. There's several thousands of CDs up there in our loft, which is a place I really can't get to. It's very hard to access. But we have tubs and little like trays and boxes full of CDs up there. I'm like, oh yeah, we can read CDs off for months and months and months and months and months and months. All right, here's the next handful. We have next is Kathy Mattea, Time Passes By. I still got to check that other Kathy Mattea. Robin Ford. Hey, it's autographed. I'll let that slip. A signed Robin Ford. We have Rick Vito, King of Hearts. We have Leaving Las Vegas soundtrack, Nicolas Cage. Confederate Railroad, Notorious. We have Freddie Johnson, Never Home. We have The Farm, Love, See No Color. The Glenn Miller Orchestra, In the Mood. We have Manteba's Wild Kingdom and You. Music to Watch Girls By, Volume 3. We have Wagon, No Kinder Room. And we have a Celebration of Blues, great guitarists, Roy Buchanan, Buddy Guy, Johnny Winter, Dave Noe, Amos Garrett, etc., etc. Next thing is Sherry Darnell got the Vince Gill and metal CDs on Thursday. If we can get them separated. I mean, when I grab these, I really don't know what I'm about to show. And Chris Ridlings gets to sign Robin Ford. That's so to Chris Ridlings. Adam wants both Kathy Matteas. So there's this one here, and let me see if I can find that other one. Where did I just move those? Over here.
There it is. It's called Love Travels. I can see them better when I have them over here where the spines are showing. There's the other one. All right, let's go through some more. Stack these. I'm running out of space. There's a lot of no sales tonight. A lot of deep cut stuff, I would classify it. We don't know till we do it one bit box at a time, though. And we have Burning River Band. We have Craven Dogs, El Camino. We have Going South, Platinum Edition, which is a Southern Rock compilation. First track is Sweet Home Alabama. Lemonheads, It's a Shame About Ray. We have Linda Ronstadt, Feels Like Home. Music to Shag By. And Annie Lennox, A Wider Shade of Pale, $6.99. Useless Eaters wants to put back Mickey Hart. Oh no, that record's officially cursed. So that's the second putback for Mickey Hart. Greg Layton says he'll take it. So that Mickey Hart that we had such a debate and went and found and then tagged and then shown again and then retagged, now we got to retag it again to Greg Layton. Hopefully that puts a nail in the coffin on Mickey Hart. So Useless Eaters is going to give that one over to Greg Layton. Susie Breelove wants the South. Going South, so does Susie Breelove. Vicki Allison second. Susie also wants some music to shag by. Oh my gosh. Susie's going to be shagging. And then Leslie was next on the shagging, and then Susie first on Annie Lennox. And yes, the Green Jewel Case. Yes, that was the original Green Jewel Case CD release. All right, here we go. Let's grab some more handfuls here. It might be cursed. I don't know if you want it or not. It was changed around 2 or 3 different times. Let's go ahead and go through some more CDs. The next one I have is David Lynn Jones, Mixed Emotions. We got Little Charlie and the Nightcaps, 9 Lives. Barnyard Beat, Livestock Rock and Roll Jungle Jams, a parody album. Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You. This is a Coldplay. This is something for Viva La Vida. Coldplay Prospects March EP. Deuce Bigalow, Male Gigolo soundtrack. John Travolta in Phenomena soundtrack. We have the Jason Marquinto something, Damaged Goods. Grammy nominees from 2007. Get on the Blues, Washington, D.C. soundtrack. Big Jack Johnson and the Oilers, All the Way Back. Paint It Black. A Journey to the Dark Heat. Heart of the 60s Pop. This is a compilation with the Yardbirds, Spencer Davis, obviously the Rolling Stones. Lyle Lovett, My Baby Don't Tolerate. Peter Gabriel, that one's called Us. And Martin Knopfler, Sailing to Philadelphia. Martin Knopfler, of course, from Dire Straits. Next is Susie on Barnyard Favorites, or Barnyard Beat, so does Susie. Vicky was second. And we have Leslie Holt on Deuce, Bigelow, Mel Gigolo, Susie on Paint, and Vicky next on Paint. Vicky, you're probably shaking your fist at Susie. She's gotten everything that you've been second on. We still got Martin Knopfler, Peter Gabriel, Lyle Lovett, Big Jack Johnson, Get on the Bus, Grammy nominees, Jason Marquino, Phenomenon, Prospects March, Matchbox 20, Little Charlie, and David Lynn Jones. Next. Skylar Burrell Blues Band. Dan Beard, Love Songs from Hearing Impaired. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Volume 19, Stand By Me. The Power of Soul, a tribute to Jimi Hendrix. Swing This Baby. Bella Fleck and the Flecktones. Steve Poltz, One Left Shoe. Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. Natalie Merchant, Leave Your Sleep. Mary Chapin Carpenter, Stones in the Road. And Lucinda Williams, Sweet Old World. These are all $6.99. First, Greg Layton got the Mark Knopfler. And then Susie Breelove on RR. Susie Breelove on RR. Rock and Roll. Mike Monroy on CP. Mike Monroy on CP. Mike Monroy on CP. Mike Monroy on CP. Greg Layton on Bella Fleck. Leslie Holt on Natalie Merchant. Can I get tracks on Swing? Is Phenomenal still available? Yes. Lucinda Soda Sherry. CP was from the co-play from the last stack. Co-play Soda Mike Monroy. Which Grace Potter was it? You're talking about Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. It is called Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. And Phenomenal is still available. Yes. 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 Phenomenon. Right here. A lot of big artists on that. So did Tom Harris. George Burleson on Grace Potter. Next is the Honey Dogs. Cena Ghost. Josh Rouse, Nashville. Vince Gill, Some Things Never Get Old, the country and western record. Peter Gabriel again. We have Welcome to Wherever You Are, NXS. NXS, Sarah Bareilles, Bareilles. Dan Byrne, 50 Eggs. Dan Byrne. The Other Ones, The Strange Remain. And Cajun Hot Sauce. Those are all $6.99. Okay, next is Mary Chapin. Mary Chapin. I never did read Big Band for him. Give me 1 second. Okay, so the first thing is the Big Band CD. Swing This. No. Where did you hear that at? Mary Chapin Carpenter, so does Sherry Darnell. Is the Swing CD Big Band. Swing This Baby. Swing Time Magazine and Slim Style Records present. This has artists such as Big Bad Voodoo Daddy, Cherry Poppin' Daddies, Blue Plate Special, Brian Setzer Orchestra, Royal Crown Review, The New Morty Show, Swingerhead, Bellevue Cadillac, The Big Six. That's what that was. Now, the next thing was Susie Breedlove on NXS. NXS is so to Susie Breedlove. Robert Warner first on the other ones. That's so to Robert Warner. Next was Sherry Darnell on Vince Gill. That's so to Sherry Darnell. Next is Jim Ciascio on Other Ones. Other Ones was the one that Robert Warner just got. And then it's Cajun Various Artists. And then Adam Bernardi says, I'll Take It. And that was on the Swing CD from the last stack. Or did I put it back? What did I do with that? Let me see here. Did I put it over here in the soap hole? Disappeared on me. Grammy, Jason Cartino, Matchbox 20, Little Charlie, David Lynn. There it is. That is sold to Robert Warner. Now, NXS, Other Ones, Vince Gill, Other Ones, Cajun Various Artists. Can I see the Vince Gill Some Things Never Get Old? That was sold already to Sherry Darnell. Adam and Artist says, I'll Take It. Grateful Dead. Now, the Cajun. Cajun Hot Sauce is the name of the band. No, it's a compilation. No, it's a... I can't... It looks like a lot of the... Yeah, Adam Bernardi got swing. Sorry, my brain is starting to shut down. I can tell it's getting close to that 8-hour mark. Yeah, this is a compilation. It is. These are very Cajun names, too. Are these the artists here? California Cajun Orchestra. D.L. Menard. Chuck Guillory. Hackberry Ramblers. Wallace Cheese Red. Michael Doucet. Harry Choates. All right. Here we go. We're not done. We are not done, folks. Wow. Wow. Neil Young Mirror Ball with Pearl Jam, sealed with hop sticker. Neil Young with Pearl Jam. Strange Music Independent Powerhouse Sampler. Let's Shake Hands, a Third Man anthology. Time Has Told Me, 15 tracks of the brand new music. NLO, Northern Lights Orchestra, The Spirit of Christmas. Return to Star Club, Mojo presents 15 tracks that powered the Beatles in Hamburg. Rockin' With Us, 15 tracks of the best new music. David Crosby, War on Drugs, Drive-By Truckers. Uncut, 150. 15 tracks from the Uncut's 150 albums of the decade. Songs of the South, 15 tracks of the best new Southern rock and country. Black Crowes, Dead Confederate, Drive-By Truckers. Uncut, the best of 2009. With a little help from my friends, with a little help from their friends. Some sort of Ronnie Wood, Jeff Beck, Jimmy McIntosh, Rob Zombie. Also, What's Going On, The Sound of 2016. Americana 2012. The Pace Magazine CD Sampler. The Pace Magazine CD Sampler. Asylum Street Spankers. Mary Chapin Carpenter, A Place in the World. Aerosmith, Get a Grip. Free to Be, Volume 2. Pace CD Sampler 37. Relix. And Rod Stewart Unplugged. All right, so the first comment is Mike Monroy on the Neil Young Mirror Ball with Pearl Jam. That's very cool. I wish they'll repress that on vinyl. That's so to Mike Monroy. Greg Layton second. Greg Herman third. Chris Riddling's fourth. Adam Bernardi fifth. Leslie sixth. Boss, please give Vicky Allison Paint and Barn. I think they know what that means in the back. I hope so. Whoever's watching, I think they can figure that out. Vicky, she's talking about Vicky Allison. Adam Bernardi wants Songs of the South. That one was right here. That's so to Adam Bernardi. Pam Murray put Black Crowes. I'm assuming you meant Songs of the South, so you're second. Leslie put RS. And what's on RS? RS. So I'm assuming that's for Rod Stewart. Then Christopher asked what's on it, and then Adam Bernardi was next. All right, so let's see here. The rest of this tub is a bunch of cardboard sleeves like this. That's what I laid over here. Let's go through that stack I laid over here earlier. Some of these could be albums. Some of them could be like samplers like that. Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. Neil Young, Storytone. No Trash, No Drugs, just the best of 2013. Into the Mystic, 15 tracks of the best new music. Long May You Run, 15 tracks in the key of Neil Young. The best of 2006, Arctic Monkeys, Flaming Lips. New Music Sampler, Sugar Hill Records. Now Hear This, Roseanne Cash, William Orbit, Stephen Duffy. Now Hear This, 14 great tunes by The Word. Uncut, the playlist of October 2006. Till You Fill Your Head with Prague. 11 mind-bending classics from Vandergaff Generator, The Nye, Steve Hillage. An Autumn Almanac. 15 songs in the spirit of Ray Davies.
Wake Up, 15-track guide to the New American Indian. And this is Mika in Jail. Right, and the next claim was George Burleson on Grace Potter. That was this one right here. Grace Potter to George Burleson. Leslie on the sampler of Roseanne Cash, right? There was a compilation that I mentioned, Roseanne Cash, RC. That's Now Hear This. And then I'm surprised the only Neil Young that went unclaimed. What do we have? Less than 4 minutes. I think I can do through one more handful then. And we almost finished a whole tub. Let's see if I can find maybe some actual albums. Let me grab these and a couple hard cases here. We're almost done with a whole tub though. Shannon Curfman, Loud Guitars, Big Suspicious, Rare Earth and Vanilla Fudge, Get Ready, More Hits. Freddie Johnston, Live at McCabe's. White Trash Girl. The Very Best of Stevie Nicks, Crystal Visions. Brooks and Dunn, Brand New Man. Neil Young, Soda Ada Bernardi. Pam, There Was Not a Black Crowes. There was a sampler with the Black Crowes, but somebody already got it before you. Jeannie Any Kind. Royal Southern Brotherhood. Robin Ford, Supernatural. And Sleepless in Seattle soundtrack. We'll pause right there for tonight. So, a lot of CDs shown, a lot of CDs showed, a lot of CDs sold and shown and showed. That means we showed them and sold them. We showed them. First is Susie put R-A-N, A-N, and then Brooks. What is R-A-N and A-N? Shannon Curfman, Rare Earth, Vanilla Fudge, Freddie Johnston, White Trash Girl, Leslie Holt definitely first on Brooks and Dunn. Susie got Stevie Nicks. RSB to Jim Ciascio. RSB was Rural Southern Brotherhood. George Burleson second. And what was the black cardboard sleeve on top of the stack? Mika in Jail. M-E-E-K-A in Jail. Sealed. $6.99. Ada Bernardi wants Rare Earth. Anybody else? Tomorrow will be Wednesday night. Tia Review wants LS. LS for Tia Review was... Let me know what that was. Tomorrow will be Wednesday night. I'll be back around 5 or 5:30 Central Time with about another 7 hours of nonstop vinyl. And then I'll be back. We'll be back for CDs again around the same time. I will be selling more just like this. We'll get a fresh new tub. We almost went through this whole tub tonight. Almost went through a whole tub tonight. Wow. Wow. We just have like a couple handfuls left. Whew, I'm sleepy. I was tired 5 hours ago. I'm going to go ahead and shoot the video for in the morning. I don't think I'm even going to go up front and try to snack until I'm ready to leave. This is always a lot of fun. As the timer, yeah, we've already ended on Facebook. Sherry Darnell got Sleepless in Seattle. I still don't know what TO's IS or LS was for. I think Facebook cut off. Maybe not. I think it's done though. But y'all are incredible as always. Great show. Thank you, Jim Ciascio. I'm going to try to go to bed a lot earlier tonight. A lot earlier. Whew, I'm tired. I'm usually not this tired right now. Pretty draggy. I walked and ran yesterday, so tonight I'm just going to lift some weights and go to bed. That'll make me really tired. Whew. I like getting very sleepy. I like going to bed when I am dangerously exhausted. That's the best sleep ever.
If I hadn't done a whole lot and I try to go to sleep, one, it's hard to, and two, I like dream like crazy. It's like I don't get deep sleep. It's like I'm in and out of sleep all night, or technically all day when I'm trying to sleep. I think we're done. Thanks everybody as always. I am wrapping this thing up. Thank you. Good night. And I'm excited about tomorrow. We got a lot of stuff on the way. I got a lot of videos to make. Flip crates, new vinyl crates. Make sure you're in our private group if you have Facebook. It's called Whole Lot of Records. You get to see me every morning over there. Some people think I'm still awake. I'm like, nope, I'm not awake. I'm just scheduling stuff. All right, I guess.